Jon Snow stood atop the Frostfangs, the wind howling around him as if it were alive. The sun was a watery disk on the horizon, barely strong enough to illuminate the world of ice and shadow stretching below. His breath formed faint clouds that vanished almost as soon as they appeared, and each time he inhaled, the chill burned his lungs. Yet despite the ferocity of the cold, despite the forbidding steepness of the rocky ledges beneath his boots, Jon felt more alive than he had in ages. He had climbed here with a purpose. Every step on the ice-glazed paths resonated with a single question. Was the old rumor true? His black cloak rippled in the wind, a scrap of midnight against the paleness of sky and snow. Ghost was not with him this time. He had left his albino direwolf in the care of the men he trusted at the wall, for this was a journey he could not risk with another living being's safety. He still felt a pang of guilt about leaving his faithful companion behind, but the memory of Ghost's uncertain whine before he turned away spurred him onward. There were more pressing matters at hand. No one truly knew what lay hidden in these mountains. Rumors came to Castle Black on the hush of the northern wind. Ravens had whispered old, nearly forgotten stories of a hidden cave, a secret chamber rumored to house the last relic of a time lost to legend. An egg, a dragon's egg, they said. Most of the men had laughed at the very notion. Dragons were a southern thing, Valyrian, Targaryen, but it was said the Targaryens once tried to contact the far north, to see if their brood of fire-breathing creatures could thrive in the bitter climes. Many had scoffed, some had sneered, but the kernel of possibility refused to leave Jon alone, and so he had come to see for himself. Snow crunched beneath his boots as he scaled higher. The path meandered up a slope, flanked by jagged boulders that jutted out like broken teeth. Frost clung to his eyelashes, and he brushed it away with the back of a gloved hand, mindful of his footing. One misstep could send him tumbling into the yawning gorge beneath. Yet he pressed on, driven by a strange urgency. His mind drifted to the nights at the wall, full of uneasy dreams. A woman with silver-gold hair had appeared to him again and again, her violet eyes fixed on some distant horizon. Daenerys Targaryen. He had learned of her arrival on the continent, of her unstoppable Dothraki hordes, her unsullied, her dragons. And somewhere beneath the swirl of rumor and speculation about war in the south, Jon sensed that something momentous was coming to the north, something that required him to be prepared in ways he did not yet understand. Winds whipped at him like invisible lashes, and Jon clutched at the rocky outcrop to avoid being flung aside. He found a small indentation in the rock face. Another step, another ledge. At length, the path widened, leading him into a small alcove where the jagged walls seemed to converge. The mouth of a cave yawned there, hidden in shadow, so inconspicuous that if one were not looking for it, one might pass it by entirely. The darkness beyond was absolute, and just standing near the entrance made Jon's neck prickle with the feeling of being watched. Carefully, he set down his small pack, rummaging for the torch he had brought. He struck flint to steel and coaxed a spark into a small flame. The torch caught after a moment, flaring with a pale, orange glow that flickered across the ice-encrusted rock around him. Taking a steadying breath, Jon stepped inside. The cave was a tunnel that went on for what felt like ages, twisting and turning beneath the mountain's crags. The walls dripped with freezing condensation, forming icicles that glimmered in the torchlight. Each drip resonated through the silence, echoing as though an entire frozen chorus lived within. The air was stale, stagnant from centuries of sealed darkness. With each footfall, Jon's heart pounded louder. He had no idea what to expect, if anything at all. Perhaps the rumors were false. Perhaps the journey was in vain. But he had to see for himself. His torchlight fell upon the remains of old bones near one of the walls. A partial skull of a goat, or possibly a sheep, bleached white by time. Further on, he found a discarded iron rod, heavily rusted and snapped in two. There were faint scratchings in the stone, symbols he did not recognize, half worn away by the slow scrape of the centuries. The tunnel narrowed again, forcing him to stoop low, the jagged ceiling threatening to tear at his cloak. The rock was slick, and more than once Jon nearly lost his footing. At last, the passage widened into a small chamber, nearly circular in shape. His torch dipped, casting light in a slow sweep. In the center of the chamber was a pedestal of stone, carved as if from the living rock itself. It rose about waist-high, and atop it lay something that glistened darkly in the unsteady torchlight. Jon's breath caught as he stepped closer. It was oval, about the size of a man's helm, covered in faint scales that shimmered with an iridescent gleam. It was a deep, dark gray, nearly black, but with hints of blue that whispered across its surface when the torchlight struck it. An egg, a dragon's egg. A swirl of impossible wonder filled Jon's chest, mingled with caution. How had it come to be here, of all places? The North was a realm of ice, not fire. Dragons did not belong here, and yet here it was. Jon reached out a gloved hand, hesitating before letting his fingers brush the surface. It was colder than the air, colder than the ice forming on the cave walls. But beneath that icy shell was something else, a slumbering warmth so faint he almost missed it. He lifted the egg, feeling its subtle weight. It sent a tremor of excitement through him. For a moment, he imagined what it would be like if this egg were truly alive, if it could be hatched as Daenerys's dragons had been. The notion seemed mad. The Targaryens had used fire to bring life from their eggs. In the biting cold of the North, would such fire even exist? Jon's thoughts flickered to the power hidden within him, the intangible inheritance he had never truly acknowledged but felt in his marrow. The possibility that he himself might be a Targaryen. The secret that Ned Stark had never spoken but that whispered through the corridors of Jon's mind with increasing insistence. Could that lineage, if it were true, carry with it the means to revive such a dormant creature? The wind outside howled anew, as if urging him to leave this place. The darkness loomed, pressing against him, and he felt an urgent need to be gone from the confines of the cave. Carefully, he slipped the egg into the thick, padded sack he had brought, wrapping it with furs to shield it from the cold. Then he retraced his steps, torch held high. Though the way back should have been simple, the cave seemed somehow alive, full of shifting shadows, and the hairs on Jon's neck rose more than once as if an unseen presence loomed just beyond his field of vision. He emerged into the fading daylight with relief, though the cold wind slapped him in the face as if in reproach. Even the dull winter sun was welcome after the cave's suffocating darkness. He looked back over his shoulder at the cavern entrance. Something about that place felt ancient, older than even the oldest stories. Shaking off the feeling, Jon exhaled slowly, sending out a cloud of white breath that dissipated in the glacial air. He had found what he came for, and though uncertainty warred with hope in his chest, he turned toward the path that would lead him back down the mountain. Clambering down required just as much caution as going up, if not more. The day was slipping away, and soon twilight would make the descent treacherous. But Jon moved swiftly, driven by the odd sensation thrumming in his veins. As the sky darkened, each step became a test of faith in his memory of the upward climb. Where the wind had wiped away footprints in the snow, he relied on the recollection of rock formations and icy outcroppings. At last, the slope gentled, giving way to the rolling hills of deep snow that stretched toward the distant black ribbon of the forest. The wall itself was not far beyond that. When he finally glimpsed the looming shadow of the wall, relief coursed through him. The frozen ramparts stood silent and foreboding, rising impossibly high. Darkness was gathering quickly, and the men of the Night's Watch would be tucked in their warmest corners or on the ramparts, scanning the horizon for any sign of wildlings or worse. Jon crossed the open expanse and headed toward the gates, nodding to the guard on duty. He pulled his hood further over his face, hoping to hide the excitement that glimmered in his eyes. That night, he locked himself in his modest quarters, a small chamber with stone walls that kept out most of the biting wind, but not all of it. He set the egg gently on a wooden table, still wrapped in the furs. The candlelight illuminated the scales, which seemed to glint with an otherworldly light. Jon removed his gloves and laid a hand on the egg's surface. The coldness was still there, but he felt a soft warmth as well, pulsing like a distant heartbeat. He felt a stirring in his chest, a swirl of emotions that he couldn't name. The egg beckoned him somehow, and it felt intimately connected with the swirl of mysteries that had plagued his life. Were the rumors true? Was he the secret child of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, hidden away by Ned Stark? If so, what did that mean for this egg? He thought of Daenerys again, mother of dragons in the far south, conjuring a flame that lit the world's imagination. Yet here he was, with a dragon's egg in the bitter cold of the north. Fire and ice, he thought wryly. Perhaps this was his destiny to merge the two forces that shaped the fate of Westeros. Sleep would not come easily that night. He paced the length of his room, mind spinning with possibilities. He remembered Samwell Tarly's tales of old Valyria, the hatching of dragons, the ancient rites that Targaryens guarded. Fire was essential, Sam had said, but the details were mostly lost to time or hoarded in the restricted tomes of the Citadel. A knock at his door made him jump. He quickly covered the egg with a thick cloak and opened the door a crack. It was Dolorous Ed, who stared at him with a typically morose expression. "Lord Commander," had said, "Ser Aliser's been looking for you. Something about the new recruits needing orientation. They're getting restless, and the last fight nearly broke a man's jaw." Jon ran a hand through his dark hair, realizing he'd nearly forgotten his duties. "I'll see to it. Give me a moment." "Aye, as you say," Ed replied and shuffled off with a shrug that suggested he expected the worst to happen any moment. Jon latched the door behind him, casting a wary glance at the concealed egg. He hesitated, then joined Ed, reassuring himself that no one would think to search his quarters. And even if they did, he'd locked it away in a trunk beneath layers of furs. Days turned into weeks, and the egg weighed on Jon's mind like a secret that might shatter the fragile peace of the Night's Watch. He went about his duties, training the new recruits, sending out scouting parties along the wall, listening to reports from beyond. He could sense unease growing among the wildlings they had allowed south of the wall, as though they too felt a cosmic shift in the balance of the world. Winter was here, and the White Walkers were not a dream but a waking horror. Jon could not rid himself of the thought that maybe, just maybe, a dragon could be the key to saving them all. Late at night, he studied the egg by candlelight, running his hands over its cool shell, willing it to stir with life. Ghost often wandered in, whining low, ears perked as though he sensed something beyond the natural realm. Other nights, Sam would come knocking, eager to show Jon some dusty old manuscript or share a new insight gleaned from the library. Jon dared not tell his friend about the egg, not yet. The fewer who knew, the better. But secrets in the Night's Watch were as dangerous as the swirling snows outside. Whispers spread like wildfire, no matter how careful one was. And sure enough, rumors began to circulate that Jon was hiding something in his quarters. Some claimed it was a stash of gold. Others said it was letters from the Queen in the south. Still others insisted it was only his own guilt for the Wildling Alliance. None guessed the truth, but the tension was there. On a particularly cold night, so cold that the iron chains along the wall cracked from the frost, Jon sat before a small brazier in his room, the egg resting on a makeshift stand. He had gathered the thickest logs the men could spare, and the fire burned brightly, embers glowing hot as molten metal. The egg's surface shone in the flickering light. An idea, half-formed, took root in Jon's mind. Fire was the source of a dragon's life, yet the north offered only ice. But if the dragon within was strong, if it truly shared Valyrian blood with him, perhaps the flames might awaken it. He fed the fire, stoking it until the heat in the room was nearly unbearable even in winter. He stared at the egg, his pulse throbbing in his temples. He thought of the Targaryen tradition. Daenerys had walked into a funeral pyre with her eggs and emerged unscathed, cradling living dragons. That was in the hot wastes of Essos, where pyres burned with fierce intensity. Here, would the cold not smother the flames before they ever caught? Still, the conviction grew that he had to try something. He unwrapped the egg from its fur covering and held it close to the brazier, rotating it slowly. He closed his eyes, imagining heat seeping through the shell into the dormant heart of the creature. He whispered words he did not fully understand, snatches of High Valyrian gleaned from old scraps of text or from the half-forgotten chants he'd heard told in stories. He felt foolish, yet he also felt a strange resonance, a flicker of something old and potent in the space around him. Time slipped away. The logs burned low, the coals settling into glowing lumps that hissed and popped. Jon found himself swaying on his feet, exhaustion tugging at his eyelids. But he could not stop. It was as if he were in a trance. The egg felt heavier, warming under his hands, each scale seeming to pulse faintly. Then, just as he was about to give in, there was a slight tremor. He almost convinced himself he had imagined it, but it came again, a faint vibration beneath his palms. His heart hammered. He held the egg closer to his chest, nearly pressing it against his woolen tunic, ignoring the heat that built around it. Another tremor, more insistent this time. Then a faint crackling sound, like ice melting under a sudden flame. The shell's surface began to glow with a subtle luminescence, the blue undertones shimmering like hidden sapphires. Jon's eyes widened. He knelt on the floor, egg in hand, hardly daring to breathe. A small fracture appeared, a web of lines forming along the egg's apex. The crackling intensified. Tiny flakes of shell began to peel away, revealing a soft glow from within. Jon was transfixed, adrenaline coursing through him. He thought wildly that he should cool it or bring it outside or find Daenerys. But no, there was no time. Instinct guided him. He set the egg gently into the brazier's embers, letting the heat envelop it. The egg continued to fracture, a symphony of pops and crackles. A new sound emerged, like the chirp of an infant bird. A small piece of shell fell away and Jon saw a patch of scaled hide beneath. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, dark as midnight with swirling hints of blue. With a final crack, the upper half of the shell broke off and a tiny head emerged, slender, reptilian, with glowing blue eyes that met Jon's own. In that instant, time froze. Jon could hardly believe his own senses. A living, breathing dragon hatchling right before him. Its fragile wings pressed against the remains of the shell, shimmering like the delicate membrane of a bat's wings but etched with the faint pattern of icy crystals. Wisps of smoke curled from its nostrils, yet it did not seem at all threatened by the cold. Rather, it looked around inquisitively, taking in the world it had just been born into. Jon lowered himself to the floor, feeling the rush of heat from the brazier wash over him. He extended a tentative hand, palm up. The hatchling chirped again, and with a trembling step it crawled out of the broken shell, stumbling across the embers. Jon braced himself for the creature to recoil or burn, but it seemed at home in the heat. Slowly it touched its snout to Jon's hand, leaving a faint wisp of steam in the air. A wave of awe and tenderness surged through Jon. This was more than just an animal, it was ancient magic, a symbol of House Targaryen, a thing of myth and prophecy. And it had chosen this frozen fortress to hatch, in the presence of one who had never been certain of his own lineage. The hatchling gazed at him with those piercing blue eyes, an uncanny mirror to Ghost's albinistic stare, and Jon felt a bond forming, as though the creature recognized something within him. He gently scooped the dragonling into his arms, careful to support its fragile body. It let out a soft cooing sound, nestling close. Its warmth was astonishing, a living flame that pulsed against Jon's chest. For a time he simply held it, letting the reality of the moment wash over him. In the flickering candlelight, the dragon's scales gleamed with a subtle interplay of icy blues and Stygian black. Fire and ice, indeed. But the wonder of the moment soon gave way to concern. What would he do with a dragon in Castle Black? The men would panic. Ser Alliser would undoubtedly demand its destruction. The dragon might draw the White Walkers or cause some new calamity. And beyond that, how would he feed it? Dragons needed meat, fresh meat, and soon it would grow. Jon thought of Daenerys' dragons, how they had become massive in a few short years. This one would need space and secrecy and a measure of safety that Castle Black could not provide. Yet he could not abandon it. It was a living creature, the last of its clutch, bound by fate to him. He felt a surge of protectiveness similar to what he felt for Ghost all those years ago. But this was infinitely more complex. The stakes were higher, the danger greater. He gently stroked the hatchling's ridged spine, feeling it shiver under his touch. Already it seemed attuned to him, responding to the gentlest pressure of his fingertips with a low, purring rumble. He realized with a start that the dragon was probably hungry. He rummaged through his supplies, finding only dried meat and salted pork, hardly the fresh kill the hatchling might prefer. Still, it was something. He tore off a small piece of the pork and offered it carefully. The little dragon sniffed at it, uncertain, then snapped it up with surprising speed, swallowing it almost whole. It let out a tiny, satisfied growl that made Jon chuckle despite the enormity of the situation. Sleep was a distant notion that night. He sat with the dragon, feeding it morsels of whatever meat he could spare, offering water warmed by the brazier. Hours passed in a blur, and when dawn finally pierced the slits in the walls, he realized he needed to hide the hatchling before the day's duties roused the entire castle. He found an old trunk with a sturdy lock and lined it with furs to create a makeshift nest. The hatchling, though it fussed at being confined, quieted when Jon placed a hand gently upon its head. With a low croon, it settled, curling into a small coil of dark scales and folded wings. Jon left the trunk lid slightly ajar to ensure airflow, then locked his door behind him, heart pounding at the knowledge that he had just concealed a living dragon within the walls of Castle Black. The days that followed were a tense ballet of secrecy and responsibility. Jon performed his role as Lord Commander with outward composure, though inside he was torn with worry over the dragon hidden in his quarters. He fed it at odd hours, sneaking scraps from the kitchens when no one was looking. The hatchling grew quickly, gaining strength each day. Its wings began to stretch out and it developed a taste for the fresh game Jon occasionally managed to bring in from hunts. It also displayed an unsettling intelligence, eyes ever watchful as if it were analyzing this cold, stony world. The bond between Jon and the dragon deepened with each passing day. It recognized his scent, greeting him with quiet chirps whenever he entered the room. He felt strangely comforted by its presence, as though a missing piece of his identity had finally snapped into place. Yet the danger of discovery loomed large. He wanted to share his secret with Sam, but fear held him back. If anyone found out, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, tensions among the men mounted. The presence of the wildlings, the oncoming winter storms, and the haunting knowledge of the White Walkers weighed on them all. Rumors of a dragon in the south, Daenerys's brood, circulated among the men, causing awe and fear in equal measure. None suspected that a new dragon had been born right beneath their feet, a product of fire and ice in the far north. Winter's grip tightened. Thick snowdrifts buried parts of the courtyard, and icicles the length of spears hung from the battlements. Patrols returned with reports of strange sights beyond the wall, entire villages empty, footprints that ended abruptly in the snow, echoes in the night that set their horses on edge. Every day, ravens arrived with new tidings from the south, warning of wars and alliances, but none of it seemed to matter as much as the encroaching darkness that threatened them all. One night, as Jon tended to the dragon, the hatchling made a sudden, startled sound. Its head snapped toward the door, nostrils flaring. Jon froze, heart pounding, and moments later, there was a soft but urgent knock. He quickly covered the dragon with a thick fur cloak and cracked the door open. Sam stood there, clutching a candle, eyes wide. "Jon, I'm sorry, but I need to speak with you. It's important." Jon's stomach twisted. He opened the door enough for Sam to see his face, but not enough to let him peer fully inside. "What is it? Could it not wait until morning?" Sam shook his head, swallowing nervously. "No. I found something in the records, old records referencing the Frostfangs. They speak of an egg, a dragon's egg. It says that if a Targaryen of true blood were to come in contact with it, it might hatch even in the north. It's from a forgotten expedition, but the text is incomplete. I thought you should know. If it's true, Jon, is there something you're not telling me?" Jon struggled to maintain his composure. His mind raced as he tried to come up with a plausible denial, but one look at Sam's earnest face made him falter. He trusted Sam more than anyone else, and Sam was probably the only person who could help him with the knowledge he needed. With a barely audible sigh, Jon stepped back, opening the door enough for Sam to enter. The warmth of the brazier washed over the corridor's chill. Sam stepped in, frowning as he noticed the unusual heat and the smell of cooked meat. "Jon," he began, eyes darting around the room. Then, his gaze landed on the pile of furs in the corner, which seemed to shift slightly. Sam's mouth fell open. 7 hells. Jon closed the door behind him. For a moment, neither spoke, tension thrumming in the air. Then Jon walked over to the furs, gently pulling them back. The dragon blinked up at Sam with luminous blue eyes, letting out a soft hiss. Sam nearly dropped his candle. How is this possible?" Sam whispered, his voice trembling with a mixture of terror and wonder. "A dragon? Here in the north?" Jon placed a reassuring hand on the hatchling's head. "I found an egg in the Frostfangs. I don't know what came over me. I had to try, and it hatched." Sam set his candle down and knelt, staring at the creature with an astonished expression. That's incredible. The texts, they said the egg was dormant, that it might never hatch. But you did it." He glanced at Jon, eyes wide with questions. "Does this mean?" Jon nodded, a lump in his throat. "It might mean I'm of Targaryen blood. I still don't know for sure. But this dragon, Sam, it's alive, it's real, and it's growing." Sam let out a shaky breath. "The implications... Oh, Jon, if the others find out, or worse, if the White Walkers sense it." "I know," Jon said, gently stroking the dragon's neck as it purred under his touch. "I don't know what to do, but it could be our greatest weapon against the Night King. Dragons can kill whites, we've seen that with Daenerys's dragons. But if it's discovered too soon, there'll be panic, possibly bloodshed. I need your help to keep it a secret, and to learn how to take care of it." Sam nodded resolutely, though fear lingered in his eyes. "Of course, Jon. I'll do anything I can. But we must be extremely careful. The slightest hint could bring all the wrong sorts of attention, both from within the watch and from outside." In the days that followed, Sam became Jon's co-conspirator in caring for the hatchling. He scoured the records for any scrap of knowledge about dragon growth, feeding habits, and the Targaryen bond. Jon continued his precarious balancing act, leading patrols, managing the restless men, and tending to the nightly feedings of the dragon, which grew in size with alarming rapidity. Its scales took on a more pronounced shimmer, flecks of silver appearing along the ridges of its spine. It began to produce small spurts of flame from its nostrils, though in the cold air, the flames hissed into steam as often as not. And with each passing day, Jon felt the bond deepen. The dragon recognized him, sought him out with whimpers when he was gone too long, and curled around his feet when he tended the brazier. Late at night, Jon would sit on the stone floor, the hatchling resting in his lap, lost in wonder at this living embodiment of fire in a land of ice. Yet the outside world pressed in. Ravengate patrols returned with grisly tales of whites, of families butchered in their homes. Whispers spread among the men that the end of days was near, that the Night King was amassing an army so vast it would blot out the horizon. Some nights, from the top of the wall, Jon thought he glimpsed strange lights in the far north sky, pulses of eerie luminescence that set his heart pounding. He knew time was running out, that the White Walkers would make their move sooner or later. And he wondered, was this single dragon, small as it was, enough to turn the tide? Despite his determination to keep it secret, rumors began to swirl. Men whispered about a strange glow in Jon's quarters, or odd sounds late at night, like the hiss of steam or the cry of a wounded hawk. Tormund Giantsbane, a keen observer, eyed Jon with suspicion whenever he emerged from his room, complaining loudly about the queer smell in the corridors. Even Ghost seemed on edge, pacing outside the door, hackles raised as if sensing something uncanny within. One cold dawn, Jon rose from a restless sleep to find the dragon perched on the windowsill, gazing out at the endless white expanse. The creature had grown to nearly the size of a large dog, its wings more robust, capable of short bursts of flight. A faint swirl of steam rose from its nostrils and its tail lashed restlessly. Jon realized with a start that it was longing for open skies, for space to soar. Cooping it up in his quarters was becoming untenable. He approached quietly. The dragon flicked its gaze to him, then back to the horizon, letting out a low, plaintive call that tugged at Jon's heart. He rested a hand on its scaled flank. "I know," he murmured. "This isn't your home, is it?" But the north was his home, or at least it had been. And if the dragon was tied to him, perhaps this was its home too. Fire within ice, born to protect the realm that Ned Stark had fought so hard to keep safe. Perhaps that was the role of this new creature, to shield the north from the terrors of the long night. But to do that, it needed room to grow, to hunt, to spread its wings. Jon made a decision that day. He would take the dragon beyond the wall for a time, find a hidden valley or gorge where it could roam free, yet remain close enough for him to visit and nurture it. He shared his plan with Sam, who looked alarmed but ultimately agreed it was the only way to preserve the secrecy and the dragon's well-being. They scouted potential locations on the worn maps, places where steep cliffs might shelter the creature from unwelcome eyes. The day came. Under the cover of pre-dawn darkness, Jon saddled a horse, bundling the dragon, now fully as tall as his hip when standing under a thick cloak. The creature fidgeted, letting out soft growls of protest, its wings scraping against the fabric. Ghost, too, accompanied them. Jon rode north through the gate, claiming an urgent scouting mission. No one questioned the Lord Commander at that hour, though a few men watched him go with puzzled glances. The journey was slow and fraught with risk. The dragon, restless and curious, kept trying to peek out from under the cloak, and a couple of times its snout or tail emerged, forcing Jon to hastily shove it back. Ghost ranged ahead, sniffing at the wind, occasionally returning to look at Jon with an expression that seemed to say, "What madness is this?" At last, they reached a secluded canyon nestled among craggy hills, half encircled by steep walls of ice. A narrow stream wound through the center, fed by glacial melt. The air was deathly cold, but the canyon offered some shelter from the biting winds. Dismounting, Jon helped the dragon free itself from the cloak. It shook out its wings, hissing in irritation, then padded forward on the snowy ground. It took a tentative leap, flapping its wings, and managed a clumsy glide of a few yards before landing in a puff of snow. Jon smiled, though worry gnawed at him. Could a dragon truly thrive in such a cold environment? Perhaps it carried its own internal furnace, as the legends said. He spent the day gathering what dry kindling he could find and building a small fire to help warm the creature, who at times seemed to revel in the snow, rolling in it with a playfulness that surprised him. Yet it never ventured far from the fire's heat. He spent the night there, wrapped in furs, the dragon curled close for warmth. Ghost stood sentinel, ears perked, watching the darkness for any sign of threat. The night sky stretched out overhead, star-filled and impossibly vast. Jon felt a sense of profound destiny pressing upon him. He was but one man, yet he carried the burdens of two great houses, Stark and Targaryen, bound by duty to protect the realm. And here, in this hidden canyon, he guarded a secret that might tip the scales of a war beyond imagining. In the early hours, he was roused by the dragon's low growl. Sitting up, he saw the creature standing at the edge of the canyon, gazing upward at the moonlit cliffs. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. Then, with a sudden whoosh of wings, it launched itself upward, climbing in erratic spirals. Jon scrambled to his feet, heart-pounding, worried it would fly away or injure itself. But the dragon managed a few powerful flaps, gaining altitude before gliding back down in a wide arc. It landed heavily, snow spraying in all directions, letting out a triumphant roar that echoed off the canyon walls. Jon grinned despite himself. "You're stronger than I realized," he murmured, approaching the dragon with caution. The creature snorted, releasing a puff of flame and steam. Its scales reflected the moonlight, a shifting tapestry of blue and black. Jon laid a hand on its flank, feeling the warmth beneath the icy exterior. There was no denying it, this was a creature of both fire and ice, perfectly suited to the north in a way even Daenerys's dragons were not. As dawn broke, Jon fed the dragon bits of dried venison, which it devoured eagerly. He scouted the area, finding signs of deer and elk that might serve as prey. The biggest challenge would be ensuring the dragon had enough to eat as it grew. Perhaps it could learn to hunt on its own, but that would draw attention if it ventured too close to wildling camps or patrol routes. Still, it was a risk Jon felt compelled to take. The alternative, trying to hide a rapidly growing dragon within the walls of Castle Black, was no longer feasible. He spent the rest of that day and the next acclimating the dragon to the canyon. He found a small cave partway up the canyon wall that, once cleared of snow and debris, offered a decent lair. The dragon seemed to approve, and Ghost sniffed around, offering no complaint. Jon returned each night to sleep by the fire, forging a routine that felt both strange and oddly natural. He'd rise in the morning, hunt or set snares for small game, feed the dragon, practice flight drills with it as best he could, then rest as the day waned. The bond between them deepened further, a silent understanding passing through their shared looks and gentle touches. But duty called him back to the wall. He couldn't stay here indefinitely without arousing suspicion. On the morning of the third day, he stood in the canyon's center, the dragon perched on a rock behind him, Ghost at his side. "I have to go," he said softly, as if explaining himself to the dragon. The creature cocked its head, blinking with those uncanny eyes. "I'll return as often as I can, bring you food, check on your growth. But I must protect the wall. There are threats beyond imagining." The dragon let out a plaintive growl, smoke curling from its nostrils. Jon felt a pang of guilt, but steeled himself. He placed a hand on the creature's snout. "Wait for me. Stay hidden. Grow strong." A gentle rumble resonated in the dragon's throat as though acknowledging his words. Jon took a step back, letting the moment settle. Ghost nudged his hand, and Jon scratched the dire wolf behind the ears. Then, with reluctance weighing on his heart, he turned and mounted his horse, riding away from the canyon. The dragon watched from its rocky perch until Jon disappeared beyond the bend. The ride back to Castle Black was somber. Snow fell in thick flakes, dusting his cloak and the mane of his horse. He rehearsed what he'd tell the men, that he'd gone scouting beyond the wall, found nothing of note but more endless snow and ice. He dreaded the half-truth he'd have to tell Sam, but he also knew Sam would understand. Some secrets needed to remain hidden, even from the pages of history, until the time was right. Upon returning, he found the Night's Watch in a tumult. A raven had arrived from Winterfell with dire news. The White Walkers had been spotted near the last hearth, their undead ranks swelling by the day. People were fleeing south in droves, seeking refuge in the holdfasts of the north. The lords were calling their banners, but a creeping despair had taken hold. The nights grew ever darker, the cold more biting. It seemed as if the land itself trembled at the approach of an ancient doom. Jon flung himself back into his duties, rallying the men, ensuring their defenses were in place, reaching out to the northern lords for aid. He took Sam aside and explained that the dragon was safe for now, hidden in a secure location. Sam pressed for details but accepted Jon's vague answers, trusting that the fewer who knew, the better. In the bitter nights that followed, Jon climbed the wall with restless urgency, gazing north. He thought of the dragon in its lonely canyon, braving the cold, hopefully growing in strength. He prayed it would remain undiscovered. The night sky stretched out like a frozen tapestry overhead, the stars flickering like distant embers. Sometimes, if the wind blew just right, he imagined he heard the faint echo of the dragon's roar. Then, late one evening, a horn blast shattered the stillness. Men scrambled to the ramparts, peering out into the swirling snow. Figures emerged from the darkness. Not wights, but living men, wildlings, half-frozen, bearing wounded among them. They brought news that chilled Jon more than any winter wind. An army of the dead was marching south, led by the Night King himself. They had seen it with their own eyes, an endless sea of shambling corpses that stretched far into the horizon. The hour of reckoning was near. Desperate messages were sent to every corner of the north, warning of the impending onslaught. Lords began to gather at Winterfell, forming a last line of defense for the realms of men. The Night's Watch, too few in number, prepared to hold the wall as best they could. But even the massive ice barrier seemed paltry against the unstoppable tide of death. Jon knew the time had come to reveal the dragon, or soon would. But to whom? And how? He could only imagine the uproar it would cause. Would the men accept it as a gift of salvation, or fear it as a monstrous abomination? And what of Daenerys, whose dragons had already entered the tales of prophecy? Would she see this new dragon as a threat or an ally? These questions threatened to overwhelm him. He made a swift decision. He would retrieve the dragon, bring it south to Winterfell, and present it as their only hope for turning back the Night King. Or at least stand with Daenerys' dragons, forming a united front of fire-breathing power that even the whites could not withstand. But he must do it quickly before the dead advanced beyond the wall. He confided in Sam, who agreed. Under the cover of night, Jon set out once again, accompanied only by Ghost. He left command in the hands of the most trusted officers, telling them he was going to gather reinforcements from the northern lords. The wind shrieked across the ice as he ventured beyond the wall. A sense of dread gnawed at him. He could feel the approach of the enemy in the very air, a creeping chill that threatened to freeze his soul. At last, he found his way back to the hidden canyon. The snow was deeper now, the stream partially frozen. The small fire pit where he had camped lay buried under a drift. He glanced around, heart sinking as he saw no sign of the dragon. Had it wandered off or been attacked? Panic seized him. He scrambled up the rocky incline, slipping on the ice, calling out in hushed tones. Then came a roar echoing off the canyon walls. A dark shape emerged from the cave, no longer the size of a large dog, but taller than a horse at the shoulder, wings fully spread in a display of challenge. Blue eyes glowed with fierce intelligence. Steam vented from its nostrils in plumes, and when it roared again, a gout of pale flame erupted, melting the snow in a wide arc. Jon froze, amazement and relief flooding him. The dragon had grown, and it was magnificent. In an instant, recognition flickered in those sapphire eyes. The dragon lowered its head, letting out a rumbling growl that ended in a soft croon. Jon approached slowly, arms spread to show he meant no harm. Ghost trotted behind him, ears twitching. When Jon reached out a trembling hand, the dragon pressed its snout against his palm in greeting. He felt the warmth of its breath, the rhythmic thud of its harpia. A living miracle in this desolate land. "Hello, old friend," Jon whispered, tears pricking at his eyes. The dragon nuzzled him, then lifted its wings, scattering snow and ice into the air. It was larger, stronger, more formidable. Everything he had hoped. Yet now came the challenge of moving it south, past the wall, and through lands that would undoubtedly recoil at the sight of a dragon. He spent the next hours coaxing it to follow him through the canyon, leading it to a plateau where it might attempt a proper flight. The dragon flapped its powerful wings, stirring a blizzard of white flakes, and launched itself skyward, swirling overhead in a breathtaking display of aerial grace. Jon shielded his eyes from the blowing snow, a wild thrill coursing through him. This was the weapon he would bring to defend the north. A dragon of ice and fire, hatched in the forbidding darkness of the Frostfangs, reared in secrecy, now ready for the war to come. But fate would not wait for them. On the horizon, dark shapes formed, an ominous line moving across the whiteness. Even from a distance, Jon knew what they were. Whites, the vanguard of the Night King's army. They marched with an implacable slowness, an endless procession of death. A bone-deep terror clutched Jon. They were too many. He quickly mounted his horse, calling out to the dragon, which circled overhead, as if sensing the threat. Ghost snarled, his hackles raised. Jon spurred the horse south, hoping to outrun the undead legion, but they were closing in fast. The dragon screeched, plunging in a fearless dive toward the whites, unleashing a jet of flame that ignited the front line in an explosion of steam and fire. Whites toppled, writhing in the blaze, but behind them came more, undeterred. Jon's heart thundered. If the dragon engaged them here, it might be overwhelmed. But it was the creature's instinct to protect him, to fight. Tears stung his eyes as he roared, "Fly!" The dragon hesitated, then swooped low, grabbing Jon by the back of his cloak in its talons. The horse neighed in terror, bucking and fleeing. Jon felt himself lifted off the ground, the wind howling around him. Ghost yelped, leaping at the dragon's flank, trying to cling to a ridge of scales. With shocking agility, the dragon shifted mid-flight, hooking Ghost in a taloned foot before beating its wings furiously to gain altitude. The surge of motion tore the breath from Jon's lungs. He clung to the dragon's claw, praying it would not drop him. They soared above the wights, who reached upwards with skeletal hands. The dragon banked sharply, carrying Jon and Ghost toward the south. Jon looked down in horror at the seething mass below. The army of the dead extended farther than he had imagined, a relentless tide that stretched to the distant horizon. The scale of the threat was staggering. Even with this dragon, how could they hope to stem the tide? Clutching the beast's scaled limb, Jon felt its heartbeat, strong and resolute. Perhaps this was the key, a new alliance of men and dragons forging a line of defense. He had no choice now but to continue south to Winterfell or perhaps even farther. The game had changed. The hidden dragon was hidden no longer, and all the might of the undead was on the march. As they flew, the cold wind biting his face, Jon felt strangely calm. The path forward was fraught with peril, but he was no longer alone. He had the unwavering loyalty of the Night's Watch, the cunning of Samwell Tarly, the fierce friendship of Ghost, and now the power of a dragon that had bonded with him through fire and ice. Together, they would meet the coming night and stand against the darkness. In the distance, the first glimmers of dawn touched the horizon, painting the sky with a promise of light. Clinging to his dragon's talon, Jon Snow steeled himself. No matter how bitter the winter, how dark the threat, he would do everything in his power to protect the realm. He had hatched a dragon in the north, a defiance of nature itself. Let the dead come. Together, they would answer with living flame and the enduring will of the north. And in that union of fire and ice, he dared to hope for salvation for them all. Jon Snow had never flown before. Not like this. He had risen with the battered remnants of the Night's Watch in a creaking cage to the top of the wall more times than he could count, endured gale-force winds and the punishing cold that seized one's breath until it felt as if the lungs might crack. But that was nothing compared to the raw, terrifying freedom of a dragon's flight. His life hung on the grip of razor-sharp talons clutching his cloak, and the only thing keeping him from plunging into endless white below was the creature's determination to bear him safely away from the whites surging beneath them. Ghost dangled from the dragon's other taloned foot, and Jon's dire wolf let out sharp, anxious whines each time the dragon's wings battered the air. The beast, dark as a moonless sky, soared south with unsteady but powerful strokes, cutting through the frigid wind. A storm raged below, wind and snow churned as the White Walker's army marched onward, an unstoppable tide. Jon craned his head, peering down. Even in the shifting gloom, he could make out countless silhouettes moving in dreadful unison. He felt certain it was only a matter of time before the walkers themselves appeared, ice-blue eyes shining in the dimness, tall and merciless among their dead legion. The mere thought made his skin crawl, yet that dread did not fully smother the arising within him. Somewhere beneath his terror of being torn free from the dragon's claws and dashed to pieces against the land, there was an exhilaration he had never known. The dragon, his dragon, by all appearances, let out a keening roar, pumping its wings in a fierce effort to climb higher and away from the roiling snowfall. The wind sliced across Jon's cheeks, stinging tears from his eyes. He braced himself, arms and legs going numb, cloak flapping like a rag in a tempest. The flight was rough, riddled with gusts that sent them dipping and swaying like a ragged kite. Yet with each labored wing beat, the dragon seemed to gain confidence, finding new currents in the freezing air. When at last the beast began to descend, Jon realized with a shudder of relief that they were nearing the southern edge of the true north. The wall loomed in the distance, an immense barrier of ice that sparkled with a faint, ghostly light in the rising dawn. Even from the air, it was humbling, a monolith that had stood for centuries, shaped by men sworn to keep the darkness out. And beyond it, as the dragon glided lower, Jon could see the faint outlines of forest and hill stretching toward Winterfell. His thoughts whirled. How would he land this creature near the wall without sowing panic among the brothers of the Night's Watch? They had just parted ways, with rumors swirling that he was off on some quick errand or to gather reinforcements. Even if some men secretly suspected more, few if any could have guessed the truth, that Jon had nurtured a dragon in secret well beyond the wall. The arrival of such a beast in plain sight might unleash havoc. And yet time was of the essence. The undead were on the march. There could be no more secrets if humanity hoped to survive. The dragon dipped, letting out a sharp, high screech that made Jon's ears ring. Then, with surprising grace, it landed on a flat, snowy stretch of earth some distance from the wall where the forest thinned. The jarring impact rattled Jon to his bones. The talons released him, he fell into a drift, snow flying up around him. Ghost leapt free, shaking ice from his white fur. For a moment, Jon simply lay there, dazed, the sky spinning overhead. His mind grappled to reorient. Then the dragon lowered its neck, crooning softly as it peered at him. Jon struggled upright. His legs felt boneless and his breath came in pained gasps. Snow clung to his hair and beard, half melted from the heat of the dragon's body. Ghost pressed close, sniffing him anxiously, bright red eyes flicking warily to the dragon. The two beasts acknowledged each other with a tense calm, an odd kinship that Jon still did not fully understand. He took stock of their surroundings. The dawn sky was tinged with faint pinks and oranges, heralding a day that might bring more storms. The wall to the north was distant enough that they had not been spotted yet, or so he hoped. In the quiet hush of early morning, the only sounds were the soft crackle of branches in the breeze, the whisper of snow against the dragon's scales, and Jon's own ragged breathing. He had to decide quickly what to do. They were exposed out here. The dead might be closer than he realized, and patrols from Castle Black could stumble on them at any moment. Even if the men were loyal to Jon, panic at the sight of a dragon might lead to arrows being loosed. He had no illusions that an ordinary arrow could easily pierce dragon hide, but chaos was the last thing he needed. "Come," he said gently, placing a hand on the dragon's flank. The scales were cold to the touch and yet radiated a deep warmth beneath, as though fire pulsed through the creature's veins. The dragon lowered its head, its icy blue eyes studying Jon with uncanny focus. Then it snorted, sending up a plume of steam. Jon felt a surge of affection. "I need you to follow me, just for a little while longer. Then we'll find someplace safe." The dragon made a low sound in its throat, a rumble of grudging acceptance. Its wings shifted, scattering loose snow. Ghost padded forward, sniffed the dragon's forelimb, then trotted off, nose to the ground. Jon gathered himself. They were too near the wall for comfort, but going directly through the gates with a dragon in tow was impossible. The only real option was to skirt the western edge of the gift, the region south of the wall designated for the support of the Night's Watch, and make their way toward Winterfell by as remote a path as possible. From there, he would decide how to present the dragon to the world. It was a harrowing journey. During the day, they pushed southward, the dragon walking with surprising agility despite its massive size. Jon had half expected the beast to insist on flight, but it seemed reluctant to waste energy when short-range flight would not gain them much distance. Perhaps the memory of the battle with the whites weighed on its instincts. Perhaps it sensed that surreptitious movement along the ground might draw less attention than circling in the sky like a beacon of wonder and dread. Whatever the reason, the creature padded behind Jon in a slow, tireless gait. Ghost scouted ahead and Jon guided them along seldom-used forest tracks. Most were overgrown or partially collapsed from storms, so the dragon knocked aside branches and brush, breathing small bursts of flame when the foliage grew too dense. More than once, Jon worried the smoke might attract watchful eyes, but the wind scattered it quickly. They paused only to let the dragon drink from half-frozen streams or to scavenge for game. The new growth of early winter was scarce, but animals still ranged here and there, and though Jon tried to do the hunting himself with bow and arrow, the dragon sometimes pounced like a monstrous cat, snapping up a deer or boar in its powerful jaws. Those moments were jarring reminders that though this creature was bonded to Jon, it was still a predator at heart, unlike any the North had ever known. Nights were colder yet. Jon would pitch a rough camp, building up a meager fire. The dragon lay near him, adding its own warmth to the air. Ghost curled at Jon's side. Sometimes, in the darkness, Jon would wake to find the dragon staring at him intently as though trying to read his thoughts. Its eyes glowed with flickers of eerie blue in the firelight. Once, Jon could have sworn he heard a half-chanted word echoing in his mind. A phantom voice whispering in a language he didn't understand. But no matter how he strained his ears, the hush of the wind gave him no clarity. He thought often of Sam, of the Night's Watch, of the men who waited for him at Castle Black. He imagined their alarm when they realized the full scope of the undead threat heading their way. And he pictured the hidden texts Sam had pored over, the old lore that might shed light on whether a dragon hatched in the north carried some special significance. The possibilities both intrigued and unsettled him. He also wondered about Daenerys Targaryen, forging southward alliances with her own full-grown dragons. Would she see this new creature as an ally, or a threat to her own claim and legacy? Would she sense in Jon the blood of her house? He himself felt torn. Half a Stark raised in Winterfell, half Targaryen by blood and prophecy. The hush of the trees gave him no answers. At last, after days of travel, he stood upon a ridge that overlooked the White Knife, the winding river leading closer to Winterfell. The sight sent a wave of relief through him. Winterfell was still many leagues to the south, but they were drawing near. The air had grown slightly less brutal, though still ice-cold, and patches of conifers gave some shelter from the wind. From here, the presence of a large settlement would likely become evident if they ventured too close. Farmland, watchers, outriders, perhaps even a few caravans braving the winter roads. He found a small, rocky valley to the west, where the tall pines and overhanging boulders formed a natural enclosure. It was isolated enough that a dragon might remain mostly hidden, especially if it nested in one of the crevices leading under the rock face. A narrow stream trickled through, and while the water was icy, it flowed steadily enough. Snow drifted in, forming heaps along the edges. Jon dismounted from the horse he had taken, an unremarkable brown mare with no particular name, and looked to the dragon. "I need to leave you for a time," he said softly, feeling foolish yet compelled to speak aloud. "Winterfell is just south of here, but I can't bring you in openly. Not yet. It would cause panic, or a fight, or..." He sighed, images of chaos flickering in his mind. "Wait here. I'll return. I promise." The dragon stared at him, unblinking. Snow crusted its horn-like ridges, and a wisp of steam rose from its nostrils. For a long, tense moment, Jon feared the creature might refuse, might follow him or fly overhead, ignoring his wishes. Instead, it sank onto its haunches, talons digging into the frozen ground, and let out a single low rumble. Jon reached up to rest a hand against its flank, his heart clenching at how quickly he had grown attached to this magnificent, fearsome being. He left a small cache of dried venison, though the dragon likely would prefer hunting its own prey. With Ghost at his side, he mounted up again and nudged the mare into a cautious trot. They navigated the steep path out of the valley, leaving the dragon behind in that sheltered hollow. Jon's senses felt strangely empty, as though the bond between them thinned with the distance. He tried to shake off the unease. He was no true dragon rider, no Valyrian with centuries of practice controlling such creatures. He was just Jon Snow, a man sworn to protect the realm, carrying burdens he had never asked for. The ride to Winterfell took another day. The roads were in rough condition, drifted over with snow in places, churned to slick mud in others. He bypassed a few small villages, drawing his hood low so as not to attract attention. In the back of his mind, he knew word might already be traveling about sightings, farmers glimpsing a dark shape in the sky or stumbling upon scorched remains of a deer in the forest. Rumors of dragons would spread like wildfire. But for now, the North was too preoccupied with the mounting threat from the winter's gloom. Most people had no idea how bad it truly was, though Jon suspected the general dread was thick enough to keep them indoors. He arrived at Winterfell in the deep of night. The grand castle rose from the tundra like a solemn guardian, its stone walls crowned with ramparts dusted in snow. Torches glimmered around the curtain walls. Despite the late hour, there was much movement, stable hands leading horses, guards walking the battlements, a steady trickle of folk from outlying lands seeking refuge. Jon approached the main gate, calling out to be recognized. After a tense moment, one of the guards aimed a torch in his direction. Recognition sparked across the man's face. "It's Jon Snow. Open the gate." Iron chains rattled and the gate swung open. Ghost let out a huff and the mare stamped her hooves, nervous at the bustle of Winterfell's courtyard. The guard who greeted Jon was young, wearing a thick cloak with the Stark sigil. He looked out to see Ghost, who dwarfed most common dogs. Others hurried forward, expressing relief that Jon had returned. The courtyard was dimly lit by scattered braziers, but Jon could see the tension etched into every face, lines of worry, weariness, fear. He dismounted, handing the reins to a stable hand who gave him a low bow, then hurried away. People murmured greetings and half-formed questions as Jon made his way inside the great hall. The warmth hit him first, a welcome reprieve from the biting cold. Fires roared in the hearths, and a handful of men and women huddled at tables with mugs of ale or bowls of thick stew. Their clothes were a patchwork of furs and battered leather. War weariness had come early this winter. At the far end of the hall, Sansa Stark rose from the high seat, a seat once occupied by Ned Stark, then by Roose Bolton, then reclaimed by the Starks in the turbulence of war. Sansa looked regal in a heavy cloak lined with fur, her red hair braided in a practical style. The moment she saw Jon, relief flashed in her eyes, followed by a stern concern. "Jon," she said, stepping down from the dais, voice low but urgent. "You came back. Thank the gods. We've been receiving ravens from the wall. There's talk that the dead are moving faster than we feared. And there are rumors." She took in his snow-caked form, the circle of onlookers that hovered behind him. "You look half dead yourself." Jon managed a tight smile, though exhaustion weighed on every bone in his body. "I'm alive. Just barely." He cast a glance around the hall. Not everyone present was a trusted ally. Some were travelers or petitioners from distant lands seeking shelter. "We should talk privately." Sansa nodded curtly, gesturing to one of the side passages. She gave instructions for food and drink to be brought to Jon's chamber, then beckoned him to follow. Ghosts padded at their heels. The watchers parted, casting curious, fearful looks. No doubt they expected dire news from beyond the wall, and they would not be wrong. They made their way through torchlit corridors until they reached the old solar that once served as Ned Stark's study. The space was cozier than the great hall, with a smaller hearth and shelves lined with ancient tomes. The furniture was plain but serviceable, a stout table, a few chairs carved in the northern style. Sansa closed the door, and for a moment they simply stood there, the silence thick. Then she stepped forward and embraced him. Jon stiffened, then relaxed into the hug, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Her warmth, the familiar softness of her cloak, reminded him of a time long lost, childhood moments in Winterfell's courtyard, though they were never particularly close then. The years and horrors since had drawn them together in a new way. "I'm glad you made it back," she murmured, drawing away. "All sorts of horrors swirl around us. I was worried you might never return." Jon nodded. "I had to. There are things we need to discuss, Sansa. Some of them, well, it's complicated." He paused, mind reeling with how to even begin explaining the dragon in the woods. "First, what do we know of the dead?" She moved to the hearth, feeding it a log. Sparks fluttered. "The last ravens told us the army of the dead has passed the last hearth. House Umber's seat is lost, just as Eastwatch by the Sea was lost when the Night King brought down part of the wall." She grimaced. "Refugees have poured into Winterfell and the surrounding areas. We're running out of space and supplies. Bran." Jon felt a twist of unease at the mention of his younger brother, who was no longer just Bran but the three-eyed raven. "What of Bran?" Sansa's voice went quiet. "He says we don't have much time. The Night King is coming. Arya is out scouting with some of the northern trackers, or was the last time I heard. She refused to sit idle, insisted on helping gather information on white movements. I fear for her, but what can I do? She's as stubborn as any Stark ever was." Jon nodded, tension gathering at the base of his skull. The army of the dead had advanced even faster than he feared. The White Walkers could be within striking distance of Winterfell sooner than expected. He also realized Daenerys Targaryen must be on the move. He had heard rumors that she was traveling to the north with her host. The question was, would she arrive in time? A knock sounded at the door, and Sansa allowed a servant to enter, carrying a tray of bread, salted pork, a pitcher of watered wine, and a steaming bowl of onion soup. Ghost eyed the tray, nostrils flaring. The servant set it down hastily, bowed, and departed. Jon's stomach roared at the sight and smell of food. He had eaten only sporadically on the journey. Sansa gestured for him to eat. He gulped down a few spoonfuls of soup, grateful for the warmth. She watched him for a time, then said softly, "Jon, there's more, isn't there? I can see it in your eyes. You've come back with more than just warnings. What happened out there?" He swallowed, feeling the weight of the secret pressing on his chest. "I found something beyond the wall, or rather, I retrieved something. It's why I left in such haste, and why I had to return this way instead of with a full company. A dragon, Sansa. A living, breathing dragon, hatched from an egg I found in the Frostfangs." Her lips parted in disbelief. She stared at him, searching his expression for any sign of jest. Finding none, she breathed. "But Daenerys's dragons are all accounted for in the south, aren't they? How could there be another dragon here?" That's impossible. I thought so too, Jon said quietly. But it's true. I've been caring for it in secret, and it's grown rapidly. In the last few weeks, it's become large enough to carry me away from an army of whites. That's how I escaped. He explained in halting detail. How he discovered the ancient rumor of a hidden egg in the Frostfangs, how he'd gone to see if it was real, how the egg had hatched in Castle Black, and how Sam had helped him keep it hidden. He left out some of the more mystical details, like the sense of intangible communion he felt with the dragon. Even so, it was a staggering tale, and Sansa looked equal parts alarmed and awed. "And now it's here?" she asked, her voice trembling with shock. "Close to Winterfell?" "Jon, if the people see a dragon, some will call it salvation, but others—" She took a step back, pressing a hand to her forehead. He nodded grimly. "I've hidden it in the hills not far from here. I didn't dare bring it into the courtyard. The panic alone might cause a riot. We know the North remembers the wars and the stories of dragons burning entire armies. And the men we have here, the Umbers, Karstarks, Glovers, they might not take kindly to a Targaryen beast in their midst. But the truth is, Sansa, we need every advantage we can get against the Night King. Dragons can kill whites. We've seen Daenerys's dragons do it. This new one is our best hope." She exhaled a shaky breath, crossing her arms. "We'd planned to rely on Daenerys's dragons. We even set up scorpion ballistas just in case, but that was more about containing them if something went wrong. Now you're telling me there's another, and it's yours." Jon winced. "It's not that I claim it like a pet or property. It's more that it seems bonded to me." He paused, unsure how to phrase it without sounding mad. "And if the rumors of my parentage are true, maybe that's why. Sansa, do you know if he said anything about me? About who I might really be?" Her gaze flickered, and he sensed she was deciding how much to divulge. She looked at him almost apologetically. "Bran told me and Arya certain truths about your birth. That you might be the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Aunt Lyanna." She swallowed. "If that's so, then in the eyes of some, you're a rightful heir to the Iron Throne. But we've all had more pressing concerns like survival. We haven't exactly announced it to the lords." Jon closed his eyes. He had suspected that Sansa and Arya knew, especially if Bran had taken them into his confidence. But hearing it confirmed still made his throat constrict. "That news would change everything," he said. "Daenerys is queen by her own claim, and we Starks, if I'm even still a Stark, owe loyalty to the North. But the real threat is the Night King, and none of the rest matters if we can't turn the tide. If this dragon can help, then so be it." Sansa stepped closer, placing a hand on his arm. "Jon, I trust you. You've always done what you believed was right for our people. If you say we have a dragon hidden near Winterfell, then I believe you. But what do we do now?" Jon's mind raced. "We can't keep it secret for long. Not with the dead so near and Daenerys' arrival imminent. She could be here any day now. My hope is that once she sees this dragon, she'll understand that we stand a better chance together. But I have to approach it carefully. She might see it as a threat or, worse, some sort of challenge to her authority. And if the Northerners see two Targaryens in conflict, we'll lose precious unity. That might be exactly what the Night King wants." Sansa pursed her lips. "You'll need allies you can trust implicitly to break this news at the right time. Davos is here and he's proven loyal. Brienne has returned with Podrick from a mission to the Vale. She's sworn to our family, though I don't know how she'll react to a dragon. Tyrion Lannister is also rumored to be on his way with the Queen's vanguard. He might offer a rational perspective, provided no swords are drawn first." Jon rubbed his temples. "All right, let's gather our most trusted people, yours and mine, and decide how to handle this. But first, I need rest, and I'll need to slip away tomorrow or the next day to tend to the dragon, to ensure it doesn't starve or wander. Ghost can lead me back if necessary." Sansa nodded. "I'll make sure you're not disturbed. In the meantime, please eat as much as you can. You look like you haven't slept in a week." She offered a faint, worried smile. "I'll keep your secret for now." He smiled back, a wan gesture. Relief mingled with dread in his gut. "Thank you, Sansa." She gave him a quick embrace, then stepped back, letting him have the room. The door closed behind her with a soft thud. The flickering torchlight on the walls cast wavering shadows, and the winter wind outside hissed through the cracks in the old stone of Winterfell. Jon sank into a chair, letting out a slow breath. Exhaustion dragged at him, but his mind churned, full of images. The unstoppable columns of whites, the dragon's glimmering scales in the half-light, Daenerys's possible reaction, the White Walker's approach. He removed his cloak, boots, and armor piece by piece, wincing as the chill seeped into his sweat-dampened tunic. Ghost lay down on the floor nearby, silent, watchful, eyes half-lidded. The flicker of the hearth warmed Jon's face. At last, he let the tension slip from his body and slumped, letting his eyelids droop. Sleep found him quickly, a merciful reprieve from the day's burdens. When dawn came, it arrived with a clamor. Jon awoke to the distant sound of horns. He jolted upright, heart hammering, reaching for Longclaw. Ghost sprang to his feet, ears pricked. The horns were not the deep, ominous blasts warning of the dead, but the clarion calls that signaled the arrival of a significant party. Jon rubbed sleep from his eyes, threw on a thick cloak, and made his way out into the castle courtyard. Men and women were bustling about, the gates open. Through them rode a column of Unsullied, their tall spears upright. At their head rode Grey Worm, face impassive. Behind them came Dothraki horsemen in furs, gripping rocks. The wind whipped the banners overhead, revealing the three-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen. And there she was, Daenerys Stormborn herself, astride a white horse, her silver-gold hair drawn back under a cloak. Beside her, Tyrion Lannister wrapped in a heavy mantle against the cold. The Watchers of Winterfell stood in tense silence, parted like a dark sea. Sansa stepped out from under the archway, chin high, posture regal, to greet the new arrivals. Jon pushed forward until he reached her side, ignoring the curious looks from the Northmen. Daenerys dismounted with a fluid grace. Her gaze swept the courtyard, taking in the northern faces, the austere walls, the snow drifting through the air. When she turned her eyes on Jon, a flicker of relief and caution danced there. "Jon," she said softly, stepping closer. The Watchers pressed in to see, though they kept a respectful distance. "We heard rumors the army of the dead broke through at the last hearth. I was worried your ravens might have been lost." Jon inclined his head. "Your Grace, I'm glad you've arrived safely." He suppressed a pang of unease at how soon she had come, though he had known she was on her way. "Winterfell welcomes you." Sansa nodded stiffly. "We do. Your forces will be invaluable in the coming battle." Tyrion gave a short bow, his breath fogging in the cold. "Lady Sansa, Lord pardon King Jon." He glanced at them both wryly. "It seems we're finally all here to greet the apocalypse." Jon forced a tight smile. "We have much to discuss. If you and your captains would join us in the Great Hall, we can plan how best to deploy your forces." The dead moved swiftly. Daenerys' expression was grave. "We've seen scouts, whites wandering far from the main host. But my dragons, Drogon and Regal, they are not far behind. They can scout the main body of the undead from the air. Perhaps even burn large swaths of them before they reach the castle." Jon exchanged a glance with Sansa, the thought of Daenerys' dragons reminding him keenly of the new one hidden just a day's ride away. It would be mere hours before Daenerys discovered some sign of it. "That may be wise," he said carefully, "but let's speak further inside, out of the cold." With that, the group moved toward the keep, Daenerys' retinue trailing behind. The mood in the courtyard was charged. Northerners eyed the Unsullied and Dothraki warily, while the latter regarded the thick walls and heavy snow with equal parts suspicion and disdain for the frigid climate. Jon was too distracted to pay the usual courtesies. His mind churned with the knowledge that very soon the presence of a hidden dragon would come to light. And with it, the question of his parentage might shatter what fragile unity remained. They gathered around the great hall's tables, where a map of the north lay spread. Sansa, Daenerys, Tyrion, Davos, Brienne, and several of Daenerys' closest advisors filled the space. The hall was crowded, with tension flaring in every corner. Grey Worm stood at Daenerys' shoulder, watchful and silent. Missandei of Noth hovered near the queen, hugging her cloak against the chill. Arya slipped in quietly, wearing leathers and carrying a bow. She offered Jon a curt nod that spoke volumes. She was glad he was here, but also itching for action. Tyrion took the floor, gesturing at the map. "We've been told the army of the dead could be upon us within a week, perhaps less. We can position our forces Unsullied in the vanguard, the Knights of the Vale at the flanks. The Dothraki could provide mobility along the perimeter. But the key advantage we hold is aerial." Two dragons," Daenerys repeated, glancing at Jon. "Drogon and Regal can harry the enemy, set them alight in segments. But the Night King has weapons. He felled Viserion with an ice spear once. And worse, he resurrected my dragon. Now the dead have an undead dragon of their own. A murmur rippled around the hall at that grim reminder. Brienne frowned. Davos tugged at his beard. Even the most hardened knights seemed unnerved by the idea of facing an undead dragon. Jon's stomach churned. He had seen wights, but never that monstrous thing Daenerys described. Sansa spoke calmly. We have scorpions mounted on the walls. They may not kill an undead dragon easily, but we hope to at least slow it. If we can stop the Night King from sweeping over us, we might stand a chance with Dragonfire. Daenerys nodded, though her eyes lingered on Jon. Yes. And perhaps you, Jon, will ride with me, help me plan from the air. Rhaegal seemed to accept you once. It might be time to see if that bond holds. There was a hint of warmth in her tone, reminiscent of the closeness they had shared in the past. But something about her gaze suggested she sensed a distance now, something unsaid. Jon stiffened. He could not in good conscience keep his own dragon hidden much longer. But to blurt it out here, in front of all these lords and soldiers? Chaos would ensue. He swallowed. There's something I must tell you, all of you, but especially you, your grace. Perhaps we should speak privately first. The hush that fell was palpable. Tyrion's eyebrows rose. Arya eyed Jon with a guarded look. Sansa shifted but gave him a faint nod. Davos cleared his throat. Shall we give you the room, then? Daenerys blinked as though taken off guard, but her composure returned quickly. She offered a small, regal inclination of the head. Yes. Tyrion, Grey Worm, the rest of you please step outside for a moment. Sansa, you may stay if you wish. Jon, you too. Her gaze flicked to Arya. And your sister as well, if that is your desire. Jon paused, considering. He trusted Arya, though he knew her temperament was fierce and unpredictable. She caught his eye, lifting her chin as if to say, I can handle whatever you have to say. Sansa, for her part, was already in the know. But Daenerys did not realize that. Arya and Sansa should stay, Jon said quietly. They are my family, and they need to hear this. The others filed out, confusion etched on their faces. Tyrion glanced back as if he might protest, then thought better of it. Soon, only Jon, Daenerys, Arya, and Sansa remained in the great hall. The fires crackled in the hearths, throwing dancing shadows against the stone walls. Daenerys folded her arms, looking from Jon to the two Stark women. All right, she said. What is this about, Jon? He struggled to find the words. His throat felt tight, and for a moment he wondered if he should begin with the secret of his parentage, or the existence of the new dragon, or how both were intertwined. He saw Sansa watching him steadily, her expression calm but tense. Arya's lips were pressed in a thin line. This is difficult, Jon began. I should have told you sooner, but I barely believed it myself. I discovered some time ago that I might not be Ned Stark's bastard, but rather the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. He let that hang in the air, feeling his heart hammer. Daenerys said nothing at first. She had already learned a version of this truth once, not so long ago in a different thread of fate. But here and now, the shock was plain on her face. She opened her mouth, closed it, then spoke in a subdued tone. You are a Targaryen? Her eyes darted to Sansa and Arya. And you both knew? Sansa nodded. Arya remained stoic. We had it from Bran, Arya said, voice clipped. He sees things, memories, visions. He confirmed it. A flicker of confusion crossed Daenerys' face. But Jon knew she had heard of Bran's abilities. The queen exhaled slowly. If that's true, then you are Aegon Targaryen, the last living son of Rhaegar. You have a claim to the Iron Throne, potentially a stronger one than mine. Is that what you're telling me? Jon shifted uncomfortably. I don't want the throne. I've never wanted it. My place is here, defending the North. But that's not all I have to tell you. Daenerys blinked. There's more. He drew in a breath, steeling himself. Yes, you know I traveled beyond the wall, claiming it was for a scouting mission. The truth is, I found a dragon's egg in the Frostfangs. I hatched it in Castle Black. He glanced at Sansa and Arya, who stood silent, letting him speak. The dragon is now grown enough to carry me on its back. I just used it to escape the Whites. It's hidden, not far from Winterfell. Shock lit Daenerys' features, mingled with something like a flare of raw emotion. A new dragon? That's impossible. Then her eyes narrowed. No, not impossible. Not if you're truly a Targaryen. It would explain why an egg might respond to you. But where is it now? In the hills west of Winterfell, Jon said quietly. I didn't dare bring it here until we'd spoken. The north is on edge, and I feared they might attack it out of fear. Or that you might see it as a threat. Daenerys's throat worked as she processed the revelation. She turned away for a moment, walking a few paces across the hall, her cloak dragging on the floor. Sansa and Arya both watched her warily. When Daenerys turned back, her expression was complicated, something close to wonder tinged with anxiety. I won't deny that it unsettles me, but a new dragon is a miracle. She paused, voice dropping. And if it's loyal to you, that might be the best gift we have against the dead. Arya spoke up, tone calm but urgent. If we have 3 living dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Jon's new beast, then we stand a better chance against the undead. And if the Night King brings his own undead dragon, at least we won't be outnumbered in the skies. Daenerys nodded slowly. We'll need to see this new dragon to ensure it doesn't clash with my own. Drogon and Rhaegal can be territorial, but dragons of the same blood might sense kinship. Her eyes flicked to Jon, searching his face. Though you say it hatched in the Frostfangs in bitter cold. That's never been done. Jon recalled the hatchling's icy scales, the pale flames that sometimes spouted from its nostrils. It's unlike your dragons in some ways. Its scales are dark, flecked with what looks like frost. But it breathes fire. I saw it with my own eyes. Fire that seems colder in color, yet still deadly to the whites. Sansa listened, arms folded. One question remains, do we keep it secret from the rest of our forces a while longer, or do we reveal it now? The more time we have to prepare, the better. Daenerys clenched her jaw. My men deserve the truth, but I see your point about timing. The North is famously mistrustful of outsiders, and a new dragon might push some lords over the edge. Gods know the arrival of my army already strains them. For the moment, perhaps only the top commanders need to know. The rest will learn soon enough, especially if we need it in the battle to come. Jon let out a breath, relief mingled with lingering dread. All right, I'll take you to see it away from prying eyes. Then we can decide to present it to your men and the northern lords. Daenerys inclined her head in agreement. We'll do that today if possible. Tyrion and Grey Worm can oversee the camp setup while we slip away. It might raise eyebrows, but a measure of secrecy is best for now. She paused, looking at Jon with a complex emotion in her eyes. I appreciate your honesty, and though this changes many things between us, your blood, your claim, I'd rather face it head-on than let it breed mistrust. Jon's chest felt tight. Agreed, he said softly. Time is not on our side, so let's put aside claims and crowns. We need to fight as one. The Night King doesn't care whose sigil flies over King's Landing. Sansa gave a brisk nod, signifying her alignment with that sentiment. Arya's expression remained guarded, but she too seemed committed to the immediate cause. Daenerys took a deep breath. Then let's gather our coats and be on our way. Best do it soon, before the day grows too short and the next storm rolls in. They broke from their huddle. Outside the hall, Tyrion, Grey Worm, Davos, and a few others waited, swirling with curiosity. Daenerys smoothly explained that she and Jon needed to inspect certain defenses in the vicinity, and that Sansa and Arya would remain in charge at Winterfell for the afternoon. Tyrion frowned, clearly sensing a hidden agenda, but he did not protest. Grey Worm simply nodded, ever the dutiful commander. Davos blinked, lips parting in confusion, but he too accepted it without argument. Within the hour, Daenerys and Jon were riding out of Winterfell's gates on horseback, accompanied by a very small escort. Missandei insisted on coming, and so did Jorah Mormont. But Jon asked them both to remain behind if possible, not wanting a larger crowd to startle the dragon. Daenerys reasoned that Jorah could be of help if things went awry, and she trusted him with her life. In the end, they agreed that only Jorah would come along with Ghost, who trotted faithfully beside Jon's horse. The ride was awkward at first. Daenerys asked few questions, seeming lost in thought. Jorah watched Jon warily, as though measuring him anew. They cut across the rolling plains, which glimmered with fresh snowfall and skirted thick stands of pine. The day was gray and cold, but the wind had settled somewhat. After a time, Daenerys spoke quietly. In Meereen, when my dragons were small, I never imagined I'd see more of their kind. I believe them to be the last in the world. To think that an egg lay hidden in the Frostfangs, waiting for a Targaryen, it seems the stuff of prophecy. Jon nodded. I still hardly believe it myself. They pressed on, eventually reaching the stony valley where Jon had left the dragon. Snow fell in hushed drifts, muffling the crunch of their horses' hooves. A narrow path led down between boulders to the partially frozen stream. Daenerys's gaze darted around. Jorah rode with one hand near his sword hilt, tense as a coiled spring. When they rounded a bend, Jon saw something that made his heart leap, footprints in the snow, deep, clawed impressions that led toward the far end of the valley. He dismounted, tying his horse to a scraggly pine, and gestured for Daenerys and Jorah to do the same. Ghost bounded ahead, sniffing the tracks. Jon quietly signaled for them to approach slowly, no sudden movements. They came upon a rocky shelf where the dragon lay curled, half concealed by an overhang. At first, Daenerys inhaled sharply as though the sight took her breath away. Jorah's eyes widened. Indeed, the dragon was bigger now than even a few days before, its wings draped along its flanks, dark scales flecked with a subtle sheen of pale blue as though frost had crystallized around each scale. When it sensed their presence, it lifted its head, releasing a low rumble. Jon stepped forward, heart pounding, calling out softly, "It's all right. We mean no harm." The dragon's eyes fixed on him, and the tension in its posture eased. Its crest relaxed, the ridged spines flattening. It let out a small hiss at Jorah but did not lunge. Daenerys moved closer, her expression one of wonder. She did not attempt to touch it, merely observed. The dragon cocked its head, clearly aware of her presence. A low exhale of steam drifted from its nostrils. Close up, it was even more apparent that this dragon differed from Drogon or Regal, where they bore the colors of black and green or black and red. This one's scales were dark but woven with a faint, icy shimmer. She circled around, awe shining in her violet eyes. Jorah held his ground, knuckles white on his sword hilt. But when Jon reached a hand up to scratch the dragon behind a horn-like protrusion, the creature closed its eyes in what appeared to be contentment. Daenerys let out a breathless laugh. "Incredible," she whispered. She inched nearer, extending a tentative hand, letting the dragon sniff her. It rumbled, less hostile than curious. She touched its scales, eyes shining. "I can feel the heat beneath the cold. Like a forge banked under fresh snow." Jon nodded. A perfect balance of fire and ice. For a moment, he and Daenerys shared a look that spoke volumes about what this meant for Westeros, for the war, for them. Jorah cleared his throat, though he did not relax entirely. "Your Grace, if this creature fights alongside Drogon and Regal, it might tip the scales against the undead. But we must be certain there's no conflict between them. Dragons can be competitive, especially if they sense a stranger." Daenerys straightened, a thoughtful crease in her brow. "You're right. Perhaps we can introduce them carefully, with me on Drogon, Jon on this one, and see if Regal follows our lead. If they accept each other, we'll have 3 living dragons under one banner." Her mouth tightened. "And we'll need every advantage, for the Night King's dead dragon may be unstoppable otherwise." Jon ran a hand along the dragon's flank, feeling the steady rise and fall of its breath. "They must unite or we die. The Night King won't give us a second chance. We should do it soon." Daenerys nodded. "Yes, we'll bring Drogon and Regal tomorrow, perhaps. We'll do it away from Winterfell, in a wide clearing." She turned to Jorah. "We'll need to manage the men's expectations. Some will want to see the spectacle, but it might be too dangerous with large crowds. The fewer people there, the better." Jorah dipped his head. "I'll see to it." Jon exhaled, relieved that Daenerys had not reacted with fury or jealousy. Instead, she seemed inspired, as though the presence of another dragon renewed her determination. They spent some time examining the dragon more closely, noting the unique shape of its horns and the unusual hue of its eyes. An intense, crystalline blue that reminded Jon of glaciers. Daenerys asked about its feeding habits, its personality. Jon answered as best he could, though he felt he had barely begun to understand it himself. When they were done, Daenerys stepped back, and the dragon rose, stretching its wings in a mighty sweep that scattered snow into the air. Ghost barked, dancing back out of the way. Daenerys shielded her eyes, a smile on her lips. "It's beautiful, fierce. I can feel a kindred spirit in it. Do you plan to name it?" Jon hesitated. He had thought of names in passing, recalling Targaryen lore or Stark legends or something that merged both. But none felt quite right. "I've not settled on one." he said at last, stroking the dragon's neck. Maybe it'll let me know in time. Daenerys smiled wryly. Perhaps it will. She stepped forward and placed a hand on Jon's forearm. Thank you for sharing this with me, for trusting me, despite everything that stands between us. Jon met her gaze, the enormity of it all weighing on him. Thank you for accepting it. I know you came here to lead, to save us all from the Night King. This can only help. And that's all I want. Their eyes locked for a charged moment, reflecting the swirling snowfall. Then Daenerys withdrew her hand. We'd best get back to Winterfell, she said softly. We have an army to command, and the dead are drawing nearer every hour. Reluctantly, Jon nodded. He murmured a few gentle words to the dragon, urging it to stay in the valley. Yora looked unconvinced it would simply remain, but he said nothing. They retraced their steps up the rocky slope, returning to their horses. Each one carried fresh burdens of thought. Ghost loped beside Jon, occasionally glancing back at the hidden dragon. They rode back to Winterfell in relative silence, the only sound the crunch of hooves and the whistle of the wind. When they reached the castle gates, the day had drifted into late afternoon, the sky a pale haze of cloud. By then, curiosity and rumors had begun to swirl among the men. Tyrion waited in the courtyard, face pinched with cold. He looked mildly irritated that he had been left behind. So, he said, falling into step beside Daenerys as they dismounted. Can I ask where you went, or is it still a secret best kept? Daenerys exchanged a glance with Jon. We went to inspect a new development, one that may prove essential in the battle, she replied carefully. We'll speak of it in council soon, but for now, keep the men focused on preparing the defenses. We don't want them distracted. Tyrion's eyes flicked from her to Jon, but he refrained from further probing. Very well, though I warn you, rumor thrives in the cold. People talk when they're freezing and idle. Jon let out a breath, nodding. Then we'll set them to any task that needs doing, fortifying the walls, distributing dragonglass weapons. Keep them busy, keep them from prying too much. Together, they made their way inside. That evening, in a small council of the highest-ranking commanders, Daenerys and Jon confided the existence of the new dragon. The reaction was a mixture of astonishment, excitement, and anxiety. Davos nearly choked on his ale. Brienne's eyes went wide, and Gendry, who had joined the war effort, looked as though he couldn't decide whether to cheer or run. Grey Worm asked bluntly how soon the dragon could be used against the enemy. Yora maintained his stoic caution, reminding everyone that they had not yet tested how it would interact with Drogon and Rhaegal. At Sansa's urging, they kept the news contained to that circle, though inevitably, whispers would spread. Plans were laid for the next day's introduction of the dragons to one another. Daenerys insisted on leading Drogon herself, while Rhaegal would follow. Jon would bring the frost-scaled dragon. A place 2 miles south of Winterfell was chosen, a wide open field ringed by low hills, far from the inhabited areas. Night settled over Winterfell, thick and oppressive. Jon took a moment to step out onto the ramparts and gaze north, his breath clouding in the icy air. The memory of the White Walkers still chilled him more than any winter wind. For all his talk of alliances and dragons, the enemy was closer than ever. He sensed it on the wind, that creeping dread, the hush that came before a cataclysm. The moon loomed overhead, pale and uncaring. Ghost stood at his side, ears perked. After a few moments, Jon heard soft footsteps. He turned to see Arya approaching, her leather armor dusted with snow. She leaned on the stone parapet, following his gaze out into the darkness. It's strange, she said quietly. Waiting for them like this. I spent so long on my own, traveling distant lands, learning to kill. And now I'm here, facing an enemy that doesn't have a face. Or if it does, it's a face of ice. Jon nodded, feeling the old ache of memory. But you're here with family. That counts for something. A faint smile touched her lips. Yes, it does. She hesitated. You're not the only one with secrets. I've done things, Jon, things I'm not proud of. But I survived. And I'll keep surviving no matter what comes. She glanced at him sidelong. You and your new dragon, maybe that's the key to surviving. Fire and ice. Jon found himself recalling the dragon's strange, glacial eyes. I hope so. We can't fail, Arya. If we do, the entire realm falls into darkness. She nodded solemnly, then stepped away from the parapet. Then we won't fail. He watched her go, a swirl of conflicting emotions in his chest. Pride, worry, a fierce protectiveness for his sister cousin. The night stretched on, but he did not linger long in the cold. Eventually, he descended the stairs, returned to his chamber, and tried to find a few hours of rest before the dawn's crucial test. Morning broke with a dull, pewter sky. The air felt damp, laden with the threat of more snow. Daenerys and Jon rode out early, accompanied by a small retinue. Grey Worm brought a handful of Unsullied. Yora and Missandei came, along with Sansa, Tyrion, and Davos. Bran was absent. Sansa had suggested that the short ride might be too taxing in this weather, though Jon suspected Bran had his own reasons for staying behind. Arya and Brienne remained at Winterfell to organize troops. By arrangement, Daenerys left first with Drogon and Rhaegal. The two mighty dragons took to the skies from a field just outside the castle walls, their roars echoing across the plain. The sight set horses whinnying and rearing. Jon felt a stir of awe, recalling the day he had ridden Rhaegal briefly over the Frostfangs. That memory seemed an age ago. Jon led the others west to the dragon's hidden valley. He found the creature already waiting for him at the valley's edge, as though sensing the day's significance. Its wings twitched with restless energy. A faint wreath of steam rose from its nostrils, and it gazed skyward, perhaps hearing or smelling the presence of the other dragons. Daenerys dismounted, leaving her escort behind, and approached. Jon stepped up to the dragon, murmuring reassurance. The beast shifted, then crouched, allowing him to climb onto the base of its neck, just behind the ridge of spines. He secured himself with practiced caution, though it still felt surreal. This was only the second time he had tried to ride it. He shot Daenerys a look, and she nodded encouragement before stepping back. Jon urged the dragon to rise, and it did so in a fluid movement that sent his stomach lurching. With a powerful sweep of its wings, it launched skyward. The ground dropped away. He clung to the rough scales, the wind battering him. Below, he heard shouts of alarm and wonder from the men. Even Grey Worm stared wide-eyed, spear in hand, unsure what to do. The dragon leveled out, finding an air current. Its wings spread wide, each span glinting with an icy sheen. Jon saw Winterfell's ramparts in the distance, and beyond them, the shapes of two large dragons circling. Drogon, black and red, soared in a wide arc, while Rhaegal, green and bronze, flanked him. Their roars carried across the sky, echoing in Jon's chest. Jon felt a surge of adrenaline. He guided his mount, leaning forward to direct its flight. Though he had never trained to ride a dragon, some primal instinct guided him. Perhaps the dragon read his body language, or even the intangible bond of Targaryen blood. They swept toward the clearing south of Winterfell, where Daenerys was waiting with the others. Drogon and Rhaegal spiraled down from above, mighty silhouettes against the pale sky. As the three dragons drew nearer, tension crackled in the air. Drogon snarled, flames licking at the edges of his jaws. Rhaegal hissed, beating his wings. The new dragon answered with a roar that sounded like an avalanche. Jon's heart pounded. This was the moment of truth. If they attacked one another, the day would end in disaster. But if they recognized each other as kin, he felt the muscles beneath him tense, as though the dragon was ready for a challenge. Drogon descended first, landing with thunderous force, the earth trembling. Rhaegal touched down beside him, letting out a warning hiss. Jon's dragon hovered a moment, then alighted a short distance away, flaring its wings. Daenerys stood by Drogon's massive flank, one hand resting on the beast's scales. She looked small next to him, but her presence radiated authority. For a heartbeat, all three dragons glared at one another, the air thick with potential violence. Then Daenerys spoke softly, in a soothing tone. Drogon's snarling quieted. Rhaegal lifted his head, blinking. Jon stroked his dragon's neck, urging calm. Slowly, unbelievably, the dragons relaxed. Drogon took a tentative step forward. The new dragon, though smaller, did not back away, but nor did it lunge. It released a low rumble. Rhaegal circled around, sniffing the air. There was a certain dance to it, a primal negotiation of territory. For long moments, Jon scarcely breathed. At last, Drogon made a sound deep in its throat, perhaps a greeting. Jon's dragon responded. The tension ebbed. Daenerys's eyes shone with relief, and Jon felt a surge of triumph so strong it nearly made him dizzy. The 3 living dragons of House Targaryen stood together on the snowy field, their breath steaming, their eyes fierce, but not attacking one another. From behind a small rise, the Watchers, Sansa, Tyrion, Yora, Davos, Missandei, Grey Worm, and a handful of Unsullied, peered in open astonishment. Some might once have dreamed of seeing 2 dragons in the same sky, but 3 was the stuff of legends. And to have them allied, there was no denying it was a historic moment. Daenerys approached Jon's dragon, offering it an open hand as she had done before. It allowed her near without aggression. She glanced at Jon, who was still astride it, and smiled. "I think they accept each other," she said quietly, marvel in her voice. Jon slid down, landing in a crouch. His knees felt weak. He reached up, patting the dragon's scales. "It seems so." He dared a small smile at Daenerys. "Now we have 3 living dragons on our side." She nodded gravely, resting a hand on his arm. "Yes, and that may be all that stands between us and annihilation." In the sky overhead, the clouds churned as though responding to the momentous union. A gust of wind blasted across the field, and the dragons lifted their heads to sniff at the air. Jon's stomach twisted. He felt a sudden dread, a prickling along his spine. Daenerys's gaze sharpened, and she turned to look north. Yora, Sansa, Tyrion, they all turned as well, as if hearing something beyond mortal ears. Then, faint but distinct, came the low blast of a horn from Winterfell's direction. Once, then twice, then 3 times. Jon's heart lurched. That was the signal for the dead. The Watchers in the distance stirred into frantic motion. Even from where they stood, Jon could sense the ripple of alarm. Messengers would be rushing to relay the news. The enemy had been sighted. Daenerys's face went pale, her lips tightening. "The Night King," she breathed. In an instant, all thoughts of dragon introduction vanished. Jon and Daenerys ran toward their Watchers, shouting for information. Tyrion, hurrying up, called out. Riders from the North Tower saw shapes moving near the tree line, hundreds, maybe thousands. "We can't be sure yet if it's the main host, but we have to prepare for the worst." Sansa's eyes were wide, though her voice steadied. "We need to get back to Winterfell. That's where our defenses stand. The men must be rallied." Jon turned, chest tightening. The dragons hissed, roared. They sensed the threat. "I'll fly ahead," he said, glancing at Daenerys. On my dragon. I'll see if I can spot the enemy's approach. You follow with Drogon and Regal. Let's alert the castle, get the archers on the walls, the ballistas readied." Daenerys squeezed his hand, a moment of grim solidarity. "I'll be right behind you." He nodded and SPR. And back to his dragon. The beast was already shifting, wings flaring. He climbed onto its neck with a pounding heart, ignoring every muscle screaming at the memory of their last flight. Another call of the horn sounded across the field, rattling his nerves. Time was up. With a heave, the dragon hurled itself skyward, the wind roaring in Jon's ears. He rose above the Watchers, above the stunned Unsullied. Daenerys's dragons launched soon after, their mighty wings stirring a blizzard of snow. Together, they turned north, racing the wind, the breath of winter biting their faces. Below, Winterfell shrank until it was a scattering of walls and towers in a sea of white. Jon guided his dragon higher, scanning the horizon. His eyes narrowed. There, a dark line creeping across the pristine snow, a tide of shapes. The army of the dead. Farther out, black in the gloom, he glimpsed an enormous figure gliding. Was that the undead dragon? A chill deeper than any winter wind seized him. He looked back to see Daenerys on Drogon, Regal at her side, closing in. The final battle was at hand. But they had a 3rd living dragon now, a child of ice and fire, and for the first time in a long while, Jon felt a spark of genuine hope flicker in his chest. He tightened his grip on the ridged scales and urged his dragon forward. There was no turning back. The fate of the realm would be decided in the next hours by the union of living dragons and the courage of those who refused to yield to darkness. As the wind howled in his ears, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, the Wolf of Winterfell, and the Dragon of the North steeled himself for the reckoning to come. Jon Snow urged his dragon through the frigid air, eyes narrowed against the bitter wind as he led the formation toward Winterfell's looming walls. The undead were coming closer than ever, and no one, not even those who had braced for this battle, could be truly prepared for what was about to descend upon them. The new frost-scaled dragon bore him with steady power, its wings beating a rhythmic thunder beneath the low-hanging clouds. Off to his right, Daenerys guided Drogon and Rhaegal in a wide arc, her platinum hair whipping in the gale. From the ground below, horns blasted in frantic warning. The scouts had spotted the vanguard of the Night King's army, and the watchers on the walls were calling all defenders to their stations. The early morning sky was gray and heavy, threatening sleet or snow at any moment. The dragons rode the air currents, sweeping low enough for Jon to see the fortress courtyard flash by, a mass of humanity surging to final positions. Swords and spears glinted despite the dull light, rows of archers took up stances on the ramparts, and beneath the outer towers, lines of Unsullied stood at the ready. Farther back, knights from the Vale manned cavalry lines alongside the North's own riders, the horses skittish with fear. Tension churned through the biting cold. Jon could sense the dragon's excitement coursing through its body. He felt it too, a mixture of dread and fierce resolve. The beast twisted its long neck, letting out a roar that resonated in Jon's bones. In the distance, Drogon answered with a deeper, more guttural bellow. Rhaegal, more reserved, added a secondary note of warning. Even from the sky, Jon could hear the clarion ring of war drums in the courtyard. The defenders of Winterfell were steeling themselves for the onslaught, hearts pounding at the knowledge that the fate of the living realm balanced on a razor's edge. With one last sweep around the battlements, Jon steered his dragon toward a rough landing in an open field south of the castle, well beyond arrow range and directly in the path where the armies would collide. The ground trembled when the frost-scaled creature touched down, claws raking the churned snow. Jon dismounted, dropping lightly to one knee, his limbs still vibrating from the flight. The beast curled its neck around, nostrils flaring white steam. Jon pressed a palm against its flank, murmuring a quiet reassurance. Moments later, Daenerys and her 2 dragons descended. Drogon's impact was thunderous, sending a tremor through the frozen earth. Rhaegal flared his wings, blowing flakes of snow in all directions. Daenerys leapt from Drogon's side, the imposing shadow of his wings cast over her. She wasted no time in striding toward Jon, her face set with grim determination. "They're close," she said, voice taut. "My outriders saw whites swarming the woods near the old roads. The main host can't be far behind." Jon nodded, adrenaline humming in his veins. "We should hold this position until we can see their formation. Then we attack from the air with the dragons while our infantry lines and archers provide cover." He swallowed, thinking of the endless columns of dead he'd glimpsed during that frantic flight from beyond the wall. The Night King will be near the rear or hidden. We must remain alert for the undead dragon. Daenerys' gaze flickered to the horizon. "Drogon and Rhaegal can keep watch for it. And she hesitated a fraction, as if still growing accustomed to the presence of a third dragon that was not hers by birthright. "Your dragon. We haven't yet tested it in direct combat, Jon. It might surprise us or prove difficult to control." He glanced at the frost-scaled creature standing watchfully behind them, its bright blue eyes scanning the plains. "It's been calm with me so far, but I know the risk." She placed a hand on his arm, speaking softly. "We'll face it together. If your dragon can burn whites as mine do, we'll have that advantage. And the gods know we need every advantage." Jon nodded. Their eyes met, a mutual understanding passing between them. Then Daenerys released his arm, turning to her dragons. Drogon snarled low, as though sensing the nearness of his undead counterpart. Rhaegal clawed the ground, restive. Jon walked back to his own dragon, running a hand over the ridges along its neck. Beneath his palm, he felt a coiled power, the union of ice and fire that had made it possible for this beast to hatch in the North's bitter cold. A whinny broke the silence. Jon looked back to see a mounted figure approaching in the half-light, armed with a spear and layered in fur and boiled leather. Grey Worm, dismounting from a borrowed northern horse, led a small group of Unsullied on foot behind him. The soldiers carried tall shields and wore their distinctive helmets, though the frigid climate had forced some modifications to their attire. He inclined his head in greeting. "Jon Snow, your grace," Grey Worm said, addressing Daenerys. "Our forward scouts confirm movement along the King's Road. Many thousands. Could be the main army." Daenerys pursed her lips. "And our own lines?" Grey Worm's voice was steady. "The Unsullied stand ready at the first defensive ring. Archers from the Vale and the North man the ramparts. The Dothraki wait at the western flank, with cavalry from the Vale supporting them. Ser Brienne and Arya Stark command a contingent of outriders between us and the castle, prepared to respond as needed." Jon exhaled, relieved that the plan was in motion. "Good. We'll do a quick sweep. If we see their approach, we strike early, try to break their lines before they can swarm the defenses." Grey Worm nodded. "Understood." Jon turned to Daenerys. "Let's be quick. We can't let them catch us on the ground." She agreed. They remounted their dragons, laboring against the whipping wind. Grey Worm led his men back toward the nearest lines, unsheathing his short sword as he went. In the gray light of morning, the field took on an otherworldly hush, as though even the breeze held its breath. Then, with a simultaneous roar, Drogon and Rhaegal launched themselves skyward. Jon's dragon let out a resonant growl and followed, the jolt of rising nearly unseating him. Within moments, they soared above the snowy plains, the castle spires visible off to one side. From this vantage, Jon saw the array of forces spread out across gentle slopes, pockets of infantry, cavalry in wedge formations, archers bristling along the battlements, and in the far distance, the glint of spear points marking the unsullied lines. It was a hastily assembled host of thousands, less than he might have hoped for but more than the North could ordinarily muster in winter. The rumored might of House Arryn was in attendance, along with loyal northerners from across the realm. Yet Jon's heart pounded with apprehension. Against the dead, any number could feel too small. Daenerys pointed ahead and Drogon shot forward. Rhaegal followed, gliding in a wide arc. Jon urged his dragon to climb, straining to peer beyond the rolling hills. He caught his breath at the sight, a solid, writhing mass of figures not quite distinguishable from the land itself until one realized it was moving. An ocean of white and gray and black, an endless tide of rotted faces and clawing limbs. They marched in silence, some stumbling, some loping, but all driven by a single terrible will. The army of the dead. It stretched so far that Jon couldn't see an end. His pulse thundered in his ears. Even after all the warnings, the scouting reports, the memory of Harhome, nothing prepared him for the immensity of this horde. Far overhead, the clouds churned and the morning dimmed as if the sun recoiled from the presence of such horror. He swallowed, remembering the plan: break their front ranks with dragon fire, lure the Night King into revealing himself, and hopefully destroy him before the battle was lost. It was a desperate gamble, but no one had conjured a better one. Drogon and Rhaegal peeled off to the left, weaving in a swift approach to flank the horde. Jon guided his dragon to the right, intending to come at the undead from another angle. He tightened his grip on the dragon's spines, heart hammering as they prepared to unleash havoc from above. If they could burn enough whites, maybe the others would stand a chance on the ground. He locked his gaze on the front lines of the undead. The mass of whites came into clearer focus, half-frozen corpses in northern peasant garb, battered wildling raiders, carapaces of old bones strung with bits of cloth. Horses that once served living riders now carried shriveled, sagging torsos. The White Walkers themselves would be scattered among them, tall and pale, but from this height, Jon couldn't pick them out easily. One figure alone might be missing, far behind the lines, the Night King. And if the legends were true, if the Night King were slain, all of these dead might collapse as well. His dragon hissed, shuddering beneath him as if it sensed the vile presence below. Jon urged it lower, close enough that he could see the whites of the White's eyes. They were empty, cold, unseeing yet fixated on the living's destruction. The dragon inhaled. Instinct told Jon to brace himself. With a roar, the beast exhaled a torrent of blue-white flame, a savage burst that cut a diagonal swath through the horde. Whites ignited in a shimmering inferno, limbs flailing. Steam and smoke erupted, swirling around the dragon's belly as it passed overhead. Jon felt a grim surge of triumph. The dragon's fire was as deadly as any heat flame he had witnessed. Where Daenerys' dragons spewed red-orange conflagrations, this frost-scaled creature unleashed a flame tinted with white and blue. Yet it burned all the same, scything through the undead ranks and leaving a swath of charred or evaporated flesh behind. He heard faint shrieks, the popping of frozen sinew. Then the horde closed ranks again, pressing forward. The volume of undead was so great that even a dragon's fire felt like trying to drain an ocean with a cup. Across the field, Drogon and Rhaegal dove in tandem, belching gouts of furious flame. Jon saw entire segments of the white lines go up in brilliant conflagration. The earth glowed with black and red embers, sending streams of smoke curling skyward. But still the mass advanced. Whites climbed over the smoldering remains of their fellows, heedless of any sense of pain or fear. Jon's dragon circled back for another pass, roaring defiance at the unending tide. From behind the front lines, horns sounded from the living's ranks. Jon knew that was the signal for archers and catapults to open fire. A moment later, black shapes hurtled overhead. Flaming projectiles soared into the undead ranks, bursting among them. Traps laid in the fields, ditches filled with flammables, were ignited. Geysers of flame erupted, swallowing yet more of the whites. Through the swirling chaos, Jon glimpsed lines of unsullied bracing their spears, the Dothraki cavalry surging forward, steel flashing. Another horn blast, the defenders had committed to a full engagement. Jon's heart seized. The plan was in motion, but if they couldn't stem the onslaught, Winterfell would be overrun. The dragons had to do more, had to find the White Walkers, find the Night King. He banked to rejoin Daenerys, guiding his mount through a swirl of smoke. Drogon swooped in from the left, Regal from the right, their combined roars shaking the sky. Jon maneuvered to fly parallel with Daenerys, though the swirling ash made it hard to see her clearly. He shouted over the wind, "We have to force the Night King out." She shouted back, voice half lost in the maelstrom, "Look for him in the rear. He'll be watching, he wants to use his own dragon when the time is right." The mere thought made Jon's blood run cold. An undead dragon. If the Night King had resurrected Viserion, that beast might spew an icy flame capable of shattering stone. Or worse, Jon had heard rumors that its breath was so cold it froze men solid. Gritting his teeth, he urged his dragon higher, scanning the horizon for any sign of a large winged shape among the storm clouds. Below, the battle raged. The whites slammed into the living's front lines. Shouts, screams, and the clash of steel mingled with the unearthly hiss of the undead. At intervals, pockets of whites were set ablaze by archers armed with flaming arrows. The Dothraki cavalry slashed through the flank, their rocks gleaming, but each charge left them vulnerable to the massive clawing hands. The men from the north held the center, side by side with the Unsullied, who formed shield walls as they'd been trained. Jon saw men toppling, dragged down by grasping fingers. Horses reared, fracturing skulls beneath their hooves. The ground was slick with gore and churned earth. Then a new roar split the air, deeper and more resonant than any living dragon's cry. It echoed across the plains, sending shivers down every spine that heard it. Jon wheeled around just in time to see a shape emerging from the cloud bank. A colossal beast with shredded wings and rotting flesh soared by with terrifying grace. Icy blue flame dripped from its jaws. Its eyes burned with an unnatural glow, and perched on its back, spear in hand, was a tall, pale figure crowned in jagged ice, the Night King. Daenerys saw it too. Drogon roared in challenge. Regal shrank back uncertainly, remembering the spear that had felled Viserion. Jon's own dragon hissed, wings beating faster. For a single heartbeat, dread took hold of Jon's insides. This was the same unstoppable monster that had breached the wall itself. Could even 3 living dragons stand against it now? Daenerys didn't hesitate. She directed Drogon into a steep climb, aiming to meet the undead dragon in open air. Jon spurred his mount to follow, with Regal trailing behind, the 3 living dragons forming a wedge. The Night King's mount glided forward with eerie confidence, frost steaming from its tattered scales. Its rider, expressionless, raised an ice-tipped spear. Far below, the fighting on the ground continued in a frenzy, but for Jon, the world narrowed to this aerial confrontation. The swirling clouds, the bitter wind, the rotting beast, the living dragons, this was the crucible in which the fate of Westeros might be decided. He held tight to the frost-scaled neck beneath him, leaning low to reduce the drag of the wind. The dragon beneath him let out a furious cry, seeming to sense the presence of the one who had caused so much death. Drogon struck first. Daenerys let out a war cry, urging him to unleash flame. A torrent of orange-red fire surged from Drogon's jaws, licking across the sky toward the undead dragon. The beast responded with its own breath of icy flame. The 2 forces collided in midair, producing a deafening hiss and a cloud of steam. Jon's dragon swept around, seeking a flank, while Regal circled to the opposite side. The undead dragon twisted with surprising agility. It turned its head, jaw unhinged in a silent snarl, and spat that freezing breath directly at Regal. Regal shrieked in pain as the fringe of one wing iced over, causing him to veer wildly. Daenerys cursed under her breath. Drogon bellowed, diving in to rend at the undead dragon's flank, teeth snapping. Jon seized his moment. He guided his dragon around to the rear, hoping to strike the Night King from behind. They swooped in, the frost-scaled dragon letting out a roar. Blue-white fire lanced forth, striking the undead dragon near its tail. The flames spread, crackling across the necrotic flesh. A chunk of rotted hide and exposed bone fell away, trailing black smoke. For a split second, Jon felt triumph. Perhaps the synergy of ice and fire in his dragon was potent enough to truly harm the Night King's monstrous creation. But the Night King turned, frost coating his pale features, and locked eyes with Jon. Even at this distance, that stare was a dagger of ice. The pale lips curled into a mockery of a smile. Then he hurled the spear. Jon's heart almost stopped. He yanked on the dragon's spines, urging it to roll. The spear grazed its shoulder, sending cracks of ice splintering across its scales. A roar of agony tore from the dragon's throat. Jon clung on, half blinded by shards of frost blasting through the air. Blood, thick, dark, and hot, spattered him as it poured from the dragon's wound, sizzling in the frigid wind. They spiraled downward. The pain had momentarily weakened the dragon's wings, and Jon fought desperately to keep them aloft. Above, Drogon lunged, raking talons across the undead dragon's neck. Rhaegal forced himself back into the fight, battered but furious. The undead dragon spat freezing flame at Drogon, narrowly missing him. The two living dragons collided with the abomination in a tangle of wings, tearing at it with fangs and claws. Jon's dragon steadied itself enough to regain altitude, though it bled from the spear's graze. Jon's own chest tightened with fear for his mount. "Steady," he murmured, pressing a hand to the beast's neck, feeling the frantic pulse beneath the scales. They hovered for a heartbeat. Jon saw the Night King perched on the undead dragon's back, searching for another spear or an opportunity to strike. Daenerys, spotting her chance, dove in low with Drogon, unleashing a torrent of fire that caught the undead dragon across its gaping side. The stench of burning rot wafted on the wind. The beast shrieked, flailing, its bony wing membrane ripping. Jon felt a flicker of hope. Maybe they could kill it, maybe they could kill the Night King. But the Night King raised his hand. Lightning fast, he seized a massive chunk of the undead dragon's severed flesh, still burning with unholy fire, and hurled it downward. It plummeted toward the battlefield, scattering flaming gore in a wide arc. Jon caught a glimpse of the ground far below, where whites and living alike parted in confusion. Then the undead dragon twisted, slamming into Drogon with such force that Daenerys nearly slid from her saddle. Drogon roared in shock. He Night King, unsmiling, sprang from the undead dragon's back onto Drogon's neck, brandishing a blade of crackling ice. Jon's breath caught. From his vantage, he saw Daenerys grappling to keep her seat as the Night King tried to hack into Drogon's scales. He could not let her be unseated. If she fell from that height, or if the Night King struck her directly, all was lost. He urged his dragon forward, ignoring the pain that shuddered through its body. They soared closer, the wind tearing at Jon's hair and cloak. Rhaegal roared from behind, also converging on Drogon's position. Daenerys twisted sideways, narrowly evading a swipe of the Night King's blade. Then Drogon bucked like a wounded bull, thrashing in midair to dislodge the foe on his back. The Night King clung with inhuman strength. Jon had no choice. He maneuvered his dragon to pass directly beneath Drogon's belly, hoping to catch the Night King unprepared from below. "Now!" he shouted hoarsely. The frost-scaled beast opened its jaws, spewing a column of crackling blue-white flame upward. The heat seared Drogon's underside, but the living dragon's thick scales could withstand it. The flames licked around the Night King's legs, forcing him to jerk away or be consumed. It worked. The Night King lost his grip for a crucial instant. Drogon twisted violently, snapping his wings. The Night King tumbled off, cartwheeling through the sky. An instant later, the undead dragon swooped in, catching its master with surprising agility and bearing him away. Even from afar, Jon saw the Night King's furious glare. He had been inches from killing Daenerys. Daenerys managed to regain control of Drogon, though the dragon's flank now sported scorched patches from the friendly fire. She looked around wildly, relief flooding her features when she realized she was not falling. Jon lifted a hand to signal he was all right. Rhaegal hovered close, battered but still airborne. The undead dragon, heavily damaged, flapped erratically while the Night King clutched its neck, apparently regrouping. But there was no time to celebrate. Another wave of horns sounded from below, drawing everyone's attention. The whites on the ground, though battered by waves of dragonfire and the defenders' lines, were still pressing forward. Whole swaths had been incinerated, yet tens of thousands more filled the gaps. The living were beginning to retreat toward Winterfell's walls, forced back by the relentless tide. The front lines collapsed inward. Shouts from the ramparts urged everyone inside. The second ring of defense, laid behind thick trenches, was next to be tested. Jon watched in horror as the whites began piling themselves into the trenches, ignoring the flames, creating bridges of their own corpses. Even the stoutest shield walls were being overwhelmed. The Dothraki cavalry reeled, cut off from retreat. He spotted the banners of House Glover swirling amid chaos, men trampled underfoot by rampaging whites. In the far distance, Sansa and Arya oversaw the fallback, trying to keep order, but the horde was massive. Catapults and scorpions along the castle walls fired continuously, felling countless undead, yet for every white destroyed, 2 more seemed to take its place. He signaled Daenerys, pointing to the surging line. They needed to pivot from the aerial duel and help the ground forces, or there would be no one left to save. They had to drive the whites back long enough to get the living inside the walls. Daenerys nodded, tears of rage or frustration glinting in her eyes. Drogon dove, unleashing flames on the densest cluster of whites threatening the retreating cavalry. Rhaegal followed, though his flight was uneven from the earlier frostburn to his wing. Jon's dragon hissed in pain as he coaxed it downward, but it obeyed, streaking across the battlefield and torching pockets of undead. The effect was immediate. Great swathes of ground were cleared, momentarily freeing the riders and footmen to pull back. But the horde kept advancing. The living's ranks diminished, their retreat turning desperate. Jon caught glimpses of Tormund Giantsbane, swinging an axe in broad arcs, Gendry brandishing a warhammer like his father's rumored skill, Ser Brienne forcing the living to maintain discipline even as the whites pressed in. All across the battlefield, the living were fighting for their very souls. He brought the dragon lower, scouring the undead with blasts of that peculiar flame. Bodies toppled, flailing amid swirling sparks. The air was thick with ash and the stench of death. With each pass, Jon risked being struck by an ice spear from a hidden White Walker, but there was little choice. They had to buy time for the defenders to reach the safety of Winterfell's walls. A final horn call boomed from the ramparts. The gates would be sealed. Those who did not get inside in time would be stranded. Jon saw a cluster of Northmen racing across the churned ground, whites at their heels. Despair clutched at him until Daenerys swooped in from above, scorching the pursuing undead. The men made it to the gates, the portcullis slammed down behind them. When the last living stragglers took shelter behind Winterfell's battered gates, the defenders lit the moat that ringed the castle's perimeter. Flames roared up, forming a barrier that whites could not easily cross. The outer field was a conflagration, littered with corpses, but beyond it stretched an even larger mass of undead. Jon circled overhead, breath ragged. Daenerys and Rhaegal joined him. They hovered near the walls, battered but still in the fight. The undead dragon circled wide, carrying the Night King somewhere out of arrow range. Jon scanned the smoke-choked sky, half expecting another ambush. At least for the moment, the Night King seemed content to let his ground forces finish the job. Perhaps the partial wound inflicted on the undead dragon was enough to force it to hold back. He saw men on the battlements readying more scorpions, while archers knocked flaming arrows. Once again, the whites began hurling themselves toward the moat, forming ghastly bridges of charred corpses. The living rained fire upon them, but they were too many. Jon realized with a sinking heart that unless the Night King was drawn out and slain, the whites would keep coming until the entire fortress was drowned in death. With a fierce grimace, Jon guided his dragon to the top of Winterfell's highest tower, where there was just enough space to perch. The creature landed heavily, half-raking the stones with its claws. Daenerys coaxed Drogon to land on a nearby parapet, though it was precariously cramped. Rhaegal circled overhead, not quite able to land with his wounded wing. On the tower walkway, Sansa, Arya, Tyrion, and Davos hurried forward, their faces streaked with soot and worry. Arya's eyes flared with relief at seeing Jon alive. "We barely made it inside. The gates are shut." She spared a glance at Daenerys, who was dismounting from Drogon. "The moat's on fire, but they're still coming." Sansa's voice was tight. "We've seen glimpses of the White Walkers at the edges of the field. They're letting their whites do the brunt of the work. It's only a matter of time before the moat is choked with enough bodies for them to cross." Tyrion pressed his lips together, scanning the field with sharp eyes. There must be some way to force a confrontation with the Night King himself. He's the key if Bran is right. But how do we draw him out? Jon clenched a fist. He's on the undead dragon circling. He tried to attack Daenerys in the air. Perhaps he's waiting for something, some advantage. Daenerys shook her head, stepping forward. He might be waiting for the wall defenses to tire or for the dragons to weaken further. If we keep letting his whites hammer us, it's only a matter of time until Winterfell falls. Arya's gaze flicked to the new frost-scaled dragon which perched behind Jon with quiet menace. "The 3 of you almost had him. Maybe you can finish it if he comes at you again." "That's a risk," Jon said, glancing at his mount's bleeding shoulder. "He nearly skewered us once already. We lost Viserion that way." Daenerys' expression hardened at the memory of losing one of her children. "We might not have another choice." She folded her arms, turning to look at the roiling masses of undead outside the walls. "If the whites break through, everyone here dies. We must end this now." Tyrion cleared his throat. "Perhaps a lure? Something the Night King can't resist?" Davos frowned, leaning heavily on a rampart. "He wants Bran. Bran is the three-eyed raven. He might be reason enough for the Night King to come. Jon nodded grimly. He remembered well how the Night King had pursued Bran. That's true. The question is, do we risk Bran? Sansa's gaze drifted toward the inner courtyard. He wanted to wait in the Godwood, thinking the Night King might come for him. We have men posted there, but it's not enough if the entire undead army converges. Arya's jaw tightened. I'll go protect Bran if that's the plan. She paused. But we need more than a few men. Daenerys exchanged a glance with Jon. If we intentionally draw the Night King into the Godwood, maybe we can ambush him. Use the dragons to seal off his retreat. Tyrion winced. That would mean letting him breach the walls, wouldn't it? Even with the moat in flames, if he commits enough whites, they'll make a path eventually. Sansa rubbed at her temples. A last resort, then? Jon looked out over the field again. The moat fire still burned in patches, but whites hurled themselves into it without hesitation. Slowly, inevitably, a charred mound of corpses was forming. Before long, the White Walkers would direct them to climb over it, bridging the gap. We're running out of time, he murmured. Either we find a way to kill the Night King out there, or we make our stand in here and hope an ambush works. A rumble beneath their feet drew their attention. The frost dragon behind Jon turned its head sharply, hissing. Drogon and Regal roared from their perches. A surge in the undead ranks became visible. More whites poured in from the northern side, a new wave that had circled the castle. Through the gloom, White Walkers could be glimpsed, faint silhouettes with glowing eyes. They were closing in. Jon inhaled, pushing down the cold knot of fear in his stomach. We do it now. Daenerys, you and I will mount the dragons and try to find the Night King in the sky. If we can bring him down, everything ends. Tyrion, Sansa focused the defense on stopping the horde at the moat as long as possible. Arya, go to Bran. You might be his last line of defense if the plan fails. Arya nodded sharply, turning on her heel, bound for the Godwood. Sansa looked torn but squared her shoulders. Tyrion and I will do everything we can to hold the walls. May the gods be with us all. Davos gave a curt bow. I'll help at the ramparts. Daenerys swung back onto Drogon, who snarled and flapped his wings, stirring the air. The frost-scaled dragon crouched for Jon, wincing slightly at its wounded shoulder. He climbed on carefully, feeling its muscles tremble beneath him. Just a little longer, he whispered, rubbing its neck. Hold on. They lifted off once more, bracing themselves against the swirling winds. Regal, despite its own injury, joined them, unwilling to be left behind. Below, catapults hurled their final payloads and archers rained arrows as quickly as they could. Yet the horde pressed in. White Walkers strode among the whites, their icy blades cutting down any living defenders who ventured too close to the outer barricades. Jon and Daenerys soared into the thick cloud of ash and snow. The cold wind burned Jon's cheeks, but he forced himself to focus. Drogon's roars echoed in the haze. The three living dragons banked northward, eyes straining for any sign of the Night King. Flashes of fire below illuminated the battlefield in bursts, revealing the chaos. Then, with a deafening shriek, the undead dragon burst from a bank of clouds, the Night King astride its spine. Ice spewed from its jaws, shards slicing through the air. Daenerys barely dodged in time, Drogon's long tail whipping about to maintain balance. The Night King raised another spear of ice. Jon moved first. His dragon, though injured, launched a furious jet of frost flame at the undead dragon, forcing it to twist aside. The Night King's spear missed Drogon by scant feet, spinning off into the night. Regal joined the fray, slamming into the undead dragon's flank with tooth and claw, cracking more of its rotten ribcage. Yet the monster fought back with savage strength, rending Regal's wing membrane with a rake of its talons. Blood rained. Regal plummeted, shrieking in agony. Daenerys cried out, spurring Drogon to swoop down after Regal. The wounded green dragon hit the ground near the northern battlements, dislodging a chunk of the wall as it crashed. Soldiers on the wall scattered. Regal twitched, struggling to regain its feet. Jon stifled a groan, seeing the horrifying tear in Regal's wing. It might not fly again this battle. But the undead dragon was also reeling, great chunks of rotted flesh sloughing off. The Night King, perched among the exposed ribs, looked as if he might lose his mount altogether. Still, he guided the beast into a wheeling turn, trying to gain altitude. Jon's frost dragon roared, forcing itself onward, ignoring the blood seeping from its shoulder. It crashed headlong into the undead dragon, and for an instant, the two beasts locked jaws in a death struggle. Jon clung to the spines, the recoil nearly hurling him off. He could see the Night King mere yards away, eyes blazing with hatred. The undead dragon's maw gaped, stinking breath blasting Jon's face. The frost dragon bit down, snapping part of the undead dragon's upper jaw with a grisly crack. A spray of blackened gore erupted, splashing across the air. Then the Night King lunged across the gap, aiming that ice blade at Jon. Only a reflex saved him. Jon twisted aside, the blade glancing off the dragon's neck spines. Jon felt the jolt, saw fragments of ice spinning away. He had to end this. Mustering his courage, Jon slid from his saddle, dropping onto the undead dragon's exposed ribcage. The creature flailed, but he managed to wedge his boots into a gap of bone. One hand clutched the frost dragon's spines for balance. Then, with his free hand, he yanked Longclaw from its scabbard. The Night King hissed, his blade of ice raised high. Jon met the chilling gaze and swung. The two swords clashed, Valyrian steel meeting cursed ice. Sparks of frost and swirling energy crackled at the impact. For an instant, Jon's arms went numb. The Night King bared his teeth in an awful smile and shoved Jon back, nearly throwing him off the dragon's side. Jon hung precariously, boots slipping, one hand gripping a piece of broken rib for dear life. The undead dragon lurched, battered by the frost dragon's continuing assault. He could sense Daenerys's approach, feel Drogon's hot breath somewhere nearby. He had seconds at most. The Night King raised his sword again, but this time, Jon twisted around the blow and slashed upward with Longclaw. The blade cut through the Night King's armor of ice, drawing a thin, crackling line of fractures across his torso. A guttural hiss escaped the creature. His form flickered with an eerie glow, as though something dark and ancient rebelled against the damage. Jon saw an opportunity. If he could plunge Longclaw into the Night King's heart, if the stories were true, the entire undead army might collapse. He lunged. The Night King parried, and their blades locked. Jon gritted his teeth, fighting with every scrap of will he had. Strength fled his arms under the unnatural chill radiating from the Night King, but he refused to yield, pushing forward. Slowly, Longclaw began to edge closer to the Night King's chest, the crack in the ice armor widening. Suddenly, a jolt rocked them both. Jon's frost dragon had driven the undead dragon downward in a final tackle. They spiraled toward the battlefield. The wind screamed around them. Jon lost his footing entirely, pinned by the Night King's weight. The undead dragon slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, scattering wights and living soldiers alike. Jon felt his breath torn from his lungs. He tumbled, still clutching Longclaw. Everything was chaos. The undead dragon lay in a ragged heap, limbs twitching. Jon's frost dragon roared overhead, battered beyond measure but still in flight. The swirl of wights closed in, drawn by the presence of their dark master. The living who'd been in that section of the battlefield pulled back in terror. Jon groaned, pushing himself onto his knees. Pain radiated through his ribs. The Night King rose from the ground in one smooth motion, ice sword glinting. The broken edges of his icy armor reformed, sealing the crack. With a single, imperious gesture, he summoned wights from all directions. Ranks of them surged forward. Jon glanced around desperately. Wights approached in droves, 20, 40, 100. He gripped Longclaw, heart pounding. He couldn't fight them all, but maybe if he could just get to the Night King. High above, Daenerys saw what was happening. Drogon swooped in, blasting the wights with a colossal stream of flame. An entire ring of them ignited, shrieking and writhing as they fell. But the Night King himself stood untouched, immune to ordinary fire. He raised a hand toward Drogon, conjuring a swirling wind of frost that battered the dragon's flames aside. Jon seized his chance. With the wights momentarily scattered, he charged the Night King, sword raised. The tall figure turned to meet him, blade of ice at the ready. They traded blows, each strike accompanied by the crack of power that sent spiderwebs of frost across the ground. Jon's muscles burned. The Night King's strength felt inhuman, but Jon had the advantage of agility, and the desperation that came from knowing the entire realm depended on this fight. They clashed repeatedly, stepping over the carcass of the undead dragon, weaving through the scorched remains of wights. Each time, Jon tried to force an opening for a killing thrust. Each time, the Night King blocked with preternatural speed. From the corner of his eye, Jon saw the frost dragon land heavily a short distance away, shrieking at the mass of wights that now advanced from another direction. The poor beast was riddled with wounds, the initial spear graze having done more damage than Jon realized. Blood still dripped from its scales, pooling in black arcs on the snow. Yet it refused to abandon Jon, unleashing jets of pale flame to keep the whites at bay. Drogon descended on the far side, ripping undead apart with tooth and claw. Daenerys might have tried to dismount and help Jon, but she was surrounded by the horror of hundreds more whites pressing in. The ring of flame parted just enough to reveal the battered shape of Regal behind the walls, trying vainly to re-enter the fight. Jon knocked aside a savage blow from the Night King, who had begun weaving his own necromancy. Each swipe carried a gust of bitter cold, sapping Jon's strength. His vision blurred. The clang of steel on ice numbed his hands. Somehow he pushed forward, driving Longclaw toward the Night King's side. The tip scratched across the ice armor but did not pierce deeper. A sudden shriek rang out. The frost dragon had collapsed under the weight of a swarm of whites scrambling over it. They clung to its scales, hacking with stolen swords and axes. The creature roared in agony, thrashing about. Jon's heart twisted at the sight. He wanted to help, but he was pinned in combat with the Night King. The ancient evil seemed to sense Jon's distraction. In a flash, he feinted high, then struck low, catching Jon in the thigh with the ice blade. A searing cold pain shot through Jon's leg. He cried out, stumbling. The Night King's lips twisted into a cruel sneer. Through tear-blurred vision, Jon glimpsed Daenerys on Drogon's back, struggling to scorch the whites off Jon's fallen dragon. The ground was a riot of screams and flames. The moat was all but extinguished by piled corpses. Night was falling again, the sky turning a bruised purple. Time slowed. The Night King drew back for a final blow, intending to run Jon through. But an arrow whistled from behind a mound of rubble, hitting the Night King's arm. Though the ice arrow shattered harmlessly against his armor, the distraction was enough for Jon to twist away, letting the blade slice through empty air. He rolled on the snow, lungs seizing with pain. A flicker of movement. Arya. She emerged from behind a broken siege engine, face streaked with ash, carrying a bow. She notched another arrow, aiming for the Night King's head. He pivoted, battered the arrow aside with supernatural reflexes, then advanced on her. Jon forced himself to stand, ignoring his wounded thigh. He limped forward, brandishing Longclaw. The Night King seemed to delight in the new target, recognizing the Stark girl who had threatened his lieutenants before. Arya fired again, another useless shot. The Night King shattered it in midair, shards of wood and ice scattering. Yet she was only distracting him. In a single fluid motion, she dropped the bow, swept up a dragaglass dagger from her belt, and lunged at the Night King's flank. He parried with a swipe of his blade, but she was impossibly quick, ducking under. The blow aimed for his torso. He twisted, ice armor cracking, and backhanded her so hard she flew backward and smashed into a fallen cart. No! Jon roared, fear for his sister spurring him forward. He rammed into the Night King with the last of his strength, hooking Longclaw around in a desperate overhead strike. The Night King spun, crossing blades with Jon again. Their weapons locked, the strain sending vibrations through Jon's arms. Then, out of nowhere, the frost dragon found a burst of energy. Even pinned beneath a swarm of whites, it thrashed one final time, flinging the undead off. Steaming blood poured from its wounds as it released a column of raging flame. The blast seared across the Night King's back. The ancient creature staggered, if only for a moment. It was enough. Jon slid Longclaw free, pivoted, and drove the Valyrian steel straight into the Night King's chest, right at the crack that still lingered from before. A keening wail echoed across the battlefield as the blade sank deep. Frost spiderwebbed outward, the Night King's eyes flaring with unearthly light. Time seemed to pause. The Night King convulsed, his frozen features contorted in pain or fury. His blade of ice shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. Then, with a final, ragged hiss, he split apart, his body disintegrating into a swirling mist of frost, which dispersed into the cold air. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the undead. Across the battlefield, whites collapsed like puppets with severed strings, their animating force snuffed out in an instant. Those climbing Winterfell's walls dropped away in piles of lifeless flesh. Those swarming the courtyard fell into heaps. Even the remaining White Walkers froze in place, then exploded into shards of ice. A stunned silence descended, broken only by the groans of wounded men and the crackle of scattered fires. Jon sank to his knees, panting, his leg throbbing. The Night King was gone, and with him the entire army of the dead had perished. Ash drifted in the wind, mingling with the falling dusk. Gradually, the living began to comprehend their victory. Shouts rose from the walls, disbelief giving way to exultation. Daenerys approached on foot, hair singed and face streaked with soot, her eyes brimming with relief as she looked from Jon to the dissolving remains of the undead army. Drogon landed in the distance, letting out a triumphant roar that shook the stones of Winterfell. Arya staggered up from the wreckage of the cart, clutching her side. She met Jon's gaze, relief and exhaustion plain in her eyes. They exchanged a faint, weary smile. He reached out a shaking hand, and she limped over, gripping it. Blood trickled from a cut on her forehead, but she managed to grin. "We did it." Jon let out a breathless laugh, though it was laced with pain. "We did." Then his attention snapped to the frost dragon, collapsed nearby. Its sides heaved in shallow breaths. A dozen or more whites lay scattered around it, lifeless lumps, but the dragon itself was horribly wounded. Jon forced himself to his feet, wincing at his own injuries, and limped to the creature's side. Daenerys followed, face-stricken. The dragon's icy blue eyes were dim, half-lidded. Blood matted the once pristine scales, and rents in its hide exposed raw flesh. Jon sank a hand against its muzzle, feeling its labored breathing. He could sense its pain, a dull ache mirrored in his own heart. Daenerys knelt opposite him. "It fought bravely, Jon," she whispered, voice trembling with sympathy. "It might still recover. We can call for Maester Wolkan, whatever salves we can find." Jon's throat tightened. He'd seen enough mortal wounds to recognize that the dragon was near death. Perhaps a less grievously wounded creature might survive, but it had bled out far too long. Still, he couldn't accept it, not after everything. "Stay with me," he murmured, pressing his brow to the dragon's scaled head. "Just a little longer. You saved us all." A faint rumble passed through the dragon's chest, a final exhalation. Then its great eye closed. The tremendous body heaved once more, and then was still. Steam drifted from the blood-soaked snow, and the hush of the aftermath swallowed all else. Jon let out a shaking breath, tears burning his eyes. This dragon had been a miracle of the north, an impossible melding of fire and ice. It had saved him countless times, and now it had given its life to vanquish the Night King. Even in victory, there was cost. Daenerys placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, offering silent comfort. Drogon, sensing the death of his kin, let out a mournful cry that reverberated across the broken battlefield. Rhaegal, wounded but alive near the walls, added a quieter keen. The sound was heartbreaking, a lament for fallen kin. Soldiers who had gathered around to witness the final moments removed their helmets, bowing their heads in respect. At length, Jon rose, leaning on Daenerys for support. His leg wound throbbed, his body ached, and he felt lightheaded with exhaustion. Across the plains, the first pale stars appeared in the twilight sky. The land was a shattered tableau of blackened trenches, heaps of corpses, twisted siege weapons. But those corpses, once animated by the Night King, were now permanently still. A commotion near the walls drew their attention. It scraped open, letting out search parties, healers, and men eager to confirm what they had just seen, the army of the dead truly destroyed. Cheers rose as more people realized the truth. Some sank to their knees in gratitude, others embraced or wept openly. Jon saw Sansa and Brienne riding out with a contingent of knights, scanning the battlefield for survivors. When Sansa caught sight of Jon, relief flooded her face, though it was tempered by the somber reality of the fallen dragon. She dismounted hurriedly and ran toward him, ignoring the mud and blood beneath her feet. They embraced, Sansa careful of his wounds. "It's over," she whispered, her voice raw. "The dead are gone." Jon nodded, stepping back with a ragged smile. "It's over." Brienne stood a few paces behind Sansa, battered armor streaked with gore but upright. "We should gather the wounded, see to them at once, and make certain no straggling whites remain." Daenerys met her gaze. "Yes, we'll do everything we can for the wounded." A haunted note crept into her voice as she glanced at the remains of Jon's fallen dragon. "We owe them so much." Nearby, Tyrion emerged from a cluster of soldiers, his normally eloquent manner replaced by wide-eyed fatigue. "So, the Night King is truly gone." He surveyed the battlefield, noting the motionless whites. "Gods be good, I never thought I'd see this day." Jon nodded gravely. "He's gone, and with him the threat of eternal night." At the edge of the crowd, Tormund Giantsbane limped over, sporting a gash above his brow. I never doubted you for a moment, Crow, he said, forcing a grin that revealed blood-smeared teeth. But the grin faltered when he noticed the lifeless dragon behind Jon. A shame, he muttered, gaze softening with genuine respect. Died a hero's death, that beast? Jon swallowed hard, turning to look at the dragon one last time. A swirl of wind ruffled the battered scales. He recalled the day it hatched in Castle Black's dim chamber, that first chirp of life echoing in the hush. It had been so full of possibility, so bound to him by fate. Now it lay still, a testament to what was gained and lost in war. With gentle care, Daenerys laid a hand on Jon's arm. We'll see it properly honored. We'll build a pyre, or whatever funeral rite you deem fitting. The North has never had a dragon before, but it deserves to be remembered. He nodded, silent. A swirl of conflicting emotions raged in him, sorrow for the dragon's death, relief at the defeat of the Night King, and the unresolved knowledge of his own parentage. The world had changed irrevocably in a single night of fire and blood. He became aware of movement all around them. Soldiers, healers, small folk, everyone poured from the gates, searching for friends, reuniting with lost loved ones, or kneeling in the snow as the reality of victory sank in. The castle walls stood battered but unbroken. The burning trenches still smoldered. Here and there, pockets of flame revealed the final demise of the Whites. Sansa gently touched Jon's shoulder. We should get you inside before you bleed out, she said, gesturing at the wound in his thigh. Jon glanced down, noticing the dark stain of blood that spread across his torn leathers. The adrenaline had kept him moving, but now the pain flared with renewed vigor. He nodded, leaning on her and Daenerys for support. Yes, that would be wise. As they made their way toward Winterfell's gates, men and women called Jon's name, cheering weakly or slapping him on the shoulder. Daenerys received similar, if more hesitant, acclaim. Those who had feared her dragons now knew they had saved countless lives. The mood was a strange blend of exhaustion, grief, and blossoming hope. Corpses of friend and foe littered the ground, yet the living breathed, and that alone felt like a miracle. Near the castle entrance, Gendry helped Brienne coordinate rescue teams. Grey Worm, bloodied but alive, led the Unsullied in systematically searching the battlefield for any stray Whites. Arya appeared with Bran, guiding his chair along the mudslick path. Bran's face was calm, though a flicker of relief might have passed through his distant eyes when he saw Jon. You did it, Bran said simply. The Night King's hold is broken. Jon bowed his head in acknowledgement. He had no energy left to speak. Pain and fatigue pressed in on him. Soon, the urgency of tending to the living overshadowed personal triumph or sorrow. Daenerys and Tyrion started issuing orders for the disposition of the wounded, the burning of the dead. Sansa oversaw the reorganization of the lords, ensuring food and shelter for the survivors. Arya vanished into the throng, presumably to lend her skills wherever needed. Jon found himself half-carried into the great hall where makeshift cots had been set up. The place reeked of blood and sweat, echoing with groans and frantic whispers. A maester and several assistants converged on Jon, stripping back his armor to reach the wound in his thigh. He clenched his teeth, stifling a groan as they probed the cut. Daenerys knelt beside him, ignoring her own cuts and bruises. You'll need stitches, one of the healers said to Jon, already threading a needle. We'll need to clean the frost burn, too. That's fine, Jon muttered. The room spun around him. Do it. Daenerys hovered, torn between staying to make sure he was all right and returning to the chaos outside. He gave her a faint, pained nod. Go. See to everyone else. Her gaze lingered. I'll come back as soon as I can. She brushed a gentle hand across his cheek, then rose and disappeared into the swirl of wounded and healers. Jon closed his eyes, the waves of pain lulling him into a hazy half-consciousness. The memory of the Night King's final dissolution flickered through his mind, mingling with the image of his dragon falling in the snow. His thoughts turned to a swirl of regret and relief. They had won. The world was safe from the dead, but the cost was immeasurable. When he next opened his eyes, he found Samwell Tarly standing over him, face etched with worry. Jon, Sam said softly, pressing a hand to Jon's uninjured shoulder. You're alive. Thank the gods. Jon managed a weak smile. Sam, you made it. Sam nodded, tears welling in his eyes. Yes, I was on the walls. I saw the dead collapse like puppets with cut strings. The Night King is truly gone. Yes. Jon swallowed, feeling the throb of his stitched wound. And so is my dragon. Sam's face fell. I heard. I'm so sorry. He shifted, biting his lip. But you saved us, Jon. If the Night King had won, none of us would be here. Jon stared at the flickering torchlight on the stone ceiling. It was the dragon that saved us. Without it, he let the words trail off, weariness overwhelming him. Sam squeezed his shoulder in quiet understanding. At length, Sansa appeared, exchanging a brief nod with Sam. She carried a wooden bowl of broth, forcing a weary smile. "You need to eat, Jon. We lost too many today, but we can't lose you too." He sat up, grimacing at the pain. With Sam's help, he sipped the broth. Outside, the night deepened, and through the open doors of the great hall, he could glimpse the flicker of many fires, funeral pyres, or the disposal of white remains. The entire castle was awake, laboring to clear the aftermath of the worst battle in living memory. Time passed in fits. Jon drifted in and out of awareness, vaguely registering that the hall emptied and refilled with wounded, that the meager supply of healing herbs dwindled, that Daenerys eventually returned, her face pale with fatigue. She checked on him once more, then was summoned away to address some crisis. Tyrion's voice wafted through the hall occasionally, calm but firm, coordinating relief efforts. The tang of blood hung in the air, reminding Jon that though the undead threat was gone, the hardships were not. Eventually, close to dawn, the great hall grew quieter. Sansa dozed in a chair nearby, arms folded, red hair unbound. Sam had left to see if he could help the maesters. Arya had not reappeared, likely working or resting somewhere else. Jon forced himself to rise, leaning on a rough crutch. He wanted to see the courtyard, to breathe fresh air. He made his way slowly outside, ignoring the ache in his leg, passing scattered guards who simply nodded in mute respect. The courtyard was littered with broken weapons, charred wood, and piles of corpses covered with blankets. The fires still burned, sending sparks swirling into the pre-dawn sky. A few tired men and women labored to stack bodies for identification or to be prepared for the pyres. Ghost padded up to him, limping slightly but alive, nuzzling his hand. Jon ruffled the direwolf's fur, grateful for at least this small comfort. He continued on, stepping through a half-collapsed gate in the outer wall. The ground slick with melted snow and churned earth. The smell of death and smoke lay thick. Beyond the gate, he found Daenerys standing amid a circle of unsullied, near the place where Rhaegal lay huddled. The green dragon had collapsed from his injuries, but to Jon's relief, he was still breathing. Maesters and healers scurried around, assessing the torn wing. Rhaegal let out a faint rumble when Jon approached. Daenerys turned, a tired smile crossing her features. "Jon, you should be resting." He shook his head, stepping closer. "I had to see." He nodded toward Rhaegal. "How bad?" She exhaled. "He'll survive, but he won't fly for a long while. Perhaps never the same way. But he's alive." Jon swallowed, glancing at the lifeless plain beyond, where his own dragon remained, partially covered by tarps and vigilantly guarded so no one disturbed the body. "I'm glad at least Rhaegal made it." She searched his eyes, finding the grief he tried to hide. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "We'll give your dragon the honors it deserves." He bowed his head. "Thank you." She stepped forward, laying a tentative hand on his chest. "We won, Jon, but it doesn't feel like a victory, does it?" "No," he said softly. "It feels like survival." She closed her eyes, leaning her forehead against his for a moment. The presence of soldiers and healers around them faded into the background. They stood in companionable silence, bound by shared loss and relief. At length, Daenerys drew back and turned to the circle of Unsullied. "Ready the pyre. We'll burn the bodies of the whites and our fallen. Save a place of highest honor for our fallen dragon. This is a new age, and his sacrifice will not be forgotten." Grey Worm bowed. "Yes, your grace." Jon quietly nodded his thanks. Then he limped away, unable to face the solemn duty just yet. He needed space, some moment alone to grapple with the tangle of emotions in his chest. Ghost trailed after him, keeping pace with silent understanding. He reached the spot where the new dragon lay. Its massive form was partly hidden by canvas, the once lustrous scales dulled by blood and dust. Jon gently placed a hand on the thick hide, recalling the day he first felt the egg's strange warmth, the hush in Castle Black's chamber when the shell cracked and the baby dragon emerged. That moment had changed everything, given him hope, a symbol of unity between fire and ice. And now it lay here, lifeless. Yet in that sacrifice, it had granted the living a future. Clenching his jaw, Jon murmured words too soft for anyone else to hear. A quiet goodbye, a prayer for the dragon's spirit if such a thing existed. The sky above gradually lightened, the faint suggestion of dawn creeping over the horizon. Another day would come after all, free from the terror of the Night King. Eventually, he became aware of footsteps behind him. He turned to see Arya, arms folded, her expression unreadable. "I heard," she said simply. "I'm sorry." He nodded. "We lost so many." She glanced at the dragon's still form. "Didn't think I'd ever see dragons at Winterfell. But I'm glad I did." Her voice was thick with emotion she tried to hide. "It saved your life." Jon tried for a small smile. "Many times over." Arya stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. "We'll make sure no one forgets what it did." "Or what you did, brother." She hesitated, then corrected herself. "Cousin, though that doesn't change how I feel." Jon shrugged. The question of his Targaryen heritage felt distant now. "We have other concerns first." A small smirk touched her lips. "We do. But you'll have to address it eventually. You know how the Northern Lords love their rumors. And Daenerys." He looked away. "I know. But let's rebuild first. We need to bury our dead, feed the living. Then we'll see about the rest." She gave him a brief hug, silent understanding passing between them. Their bond transcended the secrets of birth. Family was what you chose to protect, what you bled beside in battle. Hours slipped by in a relentless haze of work. Jon helped as best he could, despite his leg wound. Soldiers and small folk alike toiled to separate friend from foe, to identify bodies, to prepare mass funeral pyres. Smoke drifted into the sky in thin streams. Rhaegal was led to a quieter corner of the courtyard where he could rest under the watch of unsullied guards. Drogon perched atop a half-ruined tower, occasionally roaring with grief. The living had triumphed, but the cost was felt keenly everywhere. Come midday, those who still had strength gathered in the courtyard for the first of many funeral rites. Braziers flickered, illuminating rows of the dead shrouded in simple cloth. Jon stood beside Daenerys at the front. Sansa, Arya, Bran, and the other surviving leaders formed a line. A hush fell, broken only by the crackle of torches. Daenerys spoke first, her voice carrying quiet authority. "They gave their lives that we might see another dawn. Without them, the Night King would have covered the land in eternal darkness." She paused, tears shining. "We shall never forget their sacrifice, nor the dragon who fell among them, who was born of the North's bitter cold and died to save it." Jon swallowed past the lump in his throat. He stepped forward, stiffly bearing his injury, and raised a torch. "We return them to the gods," he said. "They fought bravely for the realm of men. Let their spirits rest in peace." The crowd murmured agreement. Together, Jon and Daenerys leaned forward, lighting the pyres. Flames leapt hungrily along the rows, and soon the courtyard glowed with flickering orange, the heat pressing against their faces. Ghost whined softly at Jon's side. The people bowed their heads, many weeping openly. Some distance away, a separate pyre had been erected for Jon's dragon. Its colossal body lay upon stacked timbers. Draped across the battered scales were garlands of evergreen and pale winter roses, offerings from the grateful living. Daenerys nodded at Jon, and they limped over together, torches in hand. Soldiers stood aside, reverent. A hush fell as they gazed upon the fallen beast. In life, it had been a testament to impossible resilience, blending the essences of ice and fire. Now it lay still, but even in death, its presence awed those who looked upon it. Jon touched its scaled cheek one final time. The wound in his leg felt insignificant next to the ache in his heart. He glanced at Daenerys, who offered him a solemn nod. Together, they set their torches against the pyre. Flames caught with a low roar, climbing up the timbers to lick at the dragon's hide. Jon stepped back, careful not to aggravate his stitches. Warmth pulsed against his face. Slowly, the fire spread across the massive form, crackling around the delicate membranes of the wings, climbing the ridged neck. A hush settled over the crowd. The swirl of sparks rose into the pale sky, dancing like fireflies. Jon thought he could almost hear the dragon's roar in the flicker of the flames. He closed his eyes. "Thank you," he thought, though he knew no words could express the depth of that gratitude. "You saved us." By the time the fire reached its peak, Daenerys reached for his arm, steadying him as he wavered. Together, they watched in silence while the dragon's body was reduced to embers and smoke that drifted away on the cold northern wind. When at last the pyre burned low, the day's light was dying. A quiet procession moved away, leaving only a few watchers to maintain the flames through the night. Jon realized he was beyond exhaustion. He felt numb. The weight of all that had happened threatened to crush him. Daenerys must have sensed it, for she gently guided him to a bench near the courtyard's edge. Arya, Sansa, and Bran gathered as well, forming a loose circle with Daenerys and Jon. Tyrion approached too, along with Davos, Jorah, Brienne, and Grey Worm. They were the core of what remained. Battered, sorrowful, but unbroken. "We did it," Sansa said at last, her voice carrying only a thread of emotion. "But I hardly know what comes next." Davos rubbed his bristly face. "Winter is still here, but at least now we won't have the dead to worry about. We can rebuild, salvage what we can." Tyrion offered a faint, wry nod. "We'll need time and alliances. Word of this victory will spread, and it might rally the realm behind us. Or at least keep the petty lords from picking at us like carrion." Grey Worm remained silent, watchful. Jorah, leaning on his sword, cleared his throat. "Whatever the future holds, we should not forget the living who died to grant it. We'll need to keep the peace, see that their sacrifices weren't in vain." Brienne folded her arms, gaze flicking to Sansa. "We'll find a path forward. The realm must unify now, if it's ever to prosper." Jon let the voices wash over him, too drained to form much in the way of plans. But he felt Daenerys's gaze on him. Her voice was soft. "Jon, there is the matter of your claim, of who you are. It may not have mattered before when we faced the Night King. But now." His eyes flicked to Sansa, who looked at him with concern. Bran regarded him with that same distant calm. Arya's gaze was unwavering, protective. Tyrion's brow furrowed, ever the strategist. Jon exhaled. "We can speak of it soon, but not tonight. Let everyone rest. We've lost enough. The only throne that mattered today was the one we defended here, the living's right to exist." Daenerys inclined her head, though an undercurrent of tension radiated from her. Perhaps she sensed the precariousness of her own claim if Jon's parentage became widely known. But for now she acquiesced. "Very well. We'll speak more in the coming days." One by one, they drifted away, each bearing the weight of leadership or the burden of survival. The courtyard emptied, leaving only the faint crackle of the pyres and the swirl of ash in the dark. Jon stayed on the bench, staring into the firelit gloom. Ghost settled at his feet, providing warmth against the chill. In the quiet, he felt the emptiness left by the dragon's death, a hollow ache that echoed the countless other losses. Yet a fragile hope stirred. The future was unwritten, free from the shadow of the Night King. Perhaps that was the dragon's final gift, a realm unbound by ice and death, ready to shape its own destiny. Tomorrow the living would begin again. They would bury their dead, heal their wounds, and rebuild from the ashes. They would debate the fate of the Seven Kingdoms, the rightful claims, the alliances forged in blood and fire. But the memory of this night, when winter's darkness nearly consumed the world, would remain as a testament to what they had overcome, and a warning of what they must never allow again. Jon felt his eyes grow heavy. Exhaustion, pain, and sorrow weighed him down. As the flames flickered, he let himself slip into an uneasy doze, lulled by the knowledge that, at least for this one night, the nightmares that once stalked the north were gone. If ghosts remained, they were only memories of what had been sacrificed. The future beckoned, and they would face it, together, forged by the union of fire and ice, carrying forward the legacy of a dragon that had been born amid the cold and died in a blaze of valiant flame. So ended the long night in the north. The dawn would find them changed, haunted, yet undeniably free from the ancient terror that had loomed for generations. And in that freedom, perhaps they would find a new purpose, one shaped by unity rather than division, by remembrance rather than fear. A fragile peace, built on the bones of the dead and the ashes of dragons, but a peace hard won, and thus all the more precious. They would learn how to live again. Jon Snow awoke to the soft glow of late morning filtering through a high-set window in his chamber. The small, narrow space smelled of stale air and the lingering trace of boiled wine the maesters used to clean wounds. Outside, muffled by distance and thick walls, came a subdued clamor, the sounds of men and women going about the grim tasks of clearing the battlefield, nursing the wounded, repairing breaches in Winterfell's walls. For several heartbeats, Jon simply lay there on the straw mattress, letting the haze of sleep recede while his leg pulsed dully beneath fresh bandages. It had been 3 days since the long night ended. 3 days since the army of the dead had collapsed with the Night King's demise. 3 days since Jon's frost-scale dragon had given its last breath in that final, desperate clash. Enough time for the raw shock to fade, replaced by an aching heaviness that settled into the corners of Winterfell like a stubborn chill. Jon pushed himself up, hissing at the renewed throb in his thigh. The maesters had sewn the gash shut, but the cold burn of the Night King's blade lingered in his flesh, as though his wound might never fully heal. A shallow basin of water sat on the small table nearby. He splashed some across his face, blinking away the grit of a restless night. Despite his exhaustion, he had not found deep or peaceful sleep. Memories of the dragon's death, of the swirling chaos of battle, haunted his dreams. Ghost stirred by the door, the direwolf's ears perking. He rose and padded over, nuzzling Jon's arm. Jon rested a hand on Ghost's head, grateful for the silent companionship. The wolf's thick white fur showed a few still healing scratches from the fray, but he was otherwise intact. Better off than many. Jon reached for his clothes, dressing with slow, careful movements. He still wore the black and gray typical of the Night's Watch in the north, though he was no longer Lord Commander. That title had felt a lifetime away even before the battle. Now it felt like an echo from a different world. Once clothed, he fumbled for the simple wooden crutch leaning against the bed. He despised feeling weak and dependent, but the leg demanded it. When he finally emerged into the corridor, he was startled by how empty and subdued Winterfell felt. The hall smelled of old smoke and scorched flesh, remnants of the mass burnings of wights and fallen men. Everywhere he looked, the stone bore fresh scars, cracks, bloodstains hastily scrubbed. Even in victory, the castle had suffered. Outside the narrow arrow loops, Jon heard a wet, frigid wind. It had rained overnight, melting more snow and turning the courtyard into a soupy morass. He made his way slowly toward the great hall, descending steps one at a time. Servants and guards passed him with polite nods. Some paused to say a few words, "Glad you're up, my lord," or "We owe you our lives." Each time, he offered a subdued acknowledgement, feeling unworthy of their gratitude. Countless people had sacrificed as much or more than he did. But in the north, as in all of Westeros, stories grew faster than weeds in an untended field, and the tale of Jon Snow slaying the Night King, driving a Valyrian blade into that icy heart, had already taken on legendary proportions. He arrived at the great hall, which was only half full despite the gathering hour. The long tables bore simple fare: bread, salt fish, some dried vegetables. Sparse rations for the many survivors. Sansa stood near the high table, conferring quietly with Davos, who had a ledger in hand and a quill behind his ear. When they noticed Jon, both paused. "Jon," Sansa said, giving him a smile that did not quite erase the worry in her eyes. "It's good to see you up. How do you feel?" He gave a little shrug, leaning on his crutch. "Better than I did yesterday. That's something." His gaze flicked to the ledger. "What are you and Davos about?" Davos shifted the ledger under one arm. "Supplies and the count of who's left. Where we'll get more barley and oats. How many wounded are fit to travel? The usual mess." He gave a half-smile, though his eyes were shadowed. "We have more survivors than I feared, but far fewer than we'd hoped." Sansa's expression turned grim. "We can last a few more weeks with the stores we had, but winter is still here. The fields are barren until spring. Even once we secure the roads, we'll need shipments from White Harbor and the Vale if they're even able to spare enough for us." Jon nodded. The problem was as old as war itself. Survivors needed food, warm shelter, and a plan. If the Vale stands with us still, perhaps Lord Royce can help. A faint bitterness touched his voice at the memory of the Vale's slow acceptance of the northern cause, though they had ultimately arrived in time to fight. "What about the Riverlands?" Davos let out a breath. "The Tullis might help if Edmure Tully can be convinced. That's a whole other campaign of ravens and negotiations. But we'll see it done." Sansa closed the ledger, glancing around the hall. "I'm more worried about morale. People are relieved the undead threat is gone, but," she lowered her voice, mindful of nearby ears, "we can't hide it much longer, Jon. Word will travel, you are Rhaegar's son, a Targaryen heir. People are talking already, especially with Daenerys here." Jon's stomach clenched. He remembered the hush in the courtyard, the tense stares, and the unspoken questions swirling in the aftermath of the battle. Many had seen him ride a dragon, or at least heard rumor of it. More than once, someone had muttered about the new frost dragon that hatched for him. Now it was gone, but the notion lingered. And Daenerys was obviously a Targaryen with a claim to the Iron Throne. The realm had two Targaryens who had fought side by side against the dead. This was bound to raise questions in every corner of Westeros. He sighed. Where's Daenerys now? In the courtyard, Sansa said, crossing her arms. She's seeing off a company of Unsullied who were escorting the wounded south. It seems she wants to secure treatment for them at White Harbor or even further below the neck. She paused, then added softly, she's determined to stay in the north until the realm is stable. And some fear she might press her claim for the Iron Throne any day now. Jon ran a hand through his hair, which still felt grimy despite attempts to wash. She pledged to fight the Night King first. That's done. Her next goal, he swallowed. We should speak privately. Sansa's eyes flicked to Davos, who took the hint. I'll go see how the men at the front gate fare, the Onion Knight said tactfully. Too many travelers are trying to enter, seeking a glimpse of the new hero. He gave Jon a wry look. You might want to keep your cloak hooded if you go outside. He strode off, and Jon eased himself onto a bench, wincing. Sansa joined him, placing the ledger on the table. Jon, she said gently, do you intend to tell people the truth of your birth? Jon stared at the rough-hewn wood. It's not just my secret. It involves Daenerys' claim, too. And the North, they barely wanted to accept her as queen. If they discover I have a stronger Targaryen claim, the tension could boil over. Sansa pressed her lips together. Yet, if you hide the truth, you risk losing trust. Secrets have a way of breeding rumors, especially among lords who fear losing their power. And what if Daenerys claims the throne? Then someone reveals your parentage. It would cast everything in doubt, tearing the realm apart again. Jon let out a slow breath. The realm is battered. King's Landing is under Cersei's control, though we have no idea how she's reacted to the news of the Night King's defeat. The Iron Islands might be in chaos with Euron. The Stormlands have no direct leadership since Tommen took the throne ages ago. No official Stormlord recognized. The Tyrells are gone, aside from distant relatives. The Martells are shattered. He rubbed his temple. We are left with scraps of great houses. Perhaps Daenerys could unify them. But if my parentage is known, many lords might prefer me over her, simply because I'm male and partly a Stark, something I never asked for. Sansa's eyes softened. I know, but your sense of duty might mean you'll have to make a choice. Either you stand aside publicly or you embrace it. This in-between will only cause more division. Jon gazed at the far side of the hall, where a few soldiers sat in quiet conversation. I'll speak to Daenerys. We'll decide how to proceed. I won't allow a new war to tear us apart, not after everything. The living must remain united. Sansa rose, collecting the ledger. I hope you find a path that helps everyone, Jon. You saved us from the Night King, but the realm may demand more from you yet. She offered him a small, sad smile, then departed to resume her duties. Alone, Jon breathed in and out, trying to calm the swirl of anxiety. He rubbed the old scar on his chest, the one from Ollie's betrayal at Castle Black. That wound had changed him forever, proof that leadership, even with the noblest intentions, often led to unexpected rebellion. He had no taste for the Iron Throne, no desire to rule the entire realm. But the realm might want him regardless. He stood, leaning on his crutch, and began the slow journey out to the courtyard. Ghost trotted at his heels. The day was dreary, a damp wind cutting across the open space. Soldiers moved about, reorganizing supplies, stacking salvageable weapons. The stench of partially burned corpses lingered from the mass funeral pyres, even though most had been burned to ash. Above, the ramparts buzzed with lookout activity. Lacking a common enemy now, men feared bandits or opportunists. Jon spotted Daenerys near the stables, conferring with Grey Worm and Missandei. The Unsullied were lined up in neat ranks, some with bandaged limbs, others standing tall in perfect discipline. A separate group of wounded peasants and lesser knights milled about, evidently preparing to ride south for better medical care. A few battered wagons stood loaded with meager supplies. Daenerys wore a thick white fur cloak over her usual attire, her silver-gold hair braided intricately. Even from a distance, the tension in her posture was evident. She spoke to Grey Worm in hushed tones, occasionally glancing at the rows of Unsullied. When she looked up and saw Jon, her expression flickered with relief, followed by a guarded concern. She excused herself and walked over. Jon, she said softly, eyeing the crutch with worry. You're walking. How does your wound fare? He attempted a smile. Healing bit by bit. The maester said I should be careful not to tear the stitches. He paused, letting a swirl of wind sweep across them. What about you? How are you holding up? Her eyes flicked to the stables. I'm fine. Tired, but fine. A reluctant honesty slipped into her tone. Sometimes it still feels unreal that we survived. That the dead are truly gone. Jon nodded. He understood that numbness. I wanted to talk with you. In private, if possible. A subtle tension crossed her face, but she nodded. Yes. Let's go somewhere quieter. She gestured for him to follow her around the corner of the stable house, away from the bustle of unsullied and wounded. Grey Worm and Missandei, noticing the conversation, did not intrude. They ended up by the old smithy, which was deserted except for a single stable hand hauling buckets of water. The stable hand discreetly vanished when Daenerys and Jon approached. A battered anvil sat in the middle of the space, half-rusted. Jon leaned on his crutch, shivering slightly in the chill. Daenerys stepped closer, arms folded beneath her cloak. Is this about your parentage? She asked quietly. Or about the future of the realm? He inhaled. Both. We haven't had the chance to truly speak since the battle. I'm sorry for how you found out about me, about Rhaegar and Lyanna. None of us asked for this. But I don't want it to fester, especially now. She studied him, her violet eyes carrying a swirl of emotion, curiosity, apprehension, perhaps a flicker of lingering pain. No, we can't let it fester, she agreed. I had time to think during these days. The realm is battered, as you say. We have a fragile alliance of the North, the Vale, the Riverlands in part, some loyal Stormlanders. All of it means little if we can't unify them permanently. I once believed I was the last Targaryen. Jon shifted. And now you know I carry the same blood. I never wanted the throne. I only wanted to protect the North from the undead. Her lips tightened. I believe you. But lords are not always guided by what you want. They will sense your claim is stronger than mine if we go by strict inheritance laws. They might rally to you, hoping for a male ruler, or hoping to attach themselves to House Stark. Some will simply want to exploit the tension between us. Jon took a moment to gather his thoughts, the wind making his cloak snap. I don't wish to undermine you or to cause a war. The realm has bled enough. If you press your claim, I won't stand in your way. But if word spreads that I'm Aegon Targaryen, lords may question your legitimacy. Daenerys looked away, gazing at the muddy ground. I have been a queen with an army of freed slaves, then a claimant with 3 dragons. Now I have 2 dragons remaining, a battered host, and half the realm's lords suspicious of me. Even some in the north who fought alongside me still resent my father's atrocities. Uniting them under my rule was never going to be simple, but I believed it would be easier once we defeated the Night King. Now this. Jon set aside his crutch and reached for her hand. After a second's hesitation, she allowed it. I respect you. And I respect what you've done. If you want me to renounce any claim publicly, say that I bend the knee once more, I will. I've already done so. The question is whether that alone will appease them, or if it will make them suspect us of hiding secrets. She laced her fingers through his, expression pensive. Perhaps we could unify our claims. A marriage. It was once the Targaryen way. If the realms saw us together, equal rulers, maybe that would bind the north, the south, and the scattered houses. They wouldn't have to choose between us. Jon's chest tightened. He considered that possibility in quiet moments, but had never voiced it. He cared for Daenerys, admired her strength. They had grown close in the lead-up to the war, though so many revelations had complicated that closeness. Marriage, he echoed. House Targaryen has kept its bloodlines in the past, but that practice. He trailed off, remembering he was, in truth, her nephew. It was an uncomfortable reminder, one that northern sensibilities found deeply troubling. Daenerys' voice dropped. Targaryens have married within the family for centuries. Your father, my brother, was with Lyanna Stark, so we are not purely aunt and nephew in the old Valyrian sense. There's Stark blood in you as well. She shook her head as if to dispel the discomfort. I know it's not something the North has ever approved of, but the realm is in a precarious place. Jon felt the push and pull of conflicting loyalties. His northern upbringing balked at the notion. Yet he also understood that in Westeros, royal marriages were often alliances of necessity, overshadowing personal squeamishness. If a union between them prevented another war, saved more lives. I need time to think, he said softly. We both do. And we should speak to the others, Sansa, Arya, Tyrion, Davos. They'll have thoughts, objections. The last thing we want is to force the North or anyone else into acceptance. She nodded, gaze flicking to his leg. Yes. Time. Then we can see if the realm would support this solution." Her voice faltered slightly as though the deeper implications weighed on her. "Until then, what do we say about your parentage?" Jon closed his eyes briefly. "We can't hide it forever. But let's share it only with a trusted few, some of whom already know. If the lords find out through rumors, it'll be worse. We should decide on a unified statement before that happens." Daenerys exhaled, shoulders loosening. "Agreed. Then we'll gather the council tomorrow. Sansa, Arya, Tyrion, Davos, the other key voices. We'll explain as much as needed. We keep the circle small at first. Then we can make a plan to handle the rest of Westeros." A sound from behind made them both turn. Missandei approached, gentle but urgent. "Your Grace, Grey Worm says the wagons are ready to depart. They await your final instructions." She paused, noticing Jon, and gave a small nod of acknowledgement. "My lord." Daenerys withdrew her hand from Jon's. "I'll see to them. We'll talk again soon." She hesitated, then gave him a faint, rueful smile. "We've conquered death, Jon Snow. The realm should be easy by comparison, shouldn't it?" He managed a quiet chuckle, though neither found much humor in it. "Should be," he murmured. She turned away, cloak swirling. Missandei fell into step beside her, quietly discussing logistical details. Jon watched until they vanished around the stables, then collected his crutch. "Ghost, whine softly." Jon patted the dire wolf, heart still heavy. They had won the greatest war imaginable, yet 1,000 smaller ones threatened to bloom like weeds in its wake. The next day dawned with a cold drizzle that slicked the bailey and ramparts. Gray light seeped through a dismal sky. Jon rose early, determined to move around despite the maester's admonitions. He wanted to see the scale of rebuilding firsthand. After a meager breakfast of bread and thin ale, he left Ghost in the great hall and made his way outdoors. The slush squelched beneath his boots. Over by the gatehouse, a group of small folk huddled in threadbare cloaks, seeking refuge within Winterfell's walls. Guards tried to direct them, but resources were scarce, and those who had homes or kin in nearby villages were being gently encouraged to move on. Jon scanned the courtyard for Sansa, eventually spotting her near the broken cart where an axle lay snapped in half. She was speaking to Gendry, who had apparently taken up a smith's role again, forging nails and rivets for repairs. Brienne stood off to one side, arms folded. When Jon approached, Sansa was saying, "We'll need more nails for the roofs of the eastern towers. The last storm damaged them severely. We can't have the living quarters flooding in the next heavy rain." Gendry wiped sweat from his brow, despite the chill. "I'll do my best, my lady, but the forge is nearly out of decent iron. We can scavenge old weapons from the battlefield, maybe melt those down." Sansa nodded. "Do it. We have no coin to buy fresh ore, and the roads are too dangerous for easy trade." She turned to Jon, smiling in greeting. "You're out and about early." Jon inclined his head. "I wanted to see how the repairs fare. It looks as though we're short on everything." Brienne answered quietly, "Yes, and short on rest as well. We have men patching holes in the walls day and night, but they can only do so much. Winterfell has never been so crowded." Jon surveyed the yard, watching the swirl of people. Peasants, soldiers, knights without lords. Many were newcomers from burnt-out villages, seeking shelter under the Stark banner. Others were part of Daenerys's retinue, though the queen herself had drastically fewer men than before. The entire realm had been depleted by the war. "We'll do what we can," Jon said at last. "We'll need to coordinate with the other northern lords and start sending people back to their lands if those lands are safe. We can't hold everyone here forever." Sansa agreed. "Aye, some lords may be able to house a fraction of them. The rest, well, we'll see." She pressed her lips thin. "What about the meeting with Daenerys? Is it still happening today?" Jon nodded. "Aye, soon. She wants to gather us in the solar, keep it small. We'll speak about the future, the throne, the truth behind my birth. We can't hide from it." Brienne's demeanor shifted. She was stoic, but the mention of a new monarchy unsettled her. "I serve House Stark," she said quietly, as if affirming her place. "Whatever decisions are made, I'll do my duty." Jon appreciated her unwavering loyalty, but also worried about the friction that might arise if the North learned he had a Targaryen claim. He offered a tired smile. "Thank you, Sir Brienne. They conversed a bit longer about supply lines and possible shipments from White Harbor, then parted ways. Jon, leaning on his crutch, made his way to the keep's interior. As he climbed the worn stairs, he ran into Tyrion Lannister, who was emerging from the library tower holding a stack of scrolls under one arm. The dwarf wore a thick cloak lined with fur, making him look somewhat broader than usual. "Jon Snow," Tyrion greeted with a measured smile. "I was on my way to find you. Her Grace requests our presence in the Solar sooner than planned. Seems she wants to get ahead of any new complications." He tapped the scrolls. Communiques from the Vale, White Harbor, and even a suspicious letter from the Iron Islands, all wanting clarity on the realm's leadership. Word travels quickly. Jon sighed, taking one of the scrolls Tyrion offered. The seal was from Lord Glover's seat. Sure enough, the letter demanded to know who was truly leading, the Dragon Queen or the one who had slain the Night King. There was an edge of northern pride in the wording that made Jon's teeth set. "Very well," he said at last. "Let's not keep her waiting." The Solar was a modest chamber near the top of one of the inner towers, once belonging to Ned Stark. A sturdy wooden table dominated the center, surrounded by chairs that had seen better days. A small fire crackled in the hearth, battling the dampness that seeped through the old stones. Light streamed in through a narrow window, revealing dust motes swirling in the gloom. Daenerys stood by the hearth, her posture tense. Missandei lingered near her, expression pensive. Grey Worm was absent, likely attending to the Unsullied. Davos, Sansa, Arya, and Bran were already present, arrayed in chairs. Samwell Tarly stood near a shelf, fiddling anxiously with his cloak. Jon and Tyrion entered together, with Tyrion closing the heavy wooden door behind them. Silence weighed on the room. Daenerys inclined her head slightly in greeting, her eyes flicking to Jon with a mix of resolve and uncertainty. He took a seat beside Bran, resting his crutch against the table. Tyrion found a seat opposite them, dropping his collection of scrolls with a muted thump. "Thank you all for coming," Daenerys began. "We decided a smaller council would be best. What we say here stays here until we have a plan." She took a breath, folding her arms. "I'll be direct. The realm is in chaos. The Iron Throne is vacant in all but name, with Cersei Lannister squatting in King's Landing, if indeed she still holds it. We have lords from every corner sending ravens, demanding to know who rules and on what authority." Sansa's gaze was steady. "And you intend to press your claim, Your Grace?" The formality in her tone was respectful but guarded. Daenerys nodded. "Yes, that has been my intention since I first set sail for Westeros. I swore to break the wheel, to free the realm from tyranny. Now that the Great War is done, we face the lesser war against Cersei, or whoever tries to fill the power vacuum. But there is more to consider." She glanced at Jon. "We have learned that Jon Snow, whom we believe to be Ned Stark's bastard, is in truth Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna." A hush fell over the group. Arya's expression hardened slightly, though not in condemnation of Jon, more at the potential repercussions. Davos folded his arms, looking weary but not surprised. Sam lowered his gaze as he had helped confirm the truth from old records. Sansa's face was carefully impassive, but tension stood out in her posture. Tyrion broke the silence. "Yes, well, we suspected as much after certain discussions. The question is, how do we present this knowledge to the realm, and what does it mean for the succession?" Daenerys' voice was measured. "If we do nothing, rumors will spread. Lords will question Jon's loyalty, question my rule. We risk another civil war. If we reveal it plainly but also confirm that Jon, Aegon, supports my claim, we might quell suspicion. But that alone might not satisfy those who prefer him to me." Sansa's brow furrowed. "Then you risk strife anyway. Some houses will no doubt raise banners for Jon, particularly in the north, as well as certain southern lords who might distrust a queen they see as foreign." She used the word carefully, acknowledging the prejudice. Arya spoke up, tone quiet but firm. "Jon doesn't want the Iron Throne. He never did. If he proclaims publicly that he has no desire to rule beyond the north, some lords might let it rest." She flicked her gaze to Jon. "But some might not." Bran, who had been silent in his chair, spoke in that distant, calm voice. "Once, the realm followed a Targaryen king who united the kingdoms. Now it faces ruin if we cannot unite them again. His pale eyes drifted over Jon and Daenerys. There is an old solution to this new problem. Sansa turned to him. You're speaking of marriage. Bran inclined his head slightly. Yes. Our family has joined houses through marriage many times, forging alliances. Targaryens have done the same. It is not uncommon, though the detail of their kinship might cause unease. He looked at Jon, expression unreadable. Yet it might be the surest way to avoid a fresh conflict. A ripple of discomfort ran around the table. Sam cleared his throat, pushing his spectacles up his nose. Historically, House Targaryen practiced such unions to keep the bloodline. It's not unprecedented. But the North has, well, different customs. Davos let out a long breath. The North won't like it. But we might prefer that to another war. Tyrion's gaze slid to Daenerys. Your Grace, do you find this course acceptable? Daenerys hesitated, then nodded slowly. Jon and I have fought together, and we respect each other. We trust each other. If the realm sees us united, perhaps it will accept one monarchy, one rule, no competing claims. And we could do real good, rebuilding what's been destroyed. Eyes turned to Jon. He felt the pressure of the moment, the weight of the realm. Anxiety knotted his stomach. He had made no formal proposal, but clearly Daenerys was open to the idea. The suggestion, however logical, stirred contradictory feelings, affection for her, respect for her cause, but also the uneasy knowledge of their shared blood. Northern tradition called such a union an abomination. Yet Targaryen custom saw it as normal, and if it saved thousands of lives, ended uncertainty. He glanced at Sansa, seeing her mouth set in a tight line. Arya's expression was equally unreadable, but her eyes flashed as though urging him to choose carefully. He braced himself. I never wanted to be king of anything beyond the wall, he said quietly. My loyalty is to the North. But we all saw how fragile peace is. If a marriage alliance with Daenerys preserves unity, spares us more bloodshed, then I'll consider it. He paused, swallowing. But it can't be forced on the North. Daenerys inclined her head. Nor the rest of the realm. She addressed the room. If the great lords see that Jon and I stand together, Aegon and Daenerys Targaryen, they may accept it without raising an army. If some refuse, we'll handle it carefully, but we won't begin with threats or fire. Tyrion steepled his fingers. Pragmatically, a royal wedding is a strong statement. Combined with open acknowledgement that Jon is indeed a Targaryen by birth, protected by the fact that Rhaegar's marriage to Elia Martell was annulled in favor of Lyanna. If the records you found are correct, Sam, then we have a potent claim. He smiled thinly. One that would overshadow Cersei's or any other pretender. Sansa pressed her fingertips against the table. So you mean to become king and queen of the Seven Kingdoms, though in truth, the North may wish to remain independent. My father and Robb both fought for the North's freedom. A thick silence followed. Jon understood her hesitation. The North had bled to break free of Southern rule. He cast a glance at Daenerys, who met his eye with concern. If the North wants independence, Jon said, I won't stand in its way. But after this war, many men have died side by side. Perhaps we're stronger as one realm as we were when Aegon first united the kingdoms. Times have changed. Sansa studied him. Yes, times have changed. Her tone was measured. I don't presume to speak for all northern lords, but they respect you, Jon, even if they resent Daenerys' father's deeds. If you were determined to unify the realm with Daenerys, the North might accept it under the right conditions. They'll want assurances that their traditions are respected, that we aren't going back to the days of the Mad King. Jon nodded. We'll grant them. We'll do better. Arya said nothing for a long moment, gaze flicking between Jon and Daenerys. Then she blew out a breath. If this avoids more war, so be it. But let's not pretend you two aren't also opening the door to old Targaryen ways. She fixed Daenerys with a direct look. We've seen how power corrupts. If the realm sees you turning into the same tyranny your father embodied, they'll revolt. And I'll stand with them. Daenerys met her gaze calmly. I understand. I have no desire to become like Ares. I freed slaves, broken chains, ended cruel rule where I could. My father's madness ends with him. Davos cleared his throat. If you two marry and proclaim a joint monarchy, we still have to deal with Cersei. She's a cunning queen, and I doubt she'll kneel because we ask politely. We might have another war on our hands if she refuses to surrender. Tyrion sighed. We do have 2 dragons, a battered but formidable army of Unsullied, plus the northern forces, the Vale, and possibly Dorne. What's left of it? If we must overthrow Cersei, we can. But with cunning. We don't want King's Landing to burn, nor do we want to starve millions. Daenerys gave a curt nod. I'm done burning cities. We'll find a better way. Her voice softened. We've all seen enough horror to last 1,000 lifetimes. Bran's quiet voice interjected. Then it is decided? You will marry, unify your claims, and press for a realm at peace. The details remain, but that is the path forward. Daenerys glanced at Jon, seeking final confirmation. Jon, heart pounding, forced himself to speak. It seems so. We still must speak with the major lords, but yes, I see no better way. Sam exhaled in relief. This could be the best outcome for the realm. We only need to handle the matter delicately. Carefully worded messages. A formal announcement once the North is on board. Tyrion, looking satisfied, began rifling through the scrolls. I'll draft letters. We'll address them to the major houses, explaining that we have ended the threat of the Night King, and that the rightful heirs, Daenerys Stormborn and Aegon Targaryen, intend to unify the realm in marriage. We'll pledge protections for local customs. That sort of thing. Sansa, though clearly uneasy, SE from her seat. Then we have plenty of work to do. Winterfell's defenses must be restored, the wounded cared for. I suggest we plan a gathering here, inviting the lords to witness your betrothal. Let them see your sincerity, see the bond you share. She was every bit the pragmatic lady of Winterfell now. Daenerys inclined her head. Thank you, Lady Sansa. Her gaze swept the room. And to all of you. We do this not for personal ambition, she paused, a faint wry smile. Well, perhaps in part. I always dreamed of sitting the Iron Throne, but now I see it as a means to protect the realm from further strife. Jon's voice was hoarse. Let's hope the realm agrees. They began to gather their things. Missandei quietly slipped out to begin drafting notes with Tyrion. Davos offered Jon a steadying arm, but Jon shook his head, picking up his crutch. Arya vanished, as was her habit, presumably to keep watch or gather more intelligence. Sansa and Bran left together, speaking in low tones about how best to sway the northern lords. Daenerys lingered, studying Jon with a mixture of empathy and mild apprehension. We'll talk more later about everything, she said quietly. Are you all right? Jon gave a tired nod, though inside he felt a swirl of uncertainty. Just overwhelmed, he admitted. But I'll manage. Her hand brushed his arm lightly. I understand. The battles we face now are no less daunting in their own way. I only hope we don't fail. He squeezed her hand gently before releasing it. We won't, he said, trying to sound more certain than he felt. She offered a small, hopeful smile, then departed. Jon stood there for a moment, leaning on his crutch, watching the remnants of the council filter away. The old solar felt suddenly vast and empty. The wind outside moaned across the tower's upper windows. Despite the newly forged plan, a sense of precariousness lingered, as though one false step might tumble them all back into chaos. Still, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, had made his choice. If marriage to Daenerys could unify the realm, he would see it through. He'd fought for the living and lost so much. Perhaps it was time to learn how to truly live, how to rebuild what was broken, and how to keep the promise of peace. Winterfell bustled with cautious excitement over the following days as word spread about the impending announcement. Sansa had not revealed the full truth of Jon's parentage to the general population, but rumors abounded. Some said the wolf and the dragon meant to wed, forging an alliance that would see them crowned in King's Landing. Others whispered that the king in the north was himself a Targaryen, though that rumor took stranger shapes with each retelling. In one version, Jon was a secret child of the Mad King. In another, he was a demon conjured by the dire wolves. Daenerys' presence loomed large. She walked the courtyard frequently, speaking with soldiers, comforting refugees, hearing concerns. The Northerners' distrust hadn't vanished overnight, but they saw her generosity, her grief for the fallen, her willingness to endure the same cold as everyone else. Fewer glared openly. Some even warmed to her, especially after hearing she had risked her life on Dragonback, facing the Night King himself. Jon spent most of his time overseeing repairs, checking in with lords who had lingered after the battle, and receiving endless lines of petitioners. Common folk seeking food, shelter, or answers about missing kin. The Riverlands had sent riders asking if they should direct their supplies north or wait for further instructions. Lord Royce of the Vale hovered in Winterfell's hall, demanding clarity on the new monarchy. Men from House Glover, House Serwyn, and House Mormont took turns pressing Jon for assurances that the North's autonomy and traditions would remain respected. It was exhausting but also familiar in a way. leadership by necessity, the weight of many lives in his hands. The difference was that he was no longer leading just a beleaguered band of watchers or even the king in the North's retinue. Now, the entire realm looked to him and Daenerys. At times, it felt overwhelming, so he would retreat to the Godswood to gather his thoughts. The Godswood had changed since the battle. The snow was stained with old blood at its edges, a hush of sorrow clinging to the ancient weirwood. But the face carved in its trunk remained impassive, the red eyes unwavering. Jon would stand there, letting the wind ruffle his cloak, trying to recall Ned Stark's quiet presence. Would Ned have approved of a Targaryen wedding? Would he have urged Jon to stand aside and let the North be free? The only answer was the rustle of leaves. Late one evening, as Jon was leaving the Godswood, Arya appeared at his side, so silent he nearly startled. He gave her a wry look, half laughing. "You have a knack for that." She shrugged, a ghost of a smile on her lips. "I trained for it." The smile faded. "I heard you and Daenerys plan to announce your betrothal soon." Jon inhaled the night air, which smelled faintly of wet bark and old ash from the pyres. "Yes, once the northern lords we summoned arrive, we'll make it official. Then we'll plan a journey south. We still have to confront Cersei." Arya's gaze flicked to the weirwood. "So you'll be king then? Or she'll be queen and you'll be king consort? Or how does that work?" Jon gave a tired half-chuckle. "We haven't sorted the titles yet. The realm has seldom had a ruling king and queen with equal standing. But that's the idea." She brushed a strand of brown hair from her face. "It feels so strange. We used to run around here bickering with Bran and Sansa, me with my wooden sword. Now we're talking about you ruling the Seven Kingdoms." Jon's chest tightened with old memories. Bittersweet. "I'd trade it all to have the old days back. But the old days are gone." Arya studied him. "You know there will be lords who hate this. Some who might hate you. Others who want to exploit you. And if you marry Daenerys the Targaryen ways," she lowered her voice, "I hope she remains the woman who helped save us, not someone who slides into tyranny." Jon exhaled. "She won't become the Mad King. She's seen too much, lost too much. We'll watch each other. If either of us steps off that path, I trust you to let us know." A faint grin tugged at Arya's lips. "You can count on it." Then the grin faded. "And if it ever comes to it, I'll protect you. No matter what the lords say." Jon smiled, a flicker of warmth in the chill. "You've saved me plenty of times already, Arya." She snorted. "Maybe once or twice." A pause, then she lightly touched his arm. "I'm glad you're still here, that we're all still here. The dead are gone. Let's make the most of it." He squeezed her hand in silent agreement. They parted ways under the looming moon, the godwood behind them, memories lingering like half-forgotten phantoms. The next morning, they convened in the great hall with the lords who had answered their summons on short notice. Though not all northern houses could send representatives so soon, several key figures were present. Lord Glover, Lady Mormont, her fierce stare returned, though she was battered and bandaged, Lord Serwyn, and a handful of lesser bannermen. From the Vale, Lord Royce arrived, wearing his thick furs and stern expression. The Rivellins had sent an envoy, a distant Tully cousin named Ser Edwin. Tyrion, Davos, and Missandei represented Daenerys' side, while Sansa, Arya, and Bran stood for the Starks. Jon and Daenerys sat side by side at the high table. There was no throne, just two sturdy chairs draped in fur. The hall was full, crackling with a tension that reminded Jon of the moments before battle, though the conflict here was entirely of a different kind. Daenerys rose first, addressing the gathered lords with a clear, resonant voice. She acknowledged their bravery, thanked them for standing against the Night King, and promised that she had no desire to subjugate the North or ignore their sacrifices. She spoke of forging a lasting peace, of building a world where future generations would not fear winter as the harbinger of death. Then Jon stood. He tried not to lean too heavily on his crutch, wanting to project steadiness. He spoke simply in the straightforward manner the Northerners were used to from him. He credited Daenerys for her role, assured them that the differences between North and South could be bridged. Then he delivered the news: he and Daenerys intended to marry. That they wished to unite the realm as one, to stand together so that no future darkness, be it winter or a southern tyrant, could divide them. A low rumble spread across the hall. Some lords exchanged uneasy glances. Lady Mormont's eyebrows rose almost into her hairline, but she remained silent. Others, particularly the Vale's Royce, looked thoughtful. When Jon finished, Daenerys stepped in again, reiterating that she sought no forced fealty, no burning fields. She had come to the north to fight for all living people, and now that the living had prevailed, she wanted to rebuild together. Silence followed. Jon's heart pounded. He felt Daenerys' tension beside him, saw Sansa's watchful gaze from the dais. Tyrion and Davos scanned the crowd, ready to counter arguments. At last, Lord Glover cleared his throat. "We respect you, Jon Snow. Pardon, I mean king in the north," he frowned. "Or are you still that? If you marry Daenerys Targaryen, who rules the north? We bled for our independence. Must we give it up again?" Jon sighed inwardly. "The north will be respected. If the lords truly demand independence, I'm willing to consider terms that satisfy them. But we face an uncertain realm. Rebuilding requires unity, roads, trade, alliances." He leaned forward. "We can't afford to stand alone with so many threats still lurking beyond our borders. I ask you to trust me as you've done before." Murmurs spread. Roy spoke next. "And you, your grace," he addressed Daenerys. "Your father slaughtered the lords of the Vale in his madness. How do we know you won't follow in his footsteps?" Daenerys' spine stiffened. "I am not my father. I've risked my life to protect the people of this realm. I freed slaves across the narrow sea. My dragons have fought the undead, not ravaged innocent towns. If we wanted to force you to bend the knee, we wouldn't be here, vulnerable in your midst." Ser Edwin Tully ventured a question. "What of King's Landing, then? If you take the throne, what becomes of Queen Cersei? War will follow, yes." Tyrion fielded that one. "Cersei refuses to yield. She broke her agreement to unite against the dead, preferring to watch the north be overrun. She may well still have the Golden Company at her disposal. We'll attempt negotiations first. But if she remains obstinate, we'll remove her with as little bloodshed as possible." Davos added, "We can't let a tyrant remain. She had her chance." Lady Mormont, standing even though she was pale from recent injuries, scowled. "I don't like it," she said bluntly. "The North is weary of southern wars. But you're right that the realm is in tatters and the common folk pay the price. If wedding Daenerys Targaryen means no more pointless bloodshed here, I can accept that. So long as we're not forced to kneel and forget who we are." Jon felt a wave of relief. He turned to Daenerys, who gave a slight nod. "We have no intention of erasing the North's identity," she promised. "You'll have your customs, your lords, your own way of life. We only ask that you stand with us when the realm as a whole needs you." Gradually, the lords began to soften or at least remain neutral. They had lost so many men in the long night, few relished the idea of another war. If Jon was at Daenerys' side, they could live with it. Jon sensed the undercurrent of restlessness, but no one rose in outright defiance. After all, he had saved them and Daenerys had proven her valor. Finally, Lord Glover sighed. "Very well. You have our acceptance, if not our unbridled joy." He gave Jon a pointed look. "We'll watch closely, as we always have." Jon inclined his head. "That's fair, my lord." The meeting ended with a cautious sort of accord. The official details would be hammered out, but the Northerners seemed ready to tolerate the betrothal. The Vale and Riverland's envoys, too, would carry the message to their own seats. The battered realm might yet rally behind a Targaryen-Stark union, especially with Tyrion's letters promising mild governance and post-war reconstruction. When the lords departed, the tension in the hall ebbed, replaced by a subdued optimism. Sansa let out a long exhale. "That was better than I expected," she murmured. "No one tried to stab you, at least." Jon gave a grim chuckle. "High praise indeed." Arya snorted, leaning against a pillar. "They're not happy, but they'll bend. At least for now. Just keep your word to them, Jon." Daenerys glanced at him, a tired relief in her eyes. "We will. Next, we plan how to handle King's Landing." Tyrion and Davos joined them at the dais, discussing which lords might be persuaded to march peacefully south, how to handle a siege if needed. They needed to plan a safe route, gather supplies, ensure the newly formed alliance wouldn't crumble on the road. In the midst of it all, Sam approached, holding a small sheaf of parchment. "My lords, my ladies," Sam said, glancing at Daenerys as well. "We've just received word from the Citadel. They want a full account of what happened with the army of the dead. They also note that Euron Greyjoy has been seen in Blackwater Bay, possibly forging some alliance with Cersei. It looks like she's not idle." Daenerys set her jaw. "Then we can't delay too long." She glanced at Jon. "We'll have to hold the official wedding in the north soon, then move on King's Landing. Or hold the wedding at King's Landing if we can capture it. But it might be better to unify our forces before going south." Jon nodded, pressing a hand to the ache in his thigh. "Agreed. We can't let Cersei gather strength unchecked. We'll need to sail or march in a few weeks at most. Enough time for the snows to lessen, we hope, and for the North's lords to organize." Sansa's voice was measured. A wedding in Winterfell would mean fewer potential saboteurs. But the North can't host a grand affair. Our supplies are limited. Davos cleared his throat. Maybe a modest ceremony then. Enough pomp to make it official, but not a lavish feast that empties our stores. Tyrion shrugged. We can handle the details. The important part is that the realm sees a recognized union. The dragon and the wolf become one. Daenerys nodded, though a flicker of sadness crossed her features. Jon realized she might be remembering how, once, the dragon in question was not just her own symbol but that of the frost-scaled creature they'd lost. She gave him a lingering look, sharing the weight of that memory, then turned to the others. Then that's our plan, she said softly. A wedding in a fortnight here at Winterfell. Afterwards, we march or sail south, confronting Cersei with a united realm at our backs. Jon gazed around at the blackened walls, the battered tables, the solemn faces of those who had survived the Night King's onslaught. This was not how he'd ever imagined a wedding. There would be no cheerful throngs, no light-hearted banter. Just a battered castle, a realm still breathing heavy from the worst war in its history. And yet if it meant forging a peace that might last, it was worth the cost. Yes, he said, voice hushed. We'll do it. The preparations for the wedding were subdued, overshadowed by the reality of Winterfell's devastation and the realm's precarious state. Snow still fell in occasional flurries, though less heavily than before, leaving the courtyard a patchwork of slush and mud. Over the next 2 weeks, the castle's residents worked at a feverish pace. Wooden planks replaced shattered doors, fresh mortar repaired cracks in the walls. Lords who had lingered after the battle helped arrange meager festivities, though most recognized that the realm did not have the resources for a grand event. Still, the day approached. Ravaged as Winterfell was, a semblance of ceremony emerged. Sansa coordinated with Davos, Tyrion, and Missandei on every detail, seating for a handful of surviving lords, a modest feast courtesy of scavenged stores and a few courtesy shipments from White Harbor. Decor consisted largely of evergreen boughs and the Stark sigils with Targaryen banners patched from old cloth. The dragons themselves, Drogon and the wounded Regal, remained just outside the castle walls, their looming presence a reminder of what had made this union possible. Jon spent the days leading up to it in a haze of duty and introspection. His leg improved enough that he set aside the crutch, though he still walked with a pronounced limp. He oversaw the mustering of soldiers, both northern and unsullied, who would soon march south. He endured repeated visits from the northern lords, each wanting to confirm some last question about the North's rights. He answered letters from the Vale, the Riverlands, even a note from Dorne's scattered leadership who tentatively expressed relief at the Undead's defeat but withheld final judgment on a Targaryen monarchy until they had more details. If he had a moment alone, it was in the Godwood or with Ghost, letting the hush of old branches calm him. Sometimes Arya joined him. Sometimes Sam or Davos brought him more letters. Twice, Daenerys came to find him there, and they walked among the weirwood's red leaves, discussing the path ahead. They shared moments of quiet, hand in hand, acknowledging the strangeness of it all. Their bond had begun in the shadow of a war. Now, in the fragile dawn of peace, they found themselves leaning on each other's resolve. Daenerys confided her worries, how the realm might never fully accept another Targaryen, how she still mourned her lost dragon children, first Viserion, then the frost dragon that had hatched for Jon. She spoke softly of her brother Rhaegar, a man she never truly knew, who might have been so different from the Mad King. She wondered aloud if her father's madness lived in her blood, waiting to surface. Jon listened, gently reassuring her that the choices she made defined her far more than her lineage. For Jon's part, he confessed his sense of unworthiness, the guilt that so many had died under his watch, and the unease at being called king. He still felt more a man of the Night's Watch than a ruler. Daenerys met his fears with a quiet understanding, acknowledging that neither of them had chosen this path in the traditional sense. They had been shaped by war, by prophecy, by duty. At last, the morning of the wedding arrived. Pale sunlight broke across Winterfell's battered walls, glinting on the fresh-fallen snow that dusted the courtyard. The air smelled of pine, smoke, and a hint of something sweet from the kitchens where Sansa had arranged for a small honeyed pastry to mark the occasion. The realm was still reeling, but for one day there would be a measure of celebration or at least solemn recognition. Jon stood in his old chamber, letting a young steward help him into a clean tunic of dark gray wool. Over it went a cloak edged in subtle white fur. He wore a simple belt with Longclaw hanging at his hip. He refused to go anywhere without the Valyrian blade that had ended the Night King. Ghost lay curled near the fireplace, seemingly at ease. As the steward finished fussing with the cloak's clasp, Davos entered, clearing his throat. "Jon, or should I say, Your Grace, it's nearly time." A soft, amused twist colored his tone. Your audience awaits in the courtyard. Jon let out a breath. I'm no king yet. Close enough, Davos said. You look fine, lad. About as nervous as I was at my own wedding, though it was a lesser affair. His gaze softened. You're doing the right thing, I think. The realm needs hope. Jon nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He crossed to Ghost, kneeling stiffly to ruffle the direwolf's fur. Stay here, boy. The courtyard will be crowded. Ghost cocked his head but remained in place, perhaps sensing the formal nature of the event. When Jon emerged onto the walkway leading to the courtyard, the crisp morning air hit him. The space below had been cleared and tidied as best as possible. An improvised dais stood at the center, decorated with evergreen boughs. Lords, knights, and even small folk packed the perimeter, forming a wide half-circle. Draped along the ramparts were Stark banners, interspersed with Targaryen sigils newly sewn. The smell of pine mingled with the faint odor of old blood beneath the churned snow. War scars didn't vanish in a fortnight. Sansa and Arya waited near the dais, both dressed in warm furs. Arya gave Jon an encouraging nod, while Sansa managed a small smile. Bran sat a short distance away, solemn as ever. Tyrion stood with Missandei, and behind them, clusters of Unsullied and Northern soldiers. Overhead, the sky was a bright, cold blue, as though the world had decided to give them one clear day in a season of storms. Jon descended carefully, the ache in his leg flaring, but he refused to show too much discomfort. He took his place on the dais. Silence rippled through the crowd. Then, with a slight flourish of trumpets borrowed from the Vale's men, Daenerys appeared at the courtyard's edge. She wore a gown of pale silver blue, lined with white fur at the collar and cuffs, reminiscent of the Targaryen style but adapted for northern cold. Her silver-gold hair was braided into a crown-like twist. Beside her stood Grey Worm, stoic, and behind them a handful of handmaidens. Jon's heart pounded as she approached. The hush in the courtyard felt almost tangible. He caught glimpses of uncertain faces among the lords, curiosity among the small folk, and a few resigned shrugs. By the old gods and the new, this was not the wedding he had ever envisioned. But it was the one fate had placed before them. Daenerys ascended the dais, meeting his gaze with a flicker of a smile. She stood before him, close enough that he felt her warmth through the crisp air. Tyrion stepped forward, clearing his throat. We come together to witness the joining of House Targaryen and House Stark. Though House Targaryen claims the Iron Throne and House Stark leads the North, these two have chosen to stand as one, forging a union meant to bring peace to the realm. A soft ripple of shifting feet spread through the onlookers. Sansa's gaze remained fixed on the scene, while Arya's lips curved ever so slightly in encouragement. Bran watched with an impassive calm. Davos hovered near the dais, arms folded. Tyrion turned to Jon. Who comes before us in the name of the North and for the good of all Westeros? Jon cleared his throat, feeling every eye upon him. I am Jon Snow, he said, voice rough. Though born as Aegon Targaryen, I was raised as a Stark, and I have pledged my life to protect this realm. Now I stand here, ready to wed Daenerys Targaryen to unify our people. Murmurs fluttered. It was the first public admission of his Targaryen name, though it was not a detailed explanation. Some in the crowd looked startled, others wary. A few might have already heard rumors and took the confirmation in stride. Tyrion then turned to Daenerys. And who stands before us in the name of House Targaryen? Daenerys lifted her chin. I am Daenerys Storeborn of House Targaryen, breaker of chains, mother of dragons. I have come to Westeros to claim my birthright and protect its people from tyranny. Now I join with Jon Snow to build a new future for the realm. The hush deepened. Tyrion nodded to Davos, who stepped forward with a simple length of cloth, white, embroidered with both the Stark dire wolf and the Targaryen dragon in silver thread. He wrapped it around Jon's and Daenerys's joined hands. By the old gods and the new, we bind these two in matrimony, Davos said solemnly. May their union bring peace and prosperity to the Seven Kingdoms. At that cue, Jon and Daenerys each recited the vows. Tyrion and Missandei had drafted, a combination of northern tradition and Targaryen custom, acknowledging loyalty to one another, protection of the realm, and a shared seat of power. Their voices were steady, though both carried an undercurrent of emotion. Jon's chest felt tight, recalling all that had led them here, the dragons, the battles, the secrets, the unimaginable cost. When the vows were done, Davos unwound the cloth, and the crowd seemed to realize it was supposed to applaud. A tentative cheer rose, interspersed with polite claps. Some hearts were not fully in it, but the symbol was there. The union was sealed. Daenerys turned to Jon, meeting his gaze. An uncertainty flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. They leaned in and kissed, a chaste but firm seal to the union. The cheers grew a bit louder, though still muted by the weight of recent tragedy. Jon tasted salt, realized it was from tears he hadn't noticed forming. For a moment, the courtyard and its watchers faded away, leaving just the two of them in the cold sunshine. When they broke apart, the crowd parted to make way for the newlyweds to walk back inside, presumably to the hall where a humble feast waited. Tyrion clapped them both on the shoulder, smirking in that half-sarcastic way. Sansa and Arya waited to embrace Jon, though Sansa's eyes shone with complicated emotion. Arya's embrace was briefer, but her face held a rare warmth. Grey Worm stepped forward to bow, Missandei behind him. The Unsullied tapped their spears against the ground in unison, a sign of respect. The northern soldiers gave ragged cheers. Overhead, a dragon roared, Drogon perched near the castle wall as if signaling his acceptance of this union. Rhaegal, from the courtyard's far edge, let out a weaker roar, but a roar nonetheless, flapping his still healing wing. And so, in the battered courtyard of Winterfell, under a sky still bearing the scars of the long night, the realm saw the official union of Daenerys Stormborn and Jon Aegon Targaryen. Neither wore a crown, nor claimed to be coronated in that moment, but the symbolic weight was clear. 2 claims, 1 throne. A promise of peace. Their footsteps led them into the great hall, where lords and ladies jostled to find seats at the simplest wedding feast in living memory. The meal was no grand affair: turnip stew, salted cod, stale bread softened in gravy, and a single cask of wine from the Vale. Yet conversation buzzed with a strange mixture of relief, curiosity, and grudging acceptance. Jon and Daenerys sat at the high table with Sansa, Arya, Bran, Tyrion, Missandei, and Davos gathered around. Outside, the temperature rose slightly, melting some of the fresh snow. At one point, Lord Glover raised his cup. To the king and queen, he said, voice gruff. Some repeated the toast, others offered half-hearted lifts of their cups, but the sentiment was there. Jon nodded in acknowledgement, not taking too much offense at the scattered enthusiasm. It was still more than he expected. As the feast wore on, Daenerys and Jon exchanged quiet words with those who came to pay respects. Tyrion flitted about, smoothing tensions, while Sansa maintained her regal poise, answering small folks' queries about winter stores. Arya slipped away at intervals, perhaps weary of the crowd. Bran stared at all with his distant calm. Eventually, the sun drifted low and the wedding feast concluded without major incident. The realm's new power couple rose, thanked everyone for attending, and made their formal exit. Outside the hall, the courtyard was already emptying. Tomorrow would bring more tasks, finalizing war preparations, drafting letters to proclaim the new monarchy, planning the campaign against Cersei. But for one night, they had done enough. Jon offered Daenerys his arm. She accepted, leaning into him slightly as they walked through Winterfell's corridors toward the private chambers the stewards had hastily refurbished for them. The castle's lamps glowed dimly and a hush hung in the passages, broken only by the distant howling wind. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in Jon's chest, relief that the day was over, apprehension about what came next, and a quiet, tentative feeling of closeness to the woman beside him. When they reached the chamber door, the guards discreetly stepped back, leaving them in relative privacy. Jon opened the door, letting Daenerys enter first. The room was spare. A single wide bed, a worn rug, a small hearth with embers glowing. Hardly the trappings of a royal wedding night. Yet there was a certain comfort in the unadorned simplicity. Daenerys turned to him, exhaling. Well, it's done. Jon closed the door, setting aside his cloak. Yes, he said softly, feeling an odd sense of finality. We're married. She managed a quiet laugh, though it sounded a bit shaky. I never thought it would happen in a battered fortress in the north, with only meager stew for a feast. But here we are. Jon stepped closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face. We do what we must for the realm. Her eyes gleamed in the firelight. For the realm, she echoed, a gentle hint of teasing in her voice. Then she reached up, resting a hand against his cheek. Though, it's not just duty, is it? Jon's heart twisted. He remembered how, in the heat of war, they had drawn together, feeling a spark of hope amid the darkness. That spark hadn't vanished, though it was now tangled with the knowledge of their Targaryen blood. No, he admitted. It's not just duty. She leaned in, and he met her lips in a tender kiss. It was no grand passion fueled by naive desire, but rather a quiet, steady warmth shared by two people who had fought side by side against impossible odds. They were bone-tired, battered by fate, and uncertain of what the morrow held. Yet in that moment, they found a fragile solace in each other's closeness. They parted, breath mingling in the chilly air. Daenerys brushed the corners of her eyes, tears unspilled. "We should rest," she whispered. "Tomorrow, we face the realm again." Jon nodded, helping her remove the heavier layers of her wedding attire. He shed his own boots and tunic, wincing at the ache in his thigh. The fire in the hearth gave off just enough warmth to chase away the worst of the cold. They slid under the furs of the bed, exhaustion settling in. Daenerys snuggled against his side, her cheek to his shoulder. For a time, they lay there in silence, listening to the wind rattle the shutters. Ghosts' faint padding in the corridor signaled the direwolf's vigil. Jon thought of the future. A confrontation with Cersei, lords who might challenge their union, the question of how to ensure the realm stayed unified, and deeper worries. Could Daenerys and he truly forge a just rule, or would the lure of power corrupt them? Would old grudges fester? He looked down at Daenerys, who had closed her eyes, though her brow furrowed slightly with worry. In the flickering firelight, she looked both regal and terribly vulnerable. A woman who had carried the weight of prophecy, of dragons, and of war on her shoulders. Now she carried the weight of an entire realm's expectations. Jon bent to press a soft kiss to her hair. If fate had decreed them these burdens, they would bear them together. The path ahead was uncertain, but at least they had chosen it with open eyes, swearing not to repeat the sins of their ancestors. Perhaps that was all anyone could do: try, learn, and strive for a better world than the one they inherited. As the night deepened, the fire's embers glowed faintly. Outside, the last of the wedding guests shuffled to their pallets. Above the castle, Drogon rumbled in restless sleep, Regal dozed with a half-closed eye, and the distant stars glimmered coldly. In Winterfell's battered halls, a hush fell. The king and queen, if that's what they now were, slept side by side, having forged a marriage that might save the realm, or doom it, depending on what they did next. Still, for this single night, after so many nights of horror, they were allowed to rest. Outside, the winter wind moaned, but it carried no undead threat, no malignant force seeking to extinguish life. Merely the chill breath of a northern land reminding them that there was still much to endure. Yet somewhere in the hush of falling snow there was a promise. Life had outlasted death, the dawn had come, and two battered souls had united to shepherd the realm's uncertain tomorrow. In that moment, if only for an instant, hope felt like a living thing, flickering bravely against the encroaching dark. Jon Snow woke in a hush of early morning, the chill of Winterfell's stone walls sinking through the firs. For a disorienting moment, he couldn't remember exactly where he was, only that something monumental had changed in his life. Then he felt the warmth of Daenerys's body pressed close, her arm draped over his chest, and he recalled the wedding rites in the courtyard, the quiet but steady vow they had made before all the gathered lords. He lay there in a haze, letting the distant sounds of the castle filter through the thick walls. Footsteps, echoing shouts, the shifting clank of metal, signs of a fortress still in half-alert. The hush that had come after the long night was over, replaced by renewed commotion as men and women repaired walls, prepared for the next campaign, or simply tried to survive. A tang of smoke from the hearth drifted around the room, mingling with the faint scent of pine from the courtyard. Daenerys stirred beside him, blinking awake. She exhaled softly, as though steeling herself for a day of duty. Their gazes met, and she gave him a tentative smile, both of them feeling the same weight pressing in. They were wed now, two Targaryens forging a single claim. But that union was little more than a first step on a path fraught with looming questions. "Good morning," she murmured, voice still husky with sleep. She slid her hand along his shoulder, then rose on one elbow, studying him. "How does your leg feel?" Jon tested it, tensing the muscles. The wound still ached, but the pain had dulled to a nagging throb. "Better," he said, though he imagined traveling south on horseback would aggravate it. "I'll manage." Daenerys brushed a lock of silver-gold hair from her face. She wore a linen shift that did little to protect against the northern cold, so she pulled the fur blanket tighter around her. "We have much to do," she said, voice rueful. "I suspect Tyrion wants to call a war council soon, and the northern lords will want more assurances about marching south." Jon let out a breath, remembering how the minimal wedding feast had ended the night before, with uneasy acceptance from most of the north. They had extended measured respect to Daenerys, but trust would take time. "Aye," he said. "No rest for the realm's new monarchs." The word still felt foreign on his tongue. He would never be fully comfortable with it. Daenerys's gaze held a shadow of uncertainty. "We'll do what we can. One step at a time." For now, let's see how the morning greets us." They dressed in relative silence. Jon felt the strangeness of sharing such an intimate space with Daenerys, bound to her by oath, by war, and by the twist of their family blood. Neither of them spoke of the Targaryen lineage at that moment, but the knowledge hung in the corners of the room like a ghost. Better, perhaps, to focus on the task of forging peace. After layering themselves in warm cloaks, they emerged into the corridor where 2 unsullied guards and 2 northern guards stood on duty. All 4 stiffened at the sight of the newlywed rulers. Jon gave them a curt nod, swallowing his discomfort at the notion of being guarded. He and Daenerys walked side by side through the winding halls, heading for the Great Hall. Servants gaped in passing, some offering bows or curtsies. It struck Jon again how fragile this unity was. The Great War had ended only weeks ago, the stench of charred white still lingering in certain corners. Now a Targaryen queen and a Targaryen Stark king walked the halls as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They reached the Great Hall, which was largely empty of petitioners this early. A handful of men in thick cloaks doused the braziers from the night, preparing fresh fires for the day. Tyrion was already there, perched on a bench with a steaming cup, likely wine diluted with water, given the hour. He glanced up, eyebrows arching. "Good morning, your graces," Tyrion said, letting the faintest hint of wry humor into his voice. "I trust the night's rest was sufficient?" Daenerys gave him a measured look. As sufficient as it could be given the burdens waiting outside. Jon stepped forward. "Any news?" Tyrion took a sip. "We've had another raven from the Riverlands. Edmure Tully, newly reaffirmed as Lord of Riverrun, is uncertain how to proceed but leans toward supporting you. The Vale remains cooperative thanks to Lord Royce's sense of duty. The Ironborn remain an enigma, though there are whispers that Yara Greyjoy might have retaken the Iron Islands from Euron's men." He grimaced. "We also have scattered reports that Euron himself has been seen near King's Landing, presumably forging a deeper alliance with Cersei. All told, we can expect trouble if we march south." Daenerys sighed. "We expected as much. Has there been any direct word from King's Landing?" "Nothing official," Tyrion replied, setting his cup aside. "No ravens from Cersei. The silence suggests she's gathering strength and hopes to catch us unaware." Jon shared a look with Daenerys, who nodded. "Then we mustn't linger over long," she said. "But neither can we depart before we have enough men to ensure success. A partial muster and a quick march might lead to disaster if Cersei has the Golden Company at her beck and call." Tyrion tapped a finger on the table. "Perhaps we can employ some strategy, lure her into believing we're weaker than we are. Stage a feint in the Crownlands while the main army approaches from another direction." He looked at Jon. "You know warfare from the north better than I do, but Cersei's cunning can match any northern storm." Jon felt a stir of old, familiar tension. "We should hold another council meeting. Let Davos, Sansa, Arya, Grey Worm, Brienne, and the rest weigh in. The north is weary of war, but we can't let Cersei rebuild unopposed." Daenerys agreed. "Let's gather them after midday. The men will want to see a plan." Before they could continue, the doors at the far end of the hall creaked open. A swirl of chilly air gusted in, accompanied by Davos himself, cloaked in heavy fur. He spotted them and offered a greeting. "Ah, I was just looking for you," Davos said, stopping a respectful distance away. "I've word from the gate. There's a group of free folk who arrived, led by Tormund Giantsbane. Says he wants to speak with Jon Snow or King Jon, I suppose." Davos's tone turned dry at the novelty of the title. "They're in the courtyard now." Jon straightened. He hadn't seen Tormund since the frantic aftermath of the battle when Tormund had helped escort survivors. "I'll go to him," he said, a slight urgency in his voice. Tormund was as close to a friend as he had. Among the wildlings. If the free folk had decided to remain south of the wall, they might have important tidings. Daenerys placed a hand on Jon's forearm. "I'll join you." Together, they made their way outside, passing the yard where Unsullied drilled in small numbers. The gloom of the morning had given way to an anemic sunlight peeking through cloud cover, setting the muddy ground glistening. At the northern gate, Jon spotted Tormund's distinctive shock of red hair. The wildling had a scattering of new scars across his face, half hidden by his thick beard. He stood with half a dozen other free folk, all heavily cloaked. At the sight of Jon and Daenerys, Tormund gave a gap-toothed grin. "So, you're a fancy king now, eh?" he shouted in greeting, loud enough for half the courtyard to hear. "I heard rumors, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Heard there was a wedding, but we were a bit busy to attend." Jon let out a breath of wry amusement. "We did what had to be done. How are you, Tormund? How are the free folk?" Tormund shrugged. "Some of us are better than others. We lost many in the battle. I took a band to check the other side of the wall, see if there were pockets of undead left. Found none, but it's a wasteland up there, thanks to the White Walkers. We came south again, hearing that Winterfell is the place to be if we don't want to starve. Daenerys eyed the group, who looked travel-worn and underfed. You're welcome here, she said, but I'm afraid we have limited supplies. We're doing what we can to feed all who come. Tormund nodded, giving her an assessing once-over. So you're the Dragon Queen. I saw your dragons in battle, fierce beasts. Suppose I should say thanks for keeping Jon alive. Daenerys offered a slight smile. He kept me alive just as often, I think. Tormund let out a hearty chuckle, patting Jon's shoulder. Well, I guess that makes you an even match. Dragon Queen and Wolf King, who'd have guessed? His amusement faded, replaced by a seriousness unusual for him. What's your plan now? The dead might be gone, but the living still love a good fight. The free folk were not too keen on more wars that ain't ours. Jon exchanged a glance with Daenerys. We plan to move south and confront Cersei Lannister. She refused to help us fight the dead and now stands as a threat to the realm's peace. But that doesn't have to be your war, Tormund. You and the free folk can go where you please, so long as you harm no one. Tormund scratched his beard, thinking. We appreciate that. Some might join your fight, some want revenge for the losses we suffered when your southern lords shunned us. But many are tired. They'd rather find a patch of land and rebuild. He shrugged. What do you say if a bunch of us settle near the gift, or even beyond? As long as there's no trouble, no one telling us what to do. Jon nodded slowly, recalling that the gift south of the wall had once been lands set aside for the Night's Watch. In this new age, with the White Walkers gone, it made sense to let the free folk live there if they chose. I think that can be arranged as long as you abide by certain peace agreements with nearby houses. We can work it out. You have my word. Daenerys added, we don't intend to force the free folk into kneeling. You've fought with us and you've earned the right to live in peace. If the North can accept that, we'll see to it. Tormund's gaze shifted between them as if measuring their sincerity. Then he grinned again, patting Jon's back with enough force to jostle him. We'll stay a while, gather supplies, talk to the others. Might be some younger warriors who'll ride with you to keep your hide in one piece. He gave Daenerys a playful wink. Don't let him get killed, all right? Daenerys shook her head with a slight, indulgent smile. We'll do our best, Tormund Giantsbane. They spoke a bit more, discussing how to arrange for some wildlings to gain shelter in the outer reaches of the gift. Tormund promised not to raid or cause trouble, a promise that made him roll his eyes in mock offense, though he understood the necessity. Then, with a parting clasp of forearms, Tormund led his companions away, presumably to find what little food Winterfell's stores could spare. Jon watched them go, a swirl of old loyalties and memories in his mind. He and Tormund had come a long way from the days of the Night's Watch hostility toward wildlings. The notion that the free folk might settle peacefully under a Targaryen Stark monarchy would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. Yet here they were, forging a new shape of Westeros out of the ashes left by the dead. He turned to Daenerys. Shall we go gather the council? Yes, she said, voice subdued but resolved. Let's plan how we march south. They walked back across the courtyard, side by side. Overhead, Rhaegal circled, his flight still somewhat stilted from his injuries, but at least he could take to the sky again. Drogon was likely perched atop a tower or hunting beyond the walls. The presence of two dragons remained a stark reminder of Daenerys's power, though the North still eyed them warily. In the Great Hall, the lords and key advisors were assembling at the long table near the dais. Davos stood on one side, exchanging quiet words with Gendry, who was stepping into a role as an armorer of sorts. Sansa was there, studying a parchment. Arya leaned against a pillar, hood pulled up as though she preferred the shadows. Tyrion sat near the center, tapping quill to parchment. Bran's wheeled chair was stationed at the table's end, where the surface had been cleared to accommodate him. Missandei hovered behind Daenerys's usual seat, dignified and serene. Grey Worm was absent, likely attending to the Unsullied. When Jon and Daenerys took their seats at the head of the table, the murmurs subsided. Sansa looked up, nodding in greeting. Davos set aside the ledger, and Tyrion folded his arms. Arya stepped forward, joining them. The hall felt still, save for the occasional crackle of torches. Jon drew a breath. We've all heard the rumors from King's Landing, he began. Cersei remains in power, presumably with the Golden Company at her disposal. Euron Greyjoy is at her side, commanding a fleet. We can't allow her to rebuild while we recover from the battle, or else we risk a surprise attack here in the north or a protracted siege if we march on her ill-prepared. Daenerys continued seamlessly. We've survived one cataclysmic war only to face the possibility of another. But we have no choice. The Iron Throne cannot remain in the hands of a queen who betrays her oaths and endangers the realm. The question is how we proceed. Davos frowned, leaning forward. We'll need a large enough force to stand against the Golden Company, Lannister loyalists, and whatever else Cersei musters. But many of our men are exhausted or wounded. The north is in no shape for a forced march, especially so soon after the long night. The Vale might help, but even they lost men. Sansa nodded. I've had ravens from Lord Royce. He's mustering as many knights of the Vale as he can spare, but traveling in winter is always slow and we have pockets of bandits or leftover chaos to worry about. She pursed her lips. The Riverlands may offer limited support. Edmure Tully is in a precarious position, trying to re-establish his hold. Arya spoke up, voice quiet. We could send a smaller force, approach King's Landing with stealth infiltration. But that depends on whether you two want to rely on cunning or open conquest. Cersei is cunning herself. She might be prepared for infiltration. Tyrion cleared his throat. If we attempt a siege with partial numbers, we risk the city's supplies outlasting ours. King's Landing is vast, with farmland in the Crownlands that might still be intact. And though many despise Cersei, fear can keep them in line longer than hope can keep ours. He paused, eyes flicking between Jon and Daenerys. Perhaps a different angle we can approach from the sea with our dragons, though Euron's fleet is dangerous, as we learned at Dragonstone. Daenerys's mouth tightened, remembering the ambush that had once felled Rhaegal with scorpion bolts in a different thread of fate. We do have to beware scorpions. Qyburn or Cersei might have had time to build more. But if Rhaegal and Drogon coordinate from the skies, we might neutralize some threats. Davos tapped the table. We also must consider we have small folk in King's Landing who'd be caught in any direct assault. Thousands died when the city was sacked last time around. We'd best do this carefully, or we risk turning the realm's people against us. Jon ran a hand across the table's surface, feeling the grooves. Is there a chance we can force Cersei's surrender without a siege? If we show up with 2 dragons with the combined armies of the North, Vale, and Riverlands, perhaps the city's population might demand her ouster. She's never been beloved by the common folk. Tyrion looked skeptical. Possible, but uncertain. Cersei controls the Red Keep, has the loyalty of her personal guard, and presumably has minted coin to pay the Golden Company. They won't desert easily. We could try to foment unrest among the city's poor, but that's a gamble. Sansa exhaled. It may come to confrontation then. Daenerys lifted her chin. We'll do everything possible to spare innocent lives. We're not here to burn the city. We want to remove Cersei, not punish the populace. Arya gave a small nod, lips pressing tight. Then let's plan a strategy that either draws her out or forces a quick capitulation. Possibly we can blockade King's Landing, cut off supplies. But it would take time. Tyrion quirked an eyebrow. Unless we can orchestrate a feint. For instance, we could station a sizable force near Rosby or Duskendale, threatening the city from the north, while sending another contingent around to the Gold Road, capturing key supply routes. Meanwhile, the dragons remain hidden until they can strike precisely at Euron's fleet. If the Golden Company is pinned between a northern approach and a strike from the sea, they might fold. Jon studied the rough map sprawled on the table. That means splitting our forces, though. Risky. We can't easily support one another if something goes wrong. Davos nodded. But it also prevents Cersei from massing all her defenses in one place. We must keep her guessing. The conversation spun out for a long while, each advisor weighing in. Sansa advocated caution, ensuring enough supply lines to sustain any campaign. Davos emphasized the importance of forging alliances along the route. Houses like Tarly might have scattered remnants, or lords in the Crownlands who resented the Lannisters. Arya offered the notion of sabotage if they could bribe key Golden Company captains that might unravel Cersei's mercenary advantage. Tyrion took careful notes, occasionally scrawling on the margins. Bran said little, as usual, though once or twice he made a cryptic observation. The city was once filled with wildfire caches, he murmured. Be careful Cersei doesn't do something desperate. That reminder sent a chill through the group, recalling the Mad King's last threat. Daenerys set her jaw. We'll remain vigilant for wildfire. We can't let her burn her own city out of spite. Eventually, they agreed on a broad plan, muster what forces they could at Winterfell for another 2 weeks, just long enough for the Vale to gather more knights and for the North's wounded to recover. Then they would march south in 2 columns, one led by Jon and Daenerys, the other by a combined Northern Vale contingent under Sansa and Lord Royce. The dragons would scout overhead, protecting them from ambush. Meanwhile, Davos and Tyrion would sail from White Harbor with a smaller fleet, aiming to approach the Blackwater Bay carefully out of Euron's direct path. They would also send envoys ahead to houses along the route, seeking to secure passes and prevent sabotage. Sansa was not entirely happy about traveling south in the tail of winter, but she conceded that waiting until spring might give Cersei too much time. The realm's storehouses had begun to refill a little thanks to salvage from the battlefield and shipments from the Vale, so it seemed feasible, just barely, to feed the expedition. Then it settled, Daenerys announced at last, looking around the table. We'll prepare to leave Winterfell in 2 weeks. Let those who need time to gather arms do so. Let those who cannot fight remain behind to rebuild. We'll do our best to keep the realm from falling into despair again. A murmur of assent passed among them. Sansa closed her eyes in weariness. Arya set her jaw as if bracing for another campaign. Bran merely gazed at the torches. Before dismissing them, Jon cleared his throat. On a personal note, we know many of you have concerns about the new monarchy. We intend to hold an open gathering here in the hall next week, allowing any lord or local leader to voice questions or requests. We want transparency. Tyrion forced a small, encouraging smile. Yes, the realm's new king and queen want no secrets. We stand on the ashes of the old world. Let's build something better. With that, the meeting ended. People filed out carrying tasks and plans in their heads. Davos cornered Tyrion to discuss the shipping routes from White Harbor, while Sansa and Arya lingered in quiet conversation near the dais. Daenerys and Jon lingered a moment, glancing at each other. Their eyes conveyed the same mixture of relief that they had a plan and dread at what might come. 2 weeks, Daenerys murmured. Time enough to let the realm know we're serious. Then we move. Jon rested a hand on the table. 2 weeks. Let's hope that's enough. The days that followed blurred with preparation. Winterfell's courtyard rang with the hammering of steel as blacksmiths, led by Gendry, produced fresh blades and mended armor. Men from outlying holds trickled in, offering their service or demanding answers. Some had lost everything in the long night and saw Daenerys and Jon's union as a chance for a new beginning. Others resented the notion of riding south for another war. Jon spent hours reassuring worried families, granting small boons to the needy, and listening to the woes of farmers who had lost entire flocks in the chaos. Daenerys joined him when she could, though she too was besieged by demands. Unsullied officers sought her guidance, minor lords from the Vale asked about her rumored desire to reclaim King's Landing. She wore a calm face, but behind it lurked exhaustion. Even with the threat of the dead gone, the realm's troubles never ceased. One drizzly afternoon, Jon accompanied Arya to oversee a small group of soldiers practicing archery. She had volunteered to train a few eager recruits in the ways of stealth and precision. From the sidelines, Jon watched her correct a young man's stance, a faint smile crossing her lips, rare from Arya, who usually wore a guarded or fierce expression. When the practice concluded, Arya joined Jon under the edge of a roof, the rain pattering around them. They're improving, she said curtly, though there was satisfaction in her tone. Jon nodded. They'll need every skill in the south. Facing mercenaries is different from facing whites. He paused, looking around the muddy yard. How are you holding up, truly? We've asked so much of you since you returned to Winterfell. Arya shrugged, hooking her thumbs under her belt. I manage. The war with the dead was horrific, but it gave me purpose. Now everything feels slower, muddled with politics. Not my strength. She turned her clear gaze on him. I'll do my part, though. That's what a Stark does. Jon felt a rush of affection for his sister. Cousin, he reminded himself, though that hardly changed their bond. The realm needs you. I need you. She cracked a hint of a smile. Just don't ask me to stand in front of lords and deliver speeches. I'd rather scout the edges and keep watch for threats. Fair enough, Jon said, letting the corners of his own mouth lift. We'll all do what we can. They parted ways, Arya blending into the gray drizzle as she went to check the perimeter. Jon stood a moment longer, thinking of how each member of his family had a role now. Sansa, the poised lady of Winterfell. Arya, the agile warrior and quiet sentinel. Bran, the unearthly seer whose counsel hovered on the edges of comprehension. They formed a tapestry that, in better times, might have been woven around Ned Stark's hearth. But Ned was gone, and so was the old era. He turned to head inside, raindrops trickling down his cloak. As he hobbled through the yard, Ghost padded over, looking miserable in the wet but refusing to leave Jon's side. The direwolf's red eyes darted around, scanning for threats. Some habits never died, even in peacetime. Inside the keep, Jon nearly collided with Samwell Tarly, who was poring over a thick tome while walking. Sam almost dropped the book in surprise. "Oh!" he exclaimed, trying to steady the pages. "Sorry, John. I mean, Your Grace. I was looking for you." John shook his head. "Stop calling me that, Sam. It doesn't feel right." Sam managed a small laugh. "I'll try. Anyway, I've been reading up on old Targaryen accounts of dragon warfare, genealogies, that sort of thing. There's mention of how they once overcame scorpions in the Field of Fire. I thought it might help Daenerys if she wants to prepare for ballista assaults from Euron's fleet." John considered the battered tome Sam held, full of archaic sigils and references. "That might be useful. You should share it with Tyrion and Missandei. They're compiling everything we can on Cersei's potential defenses." Sam nodded eagerly. "I will. Also, I found references to potential caches of wildfire that remain under King's Landing from the Mad King's time." He lowered his voice. "We need to be extremely cautious. If the city is forced to extremes, there could be catastrophic explosions." John's stomach twisted. "We'll keep that in mind." "Thank you, Sam. Truly, your knowledge has saved us more times than I can count." Sam reddened slightly. "I'm just glad to be of help. I might ride with you south, or maybe I'll stay behind to help manage the archives. I haven't decided." "You're welcome anywhere, Sam," John said quietly. "Your place is with us." Sam's eyes shone with gratitude, then he clutched the tome and bustled off, presumably to find Tyrion. John continued through the corridors, the meeting with Tormund and the conversation with Arya lingering in his mind. So many pieces, so many moving parts. It felt as if they were building a fragile mosaic from shards of broken glass, hoping it would hold. He came upon the old library, half-burned in the battle. Inside, Daenerys stood near a shattered table, gazing at a damaged tapestry that once depicted House Stark's sigil. She turned as John entered, that faint half-smile touching her lips. "Tyrion told me you were out in the yard," she said, crossing the room. "How goes it?" "Raining," John said simply. "And the men practice for war again. Seems we never stop." Daenerys's expression grew distant. "We never do." Then she gestured at the tapestry. "I was just thinking about how easily things burn when war comes. Histories, knowledge, entire families." The tapestry was cut and scorched in the fight against the whites. John looked at the ragged threads. "We saved what we could, but not everything." She sighed. "At least we saved the living. And perhaps that's enough." She stepped closer, voice dropping. "John, it all feels so fragile. I find myself wondering if the realm will ever truly heal. Even if we dethrone Cersei, unify these kingdoms, how do we guarantee no new tyrant rises next year or the year after?" John rested a hand on her shoulder, feeling the slight tremor in her posture. "We can't guarantee it. We can only try to set an example. To show mercy, to rule with justice, to break the cycles of vengeance." He hesitated, thinking of the complexities of monarchy. "We might not succeed forever, but if we succeed long enough to give people a chance to rebuild, that's something." Daenerys nodded, eyes drifting to the broken tapestry. "You're right. I wish we had more time. The realm is battered, and here we are, forced to march on King's Landing. And then who knows how many will die." John exhaled. "We'll try to minimize bloodshed. That's the vow we made. We learned from the mistakes of the past." She looked up at him, searching his face. "Yes. Let's hope we can keep that vow." He bent his head, touching his brow to hers in a moment of quiet solidarity. They stood there, letting the hush envelop them. Outside, the rain intensified, rattling against the scorched window frames. In the corridors, footsteps echoed, carrying news from corners of the castle. But in that private instant, they took a breath, leaning on each other's warmth. The promised 2 weeks passed in a blur of activity. Weather remained unpredictable, with intervals of freezing rain and brief patches of sun. Messengers came and went with reports of the Vale's knights moving closer, of the Riverlands mustering what men they could under Edmure Tully's uncertain leadership. Lord Glover vacillated, grumbling about southern wars, but ultimately contributed a portion of men. House Irwin, House Mormont, and smaller houses chipped in as well, mindful of the bond they shared in surviving the long night. Winterfell's open gathering occurred on a gray, cold day, with local lords and small folk alike voicing concerns before John and Daenerys, who listened patiently. Some worried about the cost of another war, others about the free folk settling in the gift. John assured them that Tormund and his people would abide by newly drafted agreements. Daenerys promised not to force any single religion or law upon them, only requiring that they not raid or harm loyal subjects of the crown. Arya stood off to the side, watchful. Sansa managed the proceedings, keeping the line orderly, ensuring no voice went unheard. By day's end, Jon felt numb from hearing so many pleas, requests for seeds, new farmland, restitution for lost cattle. Each story weighed on him, reminding him that leading was more than brandishing a sword. Daenerys seemed equally drained, yet she mustered a smile for each petitioner, offering what hope she could. When the day came to finally depart, the courtyard was a scene of controlled chaos. Horses stamped the muddy ground, knights adjusted their saddles, unsullied ranks formed neat columns, wagons creaked under supplies. Snow swirled around the high towers of Winterfell, dusting the assembled men and women in a thin white veil. Sansa would remain behind as the Lady of Winterfell, overseeing reconstruction. Arya had chosen to ride with Jon and Daenerys, though she made no fanfare of it. Bran, too, decided to stay in Winterfell, saying simply that his place was there, though Jon suspected the three-eyed raven had deeper reasons. Davos and Tyrion had left days earlier, sailing from White Harbor with a small fleet that included a few re-outfitted ships from the Ironborn who had defected to Yara's side. They planned to skirt the coast, avoiding Euron's main lines, and hopefully land near the Blackwater with minimal confrontation. Their mission was to gather local support and potentially sabotage Euron's supply lines if an opening arose. Jon stood near the gate, adjusting the cloak pinned at his shoulder. He still wore mostly Stark colors, a concession to the north, but the Targaryen sigil had been embroidered on the cloak's edge. It felt odd seeing the dragon next to the dire wolf. The marriage of two houses, two claims. Ghost lingered at his heels, nose twitching at the swirl of scents. Daenerys approached with Grey Worm, who wore a new set of plate over his standard unsullied leathers. "We're nearly ready," she said, stepping close. "I've asked Grey Worm to lead a vanguard of Unsullied. The Knights of the Vale will join them on the King's Road. You and I can follow with the dragons overhead, ensuring no ambush." Jon inclined his head. "We'll keep Rhaegal in the air as much as possible. He's recovered enough to fly, though not for as long as Drogon." He glanced around, searching for Tormund, who had promised a handful of free folk might ride along. Sure enough, Tormund was off to one side, spitting in the snow and laughing with some wide-eyed northern soldiers. One last time, Sansa approached them. She wore a heavy fur cloak, her hair pinned back in a regal style. "You're truly set on this," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of worry and pride. "Marching to take King's Landing." Daenerys offered Sansa a polite dip of the head. "We must. Cersei's intransigence threatens us all." Sansa's gaze shifted to Jon. "Then go with the blessings of House Stark. I'll keep Winterfell safe. When you've taken King's Landing or arranged a peaceful surrender, send word. If you need reinforcements, I'll muster whoever is left." Jon squeezed her hand. "We'll be careful. And thank you, Sansa." Sansa nodded, her eyes glimmering with unspoken emotion. She hugged him briefly, ignoring the watchers. "Stay alive, both of you." Then she stepped back, lifting her chin. Grey Worm signaled and the main gates swung wide. The first lines of the combined army began to move out, hoofs trudging in the mushy snow, wagons creaking. The proud banners of House Stark and House Targaryen fluttered side by side in the cold wind. The Vale's crescent falcon banner also appeared, woven with freshly dyed cloth. Men marched in ordered columns, carrying spears or swords, a ragged determination about them. Drogon, perched just outside the walls, let out a sonorous roar that echoed over the fields. Rhaegal answered from his vantage on a lower parapet. Jon felt the tremor in his chest, a reminder of the living might that accompanied them. Had the frost-scaled dragon survived, there would be three, but at least these two remained. Daenerys mounted a horse gracefully, adjusting her gloves. Jon did the same, favoring his still-aching leg but managing to swing into the saddle. He gave Ghost a brief command to stay near his side. The dire wolf would not be left behind again. Then they nudged their horses forward, following the slow tide of men exiting Winterfell. A swirl of mixed feelings enveloped Jon as he glanced back at the ancient fortress. So much had happened here, his upbringing as a supposed bastard, the final stand against the Night King, his improbable marriage to Daenerys. Now he was leaving it, possibly for the last time in a long while, to wage another war. He murmured to Daenerys, "We'll return to a safer north. One that doesn't have to fear the next disaster." She cast a look over her shoulder at the receding walls. "Yes," she said softly, though her face was set with determination. "That's the goal." They pressed on, the wind carrying the sound of hooves and footfalls across the bleak plain. The sun peeked through the clouds, sending pale beams across the snow-dappled landscape. Despite the gloom, there was a flicker of hope in the hearts of those who rode out. The Night King had been defeated, now a mortal foe awaited them. Mortal foes, at least, could be reasoned with or crushed without risking an apocalypse. The army's march stretched for miles along the King's Road. At times, Daenerys or Jon would take to the sky with Drogon or Regal, scouting ahead for signs of bandits or supply caches. Ghost ran at the vanguard or circled back to check on the wagons, a silent sentinel who put some men on edge with his lupin stare. Tormund and a handful of free folk formed a looser scouting party, forging paths through wooded areas and scanning for threats. Though it was still late winter, patches of muddy ground were visible where the snow had melted. Streams flowed more freely. In some villages, the travelers found people eking out an existence, uncertain whether to welcome the combined army or run. Daenerys made a point of speaking with local elders, promising not to seize their winter stores without compensation. Tyrion's counsel had taught her the importance of winning hearts as well as battles. The days stretched into a week, then two. The weather fluctuated between cold sunshine and sudden storms. Many nights they camped in open fields or near old holdfasts, lighting watch fires. Tensions flared occasionally. Some northerners hated the proximity of unsullied or free folk. Daenerys had to intervene more than once, reminding them that they fought a common cause. Despite such friction, the column pressed on, determined. Letters arrived from Davos and Tyrion carried by swift riders. They had reached the Bay of Crabs with minimal incident, but Euron's main fleet still blocked direct entry to the Blackwater. They planned to land near Maidenpool or Cracklaw Point, forging alliances with local lords. If all went well, they would harass Euron's supply lines from the east. Jon read these updates by firelight in his tent, Daenerys often at his side. They traced the outlines of the Crownlands on a map, murmuring about how to coordinate. Each night, they bedded down in adjoining bedrolls or in a tent partition, the chatter of restless soldiers filtering through the canvas. Gone was the battered comfort of Winterfell's stone, replaced by the constant vigilance of a campaign. Occasionally, in quiet moments, Daenerys would speak of what it might feel like to finally confront Cersei face to face. She had not forgotten the betrayal, the false vow. She carried the memory of losing so many men thanks to that deception. Jon understood her anger but urged caution. You told the realm you wanted to break the cycle of blood and fire, he would remind her gently. Let's find a way to dethrone her without becoming monsters ourselves. Daenerys usually nodded, though an undercurrent of old rage simmered in her eyes. I won't become my father, she'd say. But I will not let her slip away either. The tension in her tone worried Jon sometimes. He remembered all too well how quickly the horrors of war could push even the best-intentioned leaders to cruel extremes. The memory of the Frost Dragon's sacrifice lingered, reminding him that great power always came at a price. Finally, after many days, they reached the southern edges of the Riverlands. The wide expanse of fields and forests offered more signs of life. Small hamlets, cattle herds, farmers struggling to replant after the undead had ravaged the region. Word spread that the Targaryen-Stark alliance had arrived, and some villagers came out to gawk at the dragons overhead. A few even cheered, though more seemed wary, uncertain if this new monarchy was a harbinger of doom or deliverance. In one particularly battered village near the Trident, they encountered a group of starving peasants rummaging for scraps in the ruins of a burnt barn. The sight wrenched Jon's heart. Daenerys, too, was visibly moved. She ordered her quartermasters to distribute a portion of the army's rations, ignoring the protests from certain officers who warned they needed every crumb for the campaign. They need it more than we do, Daenerys said firmly. If we can't feed them, we have no right to call ourselves their protectors. Grey Worm bowed in acquiescence, though his eyes hinted at concern for the upcoming war. Jon supported Daenerys's decision. The realm's people had suffered enough. If they were truly building a better monarchy, it had to start with compassion, not hoarding. Further on, the roads improved slightly and they found traces of the Vale's knights who had marched ahead. Royce had apparently kept order in the region, fending off bandits. Over the next hill, the wide river parted the horizon, and in the distance, the shape of Harrenhal rose, black and broken against the sky. It was there, near the old fortress's shadow, that they planned to regroup. Harrenhal had changed hands countless times, rumored to be cursed. But it offered a strategic location with commanding views of the surrounding terrain. The structure, though partially collapsed, still had intact courtyards large enough for an encamped army and mighty walls that, if not truly unbreachable, were formidable enough to provide some defense. Jon stood on a ridge, gazing across the fog-shrouded river at the silhouette of Harrenhal's gargantuan towers, so large that even dragons had once found them ominous. The place carried a sense of sorrow as though haunted by centuries of cruelty. He shivered, remembering the tales of Aegon the Conqueror's dragons roasting Harren the Black alive within those walls. Now, a new Targaryen queen would step through those scorched halls. Daenerys drew her horse alongside him, frowning at the fortress. A grim place, she murmured, pulling her cloak tighter. but it will do for now. Drogon flew overhead, letting out a distant roar that echoed over the water. Regal, not far behind, circled in an unsteady but determined pattern. They had grown accustomed to traveling this way, dragons overhead, men below, a traveling court of sorts. Grey Worm signaled for the soldiers to continue. The columns marched on, crossing a large stone bridge that spanned the Trident. The waters below churned muddy brown as though reflecting the conflicts that once raged here. After nearly an hour, the first lines reached Harrenhal's gate. To their relief, Lord Royce had already cleared the fortress of squatters, bandits, and any lurking trouble. He greeted Daenerys and Jon in the enormous courtyard where the blackened towers loomed. Overhead, crows circled, cawing. The fortress felt half dead, a relic of a violent past. Some of the men muttered about curses, but they settled in any way, erecting tents or claiming the least ruined chambers. Jon walked the courtyard, leaning on the occasional piece of rubble when his leg twinged. Lady Brienne arrived soon after with a contingent from the Riverlands reporting that Edmure Tully had decided to remain at Riverrun, fortifying it against any Lannister incursion from the west. Supplies were trickling in, but not enough to feed a prolonged siege. They were gambling on a swift campaign. As dusk fell over Harrenhal, a messenger bearing the sigil of Davos arrived. He carried a letter from Tyrion stating that they had landed near Crackclaw Point, forging an alliance with a few local miner houses who despised Euron's raids. Euron's main fleet was still anchored near King's Landing, but he had scouts patrolling the bay. The city was on edge, with rumors that Cersei's men had begun rounding up suspected traitors in Flea Bottom. Daenerys listened to the messenger's account in the old feasting hall of Harrenhal, a cavernous space with half a roof caved in. Torchlight flickered on the black stone, creating twisted shadows. Jon stood at her side, along with Grey Worm, Brienne, Arya, and a few other commanders. Then the city is braced for siege, Daenerys concluded. We must move soon, or Cersei will reinforce her position further. Or starve the populace to ensure the Golden Company is well-fed, Davos muttered. She'd do it too, if it means keeping her hold. Jon clenched a fist, the memory of Har home and starvation flickering in his mind. We'll not let her starve them. If we must, we'll strike quickly to unseat her. Grey Worm bowed. We can march at first light, your graces. It will take us a few days to reach the outskirts of King's Landing. The men are weary, but they stand ready. Daenerys's gaze swept across the gloom of Harrenhal's walls, lingered on the twisted metal that had once been melted by dragonfire centuries ago. So be it, she said. We march at dawn. The final leg of the journey to King's Landing felt like stepping deeper into a tense hush. The closer they drew to the capital, the more the countryside showed signs of quiet fear. Abandoned farms, cattle pens stripped bare, peasants locking themselves behind crude barricades. Even the roads seemed emptier, as if Cersei's men had herded or scared off travelers. Daenerys and Jon took to the skies more frequently, scanning for Euron scouts or Lannister patrols. They spotted a few, but the presence of dragons overhead sent most scattering. A handful of captured scouts admitted under interrogation that the Golden Company was fortifying the city gates, building or reconditioning scorpions along the walls. Everyone prepared for a siege. Late on a windy afternoon, the combined army halted on a rise that offered a distant view of King's Landing's walls. The city sprawled beyond, red-tiled roofs clustered under the imposing outline of the Red Keep. Smoke rose from chimneys, giving the impression of a teeming populace within. Over the bay, a glint of ships suggested Euron's fleet anchored near the Blackwater's mouth. A hush fell among the ranks as the men beheld the capital. Many had never seen it before, and it loomed like a fortress of rumor and fear. Drogon and Regal circled overhead, their forms backlit by the sinking sun. The stage was set for the final confrontation. Daenerys dismounted from her horse, shoulders tense. Jon joined her, handing the reins to a stable boy. Around them, Grey Worm and Brienne directed forces to encamp. Fires would be lit soon, tents raised for the night. The plan was to give the men at least one evening's rest before approaching the city. A forced assault at dusk would be madness. As they conferred with their commanders, a horn sounded from the western flank. One of Lord Royce's knights galloped in, breathless, proclaiming that a small party approached under a white flag of truce. Jon and Daenerys exchanged swift glances. A parley so soon? Possibly Cersei's doing, or perhaps some defector. They rode out with an escort, meeting the small group in a field marked by scraggly bushes. 2 men in Lannister livery led the group, along with a pale figure wearing the crest of the Golden Company. The white flag fluttered, as did the short autumn grass. Daenerys reined in Drogon, who flapped overhead and settled on a rise, looming menacingly. Regal landed a bit farther off, breathing shallow plumes of steam. Jon, astride his horse, positioned himself just behind Daenerys. Grey Worm and a handful of Unsullied formed a line. The Lannister men looked visibly nervous. "Who comes under a flag of truce?" Daenerys demanded, voice carrying the authority of a queen who had little time for games. One of the men swallowed hard. "We bring a message from Her Grace, Queen Cersei. She offers to allow your host to pass the city unharmed if you will abandon your designs on the throne." A mirthless laugh burst from Tormund, who hovered on the flank. "Abandon? After coming all this way?" The Lannister messenger continued shakily. "She says if you persist in attacking, she will unleash her full might, Scorpions, Wildfire, the Golden Company, and Euron Greyjoy's fleet. The city stands with her, loyal. She suggests you consider the cost of assault, especially to the small folk you claim to protect." Daenerys' jaw tightened, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "The city stands with her? Or cowers in fear?" Jon intervened, keeping his voice level. "We want to avoid bloodshed if possible. But your queen's crimes are well known. She forsook a truce during the war against the dead. She left the realm to suffer. We cannot leave her on the throne." The Golden Company man spoke now, his accent subtle. "We are paid to fight for the one who sits the throne. If you continue, we will do our duty. But some among us might prefer less devastation if a settlement could be reached." He gave Daenerys and Jon a pointed look. "Perhaps you'd offer better terms?" Daenerys arched a brow. "Are you here to negotiate a defection?" He hesitated. "Some of my officers recall how the Golden Company was founded by exiled Targaryens. But we swore an oath to Queen Cersei once she hired us. Breaking it is not so simple." A silence lingered. Grey Worm's grip tightened on his spear. Tormund spat. Daenerys studied the man's face. "If you truly want less devastation, persuade Cersei to surrender. She faces 2 dragons, a united realm. The alternative is slaughter." The Golden Company man looked as though he wanted to say more but cast a wary glance at the Lannister guards. "We shall carry your words back," he said at last. "Do that," Daenerys said, her voice cold. "And know that if you choose to break your contract, you'll find me not ungrateful. But if you stand by Cersei, you share her fate." The men dipped their heads, then retreated, turning their horses around. The small party cantered off into the gathering dusk. Jon felt the tension thrumming through Daenerys, saw it in the set of her shoulders. "They won't yield," she said quietly. "She clings to power like a leech." Jon exhaled, remembering how Cersei had outmaneuvered many opponents in the past. "We'll see if any cracks form. But we should prepare for the worst. A city under threat of wildfire is not a trifling matter." Daenerys' gaze lingered on the receding silhouettes. "Then we'll have to act swiftly. We can't risk a prolonged siege that starves the small folk. Tomorrow, we'll draw up lines. If they refuse, we force a confrontation." Jon nodded grimly, urging his horse to turn. "Let's get back. We'll plan for dawn." In the camp that night, the air was filled with hushed voices. Fires dotted the encampment, men polishing weapons, a sense of anxious readiness. Jon and Daenerys sat in her large command tent, a map of King's Landing spread across a makeshift table. Arya, Tormund, Grey Worm, Brienne, and a few other key figures surrounded them. Outside, the dragons occasionally rumbled as though sensing the tension. They agreed to approach the city gates at dawn, forming ranks within sight of the walls. Daenerys would attempt one last parley, offering a chance for the city to open its gates and accept her rule without violence. If refused, the dragons would target strategic positions, Scorpions, gatehouses, Euron's ships in the bay, while the ground forces advanced from 2 sides. Brienne, with a portion of knights, would hold the flank to intercept any Lannister cavalry charges. Arya planned to slip inside if chaos opened a path, potentially to sabotage Scorpions from behind. Tormund and the Free Folk would remain flexible, skirmishing where needed. Jon hammered home the point: we do not burn civilians. We do not burn the city. Our quarrel is with Cersei and those who stand with her. Be mindful of wildfire, any green flames are lethal. Everyone nodded, though tension crackled in the lamplit tent. When the meeting ended, Daenerys lingered, running her fingers along the map's edges. Jon placed a hand over hers. "We've come a long way for this. Remember your vow, no madness, no pointless slaughter." She met his gaze. "I remember. But if they kill our men with Scorpions, we'll destroy the Scorpions," Jon said calmly. "Then press forward. Keep your eyes on the signals. If the bells ring for surrender, we stop." Daenerys nodded, swallowing. "Yes. We stop." They parted for the night. Jon found himself at the edge of the camp, looking down a slope where the lights of King's Landing flickered in the distance. He thought of the people inside those walls, mothers and children who had no part in Cersei's cruelty. He prayed that dawn wouldn't bring a bloodbath. Ghost trotted up, pressing a wet nose to Jon's hand. Jon scratched behind the wolf's ears. Tomorrow, he murmured, heart heavy. Let's hope we're building a realm worth having. A cold wind swept across the field, tugging at the banners. Above, the stars shone indifferent. Jon let out a slow breath and returned to the tent, well aware that sleep would be fleeting. Dawn broke pale and cool. The combined army formed ranks within sight of the capital's walls. From a distance, King's Landing looked deceptively peaceful, the towers catching the early sun. But a hush gripped the outlying fields. No farmers worked the land. No birds flitted over the smoke-smeared sky. Jon and Daenerys rode at the forefront, flanked by Grey Worm and a contingent of Unsullied, while the Knights of the Vale took position on the right. Brienne led them, her armor gleaming dully in the faint light. Tormund and the free folk hung back, ready to surge forward where gaps emerged. Arya slipped off somewhere, likely employing her stealth. Rhaegal and Drogon soared overhead, letting out piercing cries. From the walls, scorpions jutted, their iron tips glinting. The gates remained shut. Jon could see the Lannister lion banners fluttering. He suspected archers lined every parapet. Euron's ships, or a portion of them, clustered in the bay, though some were out of sight behind the city's sprawl. Daenerys reined in her horse. She wore a battle-ready attire of leather and mail, a Targaryen cloak pinned with a dragon clasp. Jon halted beside her, his heart thudding. They had arranged for a final parley attempt, signaled by a white banner. If Cersei refused it, they would proceed. Grey Worm raised a flag of truce, his face expressionless. The watchers on the wall stirred, but no immediate response came. Minutes ticked by. Then, with a creak of chains, the main gate opened slightly and a small retinue emerged, led by Qyburn, the spidery ex-maester, and a handful of gold-cloaked guards. No sign of Cersei herself. Daenerys glanced at Jon. He inclined his head. Together, they advanced a short distance. Grey Worm and a few Unsullied accompanied them, while Qyburn's group stopped about a stone's throw away. The city's walls loomed overhead. Qyburn's face was pale, thin-lipped. He eyed the dragons in the sky with a mixture of awe and calculation. Her Grace, Queen Cersei, allows me to convey her final offer. Withdraw now, renounce your claim. The city remains under her rule. If you refuse, she has authorized the Golden Company to defend King's Landing to the last man. She also has prepared certain contingencies. Jon's grip tightened on the reins. Does she speak of wildfire? Qyburn didn't answer directly, but the flicker in his eyes confirmed it. Her Grace will do what is necessary to retain her rightful throne. Daenerys lifted her chin. Cersei's rightful throne is a lie. We have 2 dragons, the North, the Vale, and more behind us. She cannot hope to hold out. Qyburn bowed slightly, though it felt mocking. We shall see. If you attack, you doom many thousands to die in the flames or starve under siege. He paused, adding, Her Grace also wonders, where's your sense of mercy if you come with fire and swords? That jab sparked Daenerys' anger. She reined it in, her voice ice-cold. We come because Cersei broke faith and threatens the realm. The mercy is in letting her surrender. This is her last chance. Qyburn's lips curled in a semblance of regret. Then we are at an impasse. He inclined his head and turned away. The small retinue retreated to the gate, which clanged shut behind them. Jon let out a slow breath. No negotiation. Daenerys' expression was grim, sorrow flickering beneath. She leaves us no choice. She raised her hand, signaling. At once, a horn blast sounded from the Vale's ranks. The scorpions on the wall swiveled and men scrambled behind the parapets. The final battle had begun. Grey Worm barked an order in High Valyrian and the Unsullied advanced in perfect formation. Brienne's knights moved on the right flank. Tormund and the free folk came from the left, loping across broken terrain. Archers from the Vale notched arrows, waiting for clear targets. Jon glanced at Daenerys. Be careful, he said quietly. She met his gaze, nodding once. Then she spurred her horse back, gesturing for Drogon to descend. The massive black dragon landed in a swirl of dust, snarling. Daenerys clambered onto his back, Grey Worm standing guard below until she was settled. With a great roar, Drogon beat his wings and took to the sky. Across the field, Rhaegal rose too, driven by a fierce will. Jon drew Longclaw, urging his horse forward with the northern foot. He planned to keep watch for openings in the city's defenses, mindful of scorpion positions. The plan was for Daenerys to target the scorpions quickly, clearing the path for the main force to breach a gate. But that hinged on precise maneuvers. One misstep could see Drogon skewered, or a spout of wildfire ignited. High above, Daenerys urged Drogon in a sweeping dive. The watchers on the wall unleashed a volley of scorpion bolts. Drogon twisted, flames erupting from his jaws to engulf one scorpion emplacement. Men scattered in screams. Another scorpion fired, the bolt slashing across Drogon's flank but not piercing deeply. Regal swooped from the opposite side, belching flame at a cluster of Golden Company men near a gate tower. The timber gate shuddered under the heat. A scorpion turned to track him, loosing a bolt that grazed his wing. Regal roared in pain, but pressed on, torching the scorpion crew. On the ground, the Unsullied marched in disciplined lines, shields raised against arrows. Brienne's knights charged a group of Lannister soldiers who poured from a sally port. Steel clashed on steel, horses reared, screams cut the air. Tormund's free folk hammered the city's flank, throwing axes and forming ragged skirmish lines. Jon led a contingent around the side, aiming to find a lesser-used postern gate. If they could break in, perhaps they could open a main gate from inside. Arrows rained down, and the rank smell of pitch filled the air. 2 of Jon's men fell, struck by barbed shafts. An explosion tore the sky, wildfire. Jon's heart lurched. A green flare burst from a tower, sending debris raining, likely a trap or sabotage triggered by scalding flames. He prayed Daenerys wouldn't approach that area blindly. Drogon soared overhead, strafing the ramparts with flame. Parts of the wall caught fire, stone blackening from the intense heat. Men leaped or fell. Another scorpion bolt shot up, missing Drogon by yards. She was methodically destroying each scorpion, a swirl of black wings and orange fire. Yet the defenders did not yield. The Golden Company formed a disciplined line behind the battered gate. Their armor glinted, shields locked. Lannister loyalists mixed among them, fighting with grim resolve. Flaming arrows whistled from the battlements. Jon's force reached a small side gate. The door was barred from within. Arya appeared from nowhere, face streaked with soot. It's blocked. Another gate might be easier. He cursed under his breath. We need a ram. Arya darted off, agile as a cat. Jon heard a roar of flame as Regal passed overhead, cooking a portion of the battlements. Men screamed. The stench of burning flesh turned his stomach. He remembered the vow. No pointless slaughter. But war was never neat. Cersei's men responded with savage determination, unleashing arrow storms. The air hummed with projectiles. On the city walls, pockets of green flame erupted wherever wildfire stashes caught stray sparks. The chaos was terrifying. Smoke billowed, men coughed and choked, the ground slick with blood. Then, with a thunderous crash, a portion of the main gate splintered under Drogon's assault. Daenerys had landed him near it, letting the dragon claw and bite the structure. Another scorpion's bolt soared, but Drogon snapped it in half with his jaws, incinerating the scorpion crew. The gate collapsed inward, and the Unsullied poured through, Grey Worm at their head. A horn blast signaled the breach. Brienne's knights wheeled to support from the flank, pushing into the city's outer district. Jon abandoned the side gate plan, rallying his men to follow the opening. They rushed toward the shattered gate, trampling over corpses and debris. Inside, the city's winding streets lay before them, half-choked with fleeing civilians. A wave of screams and confusion met them. Lannister loyalists tried to form pockets of resistance, the Golden Company struggling to maintain discipline. Grey Worm impaled a Golden Company officer on his spear, then pivoted to deflect an incoming blow. Unsullied ranks fanned out. Jon pressed forward, urging men to hold formation. He saw city dwellers scattering, some crouching in doorways, eyes wide with terror. Smoke drifted across the narrow lanes. The thought of unstoppable chaos churned his gut. He prayed Cersei would yield soon, that the city's bells might ring for surrender. Overhead, Regal flapped heavily, drifting lower. Blood trickled from a tear in his wing. Drogon soared above the rooftops, flames spewing toward any scorpion sights that dared reveal themselves. In the distance, over the bay, Euron's fleet fired ballista bolts at Regal, but most clattered off stone buildings or soared overhead. Jon glimpsed a stretch of wall near the Red Keep. He spurred his horse down a wide street, leading a wedge of men. If they reached the keep quickly, maybe they could corner Cersei. Tormund's free folk joined, brandishing axes, hollering war cries. The city stank of fear and blood. Another explosion rocked the main thoroughfare. A hidden wildfire cache erupted, sending a plume of green flame into the sky. Dozens of Golden Company men were caught in it, immolated instantly. Jon's men scrambled back, shielding their faces from the searing heat. The shockwave knocked Jon's horse aside, toppling him in the street. Pain shot through his leg wound as he hit the ground. Ghost darted in, snapping at the flaming debris, howling. Jon rolled away, ears ringing. Tormund grabbed him, hauling him upright. "Fucking wildfire," Tormund growled. "She's crazy, that queen of yours." Jon, gasping, corrected him. "Not my queen. Cersei." He coughed, smoke filling his lungs. They pressed onward, avoiding the pockets of green flame. The city had become a labyrinth of panic. Some Lannister soldiers began throwing down their arms, surrendering. Others fought with desperation. The Golden Company's lines buckled. Sporadic cheers from the invading army suggested pockets of victory. Suddenly, across the chaos, a horn blared. High on a tower, a figure waved a banner. Then, faint but discernible, the sound of bells. King's Landing's bells began to ring, clear, resonant tones echoing over the carnage. The universal signal of surrender. Jon froze, relief flooding him. If the city was yielding, they could stop. "Hold!" he shouted to his men. "Hold your weapons." Grey Worm, a short distance ahead, hesitated, scanning the area for threats. The Unsullied paused, uncertain. Knights of the Vale stepped back from stunned Lannister men, lowering swords. Civilians cowered in corners, trembling. The bells tolled again, louder. Cersei's final admission of defeat, or perhaps her men had wrung them unilaterally. Either way, the city had signaled surrender. Jon looked to the sky, searching for Drogon. He spotted Daenerys circling above the Red Keep. She too must have heard the bells. Now was the moment. They could end this with minimal further bloodshed. But something felt wrong. Another explosion rattled the keep, green flame bursting from a high tower. Whether by accident or design, wildfire caches continued to erupt. People screamed anew. For a heartbeat, Daenerys and Drogon hovered, uncertain. Then Drogon swooped lower, unleashing a gout of flame upon a row of scorpions still manned by panicked soldiers. Jon shouted again. "They rang the bells. We have to stop." But the sounds of chaos drowned his voice. Rhaegal soared overhead, snarling. More pockets of flame erupted. The ground forces found themselves in swirling confusion. Some Lannister men insisted on surrender, others refused. At the base of the Red Keep, massive towers belched smoke. Daenerys, from the back of Drogon, hovered near a cluster of defenders who fired crossbow bolts at her. In a moment of fury or fear, she bathed them in flame, ignoring the bells. Jon's heart twisted. This was how madness could start, how war refused to end neatly. He forced his men forward, determined to quell any lingering fights. If soldiers had thrown down arms, they must be spared. The bells tolled relentlessly, a clanging reminder that the city was done. Civilians poured into the streets, wailing. Some tried to flee to the countryside, only to find scorpion bolts or random pockets of fighting. At last, the main impetus for conflict collapsed. The Golden Company broke entirely. Lannister banners fell. Scorpions were silent. The defenders either died, surrendered, or fled. Daenerys landed Drogon in a courtyard near the gates of the Red Keep, prompting a wave of terrified wails from bystanders. Jon and Grey Worm's Unsullied rushed in to secure the area, forming a perimeter. As smoke curled around them, Jon limped to Daenerys' side. She dismounted, face stained with soot and tears. "It's over?" she asked, voice trembling. Jon nodded, trying to quell the dread in his chest. "It should be. The city rang the bells. Most have surrendered. We need to find Cersei. End it officially." Daenerys steeled herself, tears shining in her eyes. "Yes. Let's end it." She left Drogon in the courtyard, Grey Worm commanding a few Unsullied to guard him. Regal circled overhead, though battered, snorting steam. The group pressed into the Red Keep's gates, stepping over rubble. The gates stood ajar, courtesy of a partial collapse from dragon fire. Inside, the corridors were choked with dust, shouts echoing in the gloom. They found pockets of Lannister guards who quickly dropped their weapons. Arya appeared out of the shadows, face smudged with grime. Cersei's in the throne room, or was? I saw her retinue heading that way. Jon turned to Daenerys. Let's go. They advanced, swords at the ready. The once grand halls were cracked, tapestries burnt. In the throne room, the high-arched windows let in swirling smoke. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, ominous even in half-lit gloom. Piles of rubble dotted the floor. Cersei stood near the throne, flanked by a handful of gold cloaks. Her gown was torn, hair disheveled, but her eyes burned with defiance. Qyburn hovered behind her, trembling. Euron was nowhere to be seen. Possibly he remained with his fleet or was dead in the chaos. Daenerys, Jon, Arya, and Grey Worm stepped into the throne room, each guarded, each tense. Cersei's men raised their swords uncertainly, but Jon roared, drop them. The city is lost. Don't throw your lives away. For a moment, the gold cloaks hesitated. Then they tossed their blades aside. Cersei's face twisted in fury. She stepped forward, fists clenched at her sides. You think you've won? Burning half the city, unleashing dragons on innocent people. You forced this, Daenerys said, voice raw. You refused to surrender, refused to yield. The city rang the bells. You lit wildfire. Your men fired scorpions until the last. The blood is on your hands. Cersei laughed bitterly. Spare me your moralizing. The throne is mine by right, you usurper. You think the people want you. He glared at Jon. Or your whore of a queen. They fear you, nothing more. Jon's jaw clenched, but he tried to remain calm. It's over, Cersei. Step away from the throne. Surrender. We'll allow you a trial or exile. Cersei's lip curled. A trial? For what? Defending my realm. She spat at the ground. No. I'd rather die. Daenerys approached, her eyes like steel. Your reign has ended. Accept it or face the consequences. For an instant it seemed as though Cersei might lunge or produce a hidden dagger. Arya tensed, hand on the hilt of a small blade. Grey Worm braced a spear. But Cersei only stood there, trembling with rage. Then she let out a choked sob. Everything I did, everything I fought for. All undone. She sank to her knees, an expression of furious despair twisting her features. Daenerys halted a few paces away, stepping carefully around fallen debris. Qyburn tried to help Cersei up, but she shoved him aside. Jon exhaled, relief and sorrow mingling. Grey Worm, he said quietly. Take her into custody. Treat her with caution. Grey Worm advanced, shackles in hand. Cersei stared hatefully at Daenerys. May the realm spit you out. May you find your own kingdom turned against you. Daenerys's expression was inscrutable as Grey Worm clasped the iron shackles around Cersei's wrists. Your words can't hurt me more than you've already hurt this realm, she said, voice low. I will do what I must to ensure no more innocents die. Cersei gave a hollow laugh, tears streaking her face. Innocents died by the thousands today, thanks to your dragons. You are no savior. You're just another Targaryen butcher. Jon swallowed, remembering the pockets of green flame, the screams. War was never clean. Even if Daenerys had tried to minimize the destruction, there had been so many variables. The city burned in places, though many sections still stood. He hoped it was enough. Grey Worm and another unsullied guard forced Cersei to her feet, Qyburn cowering behind them. Daenerys watched, trembling slightly as though the weight of the day threatened to crush her. Arya moved closer to Jon, exhaling. So it's done for now, she murmured. Daenerys turned away from the dethroned queen, walking toward the Iron Throne. Smoke drifted through broken windows, the battered seat of swords glinting in the half-light. This was what she had fought for so many years, the seat of the Targaryens, her birthright. Yet her face looked haunted rather than triumphant. Jon watched her approach the throne. She placed a hand on its cold metal, and for a moment she closed her eyes. The swirling gloom framed her like a ghost of Targaryen ancestors long dead. Silence pressed in. Cersei seethed behind them, spouting curses, but the words felt distant. Finally, Daenerys drew back, turning to face Jon. Her eyes shone with tears, the corners of her mouth trembling. We've taken it, she whispered, voice cracking. But at what cost? Jon came to stand beside her, ignoring the pang in his leg. We'll rebuild, he said gently. We'll do better. She nodded slowly, tears slipping free. Yes, she breathed. We must. Behind them, Grey Worm dragged Cersei away while Arya and the others moved to secure the Red Keep's lower levels. Outside, the bells had fallen silent, replaced by the quiet sob of wind over scorched rooftops. The city belonged to them now. The realm had, in theory, a new monarchy. But the ghosts of war lingered. Daenerys gazed at Jon. He saw the swirl of sorrow, relief, and determination in her eyes. She might never fully exorcise the demons of fire and blood that haunted Targaryens. But she would try. He placed a hand on her shoulder and she let out a shaky breath. Together, they stood in the half-ruined throne room, king and queen of a realm that lay battered but breathing. Outside, dawn's light crept across the horizon. The fires would burn for hours yet. Bodies would be buried, treaties forged, justice meted out. But for now, they clung to the promise that once the ashes settled, they could guide Westeros towards something kinder, forging a future from the rubble. So ended the reign of Cersei Lannister, toppled by dragons and wolves, by the resilience of a realm that had united just long enough to break her hold. The city might heal, or it might carry scars for generations. Either way, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, and Daenerys Stormborn would bear the burden of leadership, determined not to repeat the sins of their forebears. For all that had been lost, they clung to the fragile spark of hope that perhaps this time, the wheel was truly broken and the realm could learn a different way to live. Outside, the wind carried the mingled scents of smoke, salt air from Blackwater Bay, and the uncertain hush of an ending that might become a new beginning. The last echoes of bells faded, leaving only the thrum of a city waiting to see what its new rulers would do next. Smoke still hung in the upper vaults of the ruined throne room, drifting in ghostly tendrils through the broken windows. The sky beyond was still a pale gray, tinged by the lingering haze of the fires that had burned through much of King's Landing. Though the bells of surrender had ceased their clamor, the city remained alive with a cacophony of shouts and cries. Somewhere, deeper in the Red Keep, rubble shifted in slow collapses, the old fortress groaning under the damage wrought by dragonfire and hidden wildfire caches. Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, stood near the base of the dais that led to the Iron Throne. He tried not to look at the twisted metal seat, focusing instead on Daenerys, who had turned away from it. Her eyes were filled with tears that she tried to blink away, her breathing unsteady. He reached out, resting a hand lightly on her shoulder. Her cloak, singed at the edges, smelled of smoke. "We should get outside," he said softly, aware of the press of grief in his own chest. "We need to see to the wounded, stop any last fighting in the streets." She nodded, swallowing before she composed herself enough to speak. "Yes," she whispered. "But give me a moment." Jon understood. She had fought for years, her entire adult life, in truth, to reach this city, this throne. Now that it was under her power, she discovered it in flames, the people cowering, her own forces bloodied and exhausted. Cersei had been taken away in shackles, hurling vitriol until the end. The city had surrendered, yet so many were dead. His hand tightened briefly on Daenerys' shoulder in reassurance. Then he let it drop. They shouldered their way from the throne room, accompanied by Grey Worm, who lingered in the corridor with a small detachment of Unsullied. Their expressions were as impassive as ever, but Jon sensed their wariness. Even with Cersei fallen, violence still prowled these corridors, a chance of hidden Lannister loyalists or of panicked city folk lashing out. Ghosts padded behind them, uncharacteristically subdued. They descended the cracked steps and emerged into the chaos of the inner courtyard. Even here, stone was blackened from Drogon's breath and a line of scorched scorpion frames lay melted into slag. The sky above swirled with leftover smoke. Men in Targaryen livery and northern gear moved about, some in a hurry to find living foes, others tending to the wounded. Along the far wall, battered Lannister soldiers lay in surrender, stripped of their weapons. The tension between them and the Unsullied was palpable. Grey Worm paused to give clipped orders in Valyrian. The Unsullied formed a perimeter around the courtyard, funneling the city's remaining defenders who had chosen to surrender. A few men tried to slip away, but the soldiers herded them back with unwavering discipline. Daenerys stood in silence for a moment, gazing over the huddled clusters of civilians who knelt in the corners. Many wore no armor or uniform, just city folk, terrified faces streaked with soot. Some stared at Daenerys and Jon with wide, accusing eyes, as though uncertain whether they were saviors or another wave of conquerors. "We'll feed them," Daenerys said at last, her voice low but firm. "Tend their wounds. Let no one harm them." Grey Worm dipped his head in acknowledgement. Jon was grateful for the queen's words. Despite the fury of battle, she was trying to remember the vow that had guided her across the narrow sea, the vow to free people from tyranny, not subjugate them anew. A swirl of motion near the gate drew Jon's attention. Through the ruined archway, he saw Brienne of Tarth riding in with a small group of knights. Her armor bore fresh dents, and her hair clung to her sweaty brow. She halted her horse upon spotting Jon and Daenerys, dismounted quickly, and bowed. It's done, Brienne said, her voice echoing in the courtyard's hush. All remaining pockets of resistance have thrown down their arms or fled. We have the city. Daenerys gave a single nod. Casualties? Brienne hesitated. High. On both sides. The Golden Company was relentless and the wildfire explosions took many from their own ranks and ours. She glanced around, noticing a pair of Unsullied dragging a limp body from a smoking doorway. We'll need time to bury the dead. Jon pressed his lips together. We'll see it done. The living come first, wounded, homeless. Where's Tormund? As far as I know, he's with a group of free folk nearer the gate, Brienne replied. They're rounding up stray Lannisters who refuse to surrender. I doubt that will take long. The real question is what you want done with them. Daenerys looked around the courtyard, Lannister soldiers glancing nervously at the Unsullied, city folk pressed to walls, unshed tears in their eyes. So many lives balanced on her next command. Jon saw the flicker of emotion cross her face. She set her jaw. We'll detain them, she said. They surrendered under the city's bells. They'll be treated as prisoners of war, not slaughtered. Let them live. We can decide their fate once the realm is stabilized. Brienne inclined her head, approving. Grey Worm's gaze lingered on Daenerys for a moment, perhaps wondering if this show of mercy might lead to more trouble. But he said nothing, merely lifted a hand to signal the Unsullied to herd the prisoners into a secure corner of the keep. Where is Cersei? Daenerys asked sharply. And Qyburn? Brienne drew a slow breath. Last I saw, they were taken toward the dungeons, escorted by 2 Unsullied. She refused to walk at first, but they forced her. Bring her to the black cells, Daenerys said softly. We'll decide what to do with her later. For now, keep her contained, guarded. Jon nodded his agreement. The last thing they needed was a spectacle of immediate execution. Many in the city might view Cersei as a rightful queen, and a public beheading or burning would only inflame more hatred. They had to handle this with caution. Already the city was traumatized. A flurry of motion on the far side of the courtyard drew their eyes. A group of northern soldiers were dragging a scrawny man in brown rags who struggled and shouted. Blood streaked his temple. The soldiers seemed intent on punishing him for something. Before Jon could ask, the group halted near Daenerys. One of the northerners, someone from House Serwyn, judging by the sigil patch, shoved the prisoner to his knees. This one, he snarled, was found knifing a wounded man in an alley. Says he was protecting his sister, but I doubt it. We think he's part of the scum that looted bodies. The man coughed, blinking up at Daenerys through a film of tears. And mistress, please. We've no food, Noah. Jon stepped forward, raising a hand to forestall any blow from the soldier. We'll see to him. Lock him up as well, no executions without fair hearing. He turned to Daenerys. We can't let our men mete out random justice. She swallowed. No, we cannot. We'll have a proper trial system once we've established order. The war is over. The soldier looked uncertain but, after a glance at Jon's set expression, nodded and dragged the prisoner away. The battered man sobbed with relief at not being executed on the spot, though he still faced an unknown fate. We'll have more of this, Daenerys murmured, rubbing her temples. The city is full of desperation, looting, revenge. We'll need patrols, ration distribution. Jon shifted, feeling the ache in his leg. I'll start by sending men to secure the main granaries. We have some stock from the north that we can share, though not enough for 500,000 people. We must find the city's hidden storehouses, see what's left after the chaos. She nodded, shoulders drooping in exhaustion. Yes, that will be our priority. Then we can arrange for a formal declaration of victory and end to Cersei's rule. Her gaze went to the half-collapsed towers of the Red Keep. We should also see if the Red Keep can serve as a seat of government or if it's too damaged. Grey Worm stood at attention, waiting. Daenerys drew in a shaky breath and spoke to him in Valyrian. Gather a detail. Start clearing rubble from the major corridors. Ensure no scorpions remain, no hidden caches of wildfire. The rest of the city's scorpions must be dismantled too. He bowed, motioning for several Unsullied to follow. Jon caught the half-concerned look in Grey Worm's eye, but the commander said nothing, moving swiftly to carry out orders. A stable boy came forward, leading a pair of tired horses. Jon helped Daenerys mount, ignoring his own burning leg muscle as he swung up behind her. The courtyard was too clogged with wounded and debris to attempt flight with Drogon here. They would ride to the city center, see how far the destruction had spread. They set off at a careful canter, weaving past shattered columns and the corpses of scorpion crews. Ghost trotted after them, nose low to the ground. A handful of knights formed an escort, though the men seemed equally stunned by the scale of ruin. The Red Keep's gates, what remained of them, gave way to the upper city streets, where grand houses perched on winding lanes. Many were scorched or crumbled from collapsed roofs. Civilians peered from broken windows or ran weeping along the roadside. Jon guided his horse around a toppled cart. Daenerys looked left and right, her face pale. They passed a row of small shops, half ablaze, where men in Targaryen livery tried to douse flames with buckets of water. As they continued downhill, the city's main thoroughfare opened, revealing a swath of scorched ground where Drogon's fire had cut a path. The fighting must have been fierce. Battered bodies of Golden Company mercenaries littered the cobbles, and the stench of burned flesh was overpowering. Jon swallowed bile. He remembered the vow never to become monsters. But any large-scale battle in a populous city would be monstrous. The question was whether they had done enough to limit the horror, or whether the nightmares of conquest would cling to Daenerys' name the way they clung to her father's. The small group continued. Occasionally, a cluster of Lannister soldiers emerged, hands raised in surrender, and knights from the Vale led them away. The city had descended into an uneasy hush, broken only by sporadic cries or the crackle of smoldering buildings. In corners, piles of bodies awaited disposal. The living moved in small, cautious groups, wariness etched on their features. They reached the lower plaza near the Gate of the Gods. A half-collapsed statue of some old saint lay across half the street, blocking wagons from passing. People huddled behind it, families, old men, children. At the sight of Daenerys' entourage, some recoiled, others screamed. One woman, clutching a toddler with singed hair, shouted curses at them, tears streaking her ash-covered cheeks. Daenerys halted her horse, heart twisting. She dismounted, ignoring the protest in her limbs, and approached the woman slowly, palms up. Jon followed at a short distance, uncertain how to help. The woman retreated, pressing her back to the statue's broken flank. "Get away," she cried, voice ragged. "Haven't you done enough?" Daenerys' eyes shone with tears. "We're here to help. The city is ours now. We'll bring food, water." "Food?" the woman spat, voice trembling with fury. "Look around you. My husband's in that rubble. He was no soldier, just a baker. A dragon burned him." She broke off, sobbing. Jon felt the deep pang of guilt that came with seeing innocents suffering. This was the price of toppling a ruthless queen by force. Even if they had not purposely burned civilians, many were inevitably caught in the crossfire of scorpions, dragonflame, and collapsing buildings. Daenerys inhaled a shaky breath. "I'm sorry," she said, voice thick. "We tried to, but the wildfire, the scorpions. We ended it as fast as we could." The woman said nothing, only shook her head, tears carving paths in the soot on her face. The toddler in her arms let out a thin wail. Daenerys carefully reached into her cloak and withdrew a small pouch. "Here," she whispered, extending it. "It's not much, just some dried meat and water. We'll have more soon." The woman stared at the pouch as though it might be poisoned. Then, slowly, she plucked it from Daenerys' hand, cradling it between numb fingers. She said nothing else. Jon touched Daenerys' elbow, gesturing that they should move on. She nodded faintly, turning away with a haunted expression. They remounted and continued, passing more pockets of survivors who eyed them with a mixture of hope and terror. Eventually, they circled back toward the Red Keep. On the way, they encountered Tormund Giantsbane, leading a group of free folk who had evidently secured one corner of the city. Tormund's normally boisterous manner was subdued. Blood and soot streaked his wild red hair. A half-dozen free folk trudged behind him, each looking worn. "Crow," Tormund greeted Jon, his voice quieter than usual. "We found refugees in the catacombs beneath that big sept over there. What's left of it, anyway? Told em to come out, that it's safe." He snorted. "Course, safe is relative." Jon nodded, exhaustion tugging at his limbs. "Good. Help them if you can. We'll need your men for patrolling the streets, keeping order. No more killing, Tormund, unless absolutely forced." The wildling frowned, then shrugged. "Aye, we can do that. We're not butchers. We got no reason to kill unarmed folk." Daenerys glanced around. "Thank you, Tormund. Make sure your people know the city has surrendered." She paused, adding a softer note, "We appreciate all you've done." Tormund rolled his shoulders. "We did what we had to," he muttered, surveying the wreckage. "Though I won't lie, I'll be happier back up north. This place stinks." Jon couldn't disagree. The city did stink, of smoke, death, and fear. They parted ways with Tormund's group, continuing to the keep. Already, the sun was drifting westward, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange that clashed with the sooty haze. Once inside the Red Keep's walls again, they dismounted. Grooms led the horses away, and the half-collapsed stables clattered with uneasy hooves. Missandei awaited them in the courtyard, flanked by a pair of Unsullied. She looked relieved to see Daenerys, though her face was etched with sorrow. "Your Grace," Missandei said, bowing. "I've organized a triage area in the Grand Hall." Healers from the city are attending to our wounded and the civilians who were hurt. We're distributing any supplies we can find. There's not much left in the Red Keep stores. Thank you, Daenerys said, voice hushed. We'll find more from the city once we've cataloged the granaries. And the maesters? There aren't many left, Missandei interjected gently. Some fled, some died in the fighting. But we'll do what we can. Her eyes turned to Jon, flicking over his drawn features. You both look exhausted. Jon gave a tight nod. We can rest later. First, we see to order. Have we found the city watch's officers? Or the ex-gold cloaks who might keep law and order? Missandei shook her head. Not yet. Some gold cloaks surrendered and ran. Others may be barricaded in the city, or blending into the masses. Jon exchanged a look with Daenerys, reading the same grim conclusion. For now, the bulk of security rested on the shoulders of their own men. Northerners, Vale Knights, unsullied, free folk. The city would see them as invaders, no matter how many times they offered mercy. That distrust would take time to mend. Are Tyrion and Davos here? Daenerys asked, remembering the plan that Tyrion and Davos would land the small fleet near Crackclaw Point and approach the city from the east. Missandei brightened slightly. Yes, they arrived by boat in the Blackwater around midday, though they had to anchor outside the main harbor. Euron's fleet was either destroyed or fled. Tyrion should be here soon. He went straight to the city to look for you, but it seems you arrived first. Good, Daenerys murmured, a hint of relief. We need him and Davos to help with the city's reconstruction. The small council we've barely formed. The notion of a ruling council felt distant in the face of the carnage around them, but Jon realized it was essential. If they meant to stabilize the realm, they needed more than swords. He sighed. Let's get inside, find a place to sit, gather the others. We'll plan our next steps. They headed for the Red Keep's interior. The towering passages, though battered, still provided some shelter from the soot-laden sky. They navigated half-collapsed archways and piles of rubble until they reached a corridor that led to what used to be a grand dining hall. Inside, dozens of cots had been arranged, creating a makeshift infirmary. Groans and low sobs echoed among the columns. Healers, women in stained aprons, a few men with bandaged arms, bustled from one injured soul to the next. The mingled scent of blood, sweat, and medicine was thick. Jon's gaze swept over the wounded. Many wore northern or Vale tabards, while others seemed to be townsfolk or surrendered Lannisters. A handful of unsullied stood guard, but no one appeared to be finishing off the wounded. That was something. Even in the chaos, some decency remained. Daenerys paused, stooping beside a wounded, unsullied soldier who lay with a shattered spear beside him. Blood seeped through a bandage on his abdomen. She placed a hand gently on his shoulder, speaking in Valyrian. The soldier tried to sit straighter, wincing in pain, but she whispered a reassurance. Jon hovered behind her, not wanting to intrude, yet feeling a surge of respect. She had come so far with these men, forging bonds that had brought her across the sea. Now they lay broken in a foreign city, paying the price of war. A moment later, Daenerys rose, blinking away tears. Missandei remained at her side, whispering updates about the state of the wounded. Grey Worm joined them from behind, his expression locked in that familiar stoicism, though sorrow flickered in his eyes for his injured brother-in-arms. They moved on, eventually finding a small side chamber that was relatively intact. A few battered chairs and a table had been set up, candles flickering in tarnished holders. Jon and Daenerys sank into chairs, while Grey Worm and Missandei stood guard by the entrance. Moments later, a clamor echoed in the corridor, and Tyrion Lannister entered, flanked by Davos Seaworth. Both men looked harried from travel and the shock of what they'd seen in the city. Tyrion's face was smudged with ash, and his fine doublet was soaked at the hems. Davos's beard dripped as though he'd waded through water. They must have come directly from the docks, possibly taking a boat up the Blackwater to reach the keep. Your Grace, Tyrion said, bowing first to Daenerys, then giving a shorter nod to Jon. And your Grace as well. The formality sounded strained, but sincere enough. We made it ashore after Euron's ship scattered. I see the city has. Well, it's seen better days. Daenerys gestured for them to sit, a raw edge in her voice. We took the city, but it was no bloodless victory. Wildfire caches ignited, scorpions fired until the last. Many are dead. Cersei is in the dungeons. Tyrion's lips parted at that news, relief or shock warring on his face. She's alive. For now, Jon said softly. We took her prisoner. Qyburn, too. Many Lannister officers surrendered. Tyrion closed his eyes, exhaling. The lines of tension across his brow deepened. A victory. And yet it looks like a cataclysm out there. I saw columns of smoke from half a league away. Davos sighed, stepping closer to the table. The city is in shambles. The people are frightened, starving, and no doubt furious. They'll need leadership or else we'll have chaos. Daenerys nodded slowly. That's why we need a council, a plan. We can't let the city tear itself apart. She swept a hand across the table. We'll have to name a hand, new advisors for coin, law, ships, everything. Tyrion's gaze flicked to her, subdued. I served as your hand before. If you'll still have me, I'm ready to do what must be done. Her expression softened. I would. Despite everything, you've guided me well. She paused, looking to Jon. Unless you object. Jon shook his head. No. Tyrion is the best for the job. He knows King's Landing better than anyone. Davos rubbed at his scruffy beard. We'll also need to handle the question of succession and unity. The realm won't just accept a new monarchy blindly, especially after the city's seen so much destruction. We must send ravens to every corner, proclaiming the new rule, offering terms of peace. Tyrion gathered a piece of parchment from a satchel, smoothing it on the table. Yes, I've drafted a few lines. We can refine them. Something along the lines of Daenerys Stormborn and Aegon Targaryen have ended Cersei Lannister's unlawful reign, saved the realm from the dead, and now pledged to rebuild, etc. He sighed. We'll need more than words. We need proof of mercy, of stability. Daenerys drummed her fingers, still stained with soot. I want the city fed. Immediately. If the Red Keep stores are low, we'll seize any hidden Lannister stockpiles. We'll buy food from outlying farms if they haven't all fled. If we have to pay out of Targaryen gold, we do it. Davos nodded. Agreed. I'll oversee that. We should also open the gates to let people leave if they wish. Some might want to flee. But we keep the roads guarded to prevent brigands. Jon took a breath. And we must handle the captive soldiers. Some may want to swear loyalty to the new crown. Others might cause rebellion. We can't just keep them rotting in cells. Tyrion tapped the parchment. We'll categorize them. The rank and file can be released on parole so long as they lay down arms. Officers may need more scrutiny. Anyone suspected of war crimes stands trial. He winced. We can hold the trials here or delegate them to regional lords. But let's not have mass executions. That would only deepen the cycle of hate. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly. Yes. No mass executions. I'm done with butchery. If we have to execute certain ringleaders, we'll do so after a fair hearing. She glanced at Jon. What about Cersei herself? Silence descended. Even Ghost, curled by the doorway, lifted his head as though sensing the tension. Tyrion's face was grim. She'll demand a trial or she'll spit in your face. Either way, the realm demands justice. She plotted with Euron, lured us here, nearly cost the entire realm everything with her refusal to help against the undead. She was also behind the explosion at the September of Baelor, if what we've heard is true. Davos frowned. Not to mention the countless atrocities laid at her feet. The realm might call for her head. Daenerys' voice shook. I know. And perhaps that's what must happen. But we must show we are not a tyranny. A trial. Let the realm bear witness. If the verdict is guilty, then so be it. Jon studied her face. She looked exhausted, haunted, yet resolute in her determination not to become the tyrant she once feared. He reached for her hand under the table, giving it a brief squeeze. We'll do it that way. Bring the lords, let them see the evidence. If the city sees that we're not simply carrying out a slaughter, they may come to accept our rule. Tyrion cleared his throat, pulling out another sheaf of parchment. All right. I'll draft an official statement. We'll set a date for the trial after we handle immediate relief efforts. Daenerys nodded. Yes. And what of the Iron Islands? The Stormlands? Davos answered. Yara Greyjoy apparently reclaimed Pike from Euron's loyalists. We've had word she'll support you, hoping to keep her independence or some measure of autonomy. The Stormlands, well, that's more complicated. The Baratheons are gone aside from Gendry, who's your friend, I believe. He glanced at Jon. We might consider legitimizing him or naming him Stormlord. That'd earn local goodwill. Jon thought of Gendry's unwavering help in the north, forging dragonglass weapons, fighting the undead. He deserves it. If that helps bring the Stormlands into the fold, I support it. Davos nodded. I can find him in the city. He was fighting with the Vale Knights and inform him. He'll need the realm's blessing to take on that title, presumably from you too. Daenerys managed a faint smile. It seems a fair reward for his service. We'll do it once things have settled. They continued discussing details until the candle flames grew low, and their own eyelids heavy with exhaustion. At last, Daenerys rose, swaying slightly on her feet. Jon caught her arm, concern shading his gaze. You need rest, he said gently. We all do. She tried to protest, but Tyrion and Davos added their agreement. Even Missandei looked worried. They had been up since before dawn, leading a final assault on the largest city in the Seven Kingdoms. Now it was well past dusk. All right, Daenerys conceded, voice taut with fatigue. Missandei, find me a room that's not crumbling, if possible. Jon, you too. Sleep. We'll gather again at sunrise. Start implementing our relief plans. No one argued. The small group dispersed, each with tasks to handle, though they all looked ready to collapse. Grey Worm and Missandei led Daenerys deeper into the keep, searching for quarters that were still intact. Jon lingered behind, rubbing his thigh wound, which throbbed painfully after the day's exertions. Ghost nudged his elbow, concern plain in the direwolf's red eyes. Let's go find a corner to lie down, boy, Jon murmured. They moved through the corridor, past the moaning of the wounded in the makeshift infirmary. Eventually, Jon located a small chamber with a half-collapsed ceiling, but a patch of floor that looked stable enough for a bedroll. He settled there, exhaustion pulling him down like a weight of chains. Ghost curled at his side, providing warmth against the chill night air. Sleep was restless. Nightmares stalked him. Images of green wildfire eruptions, of flaming scorpions taking down dragons, of city dwellers wailing as the sky rained fire. At one point, he dreamed of the frost-scaled dragon he had hatched in the north, battling Viserions' undead form above the wall, only for both dragons to collapse in the snow, leaving him alone among frozen corpses. He awoke in a cold sweat, heart pounding, before forcing himself back to uneasy slumber. At dawn, the city stirred with low moans and grim tasks. Jon rose, dragging a hand across his stubbled jaw. He found water in a half-busted barrel, splashing it on his face to chase the nightmares away. Ghost lapped from a puddle by the door. Already, the Red Keep's corridors echoed with the footsteps of soldiers trying to bring some semblance of order. He headed outside, ignoring the ache in his leg. The courtyard was a bustle of activity. Captured Lannister soldiers sorted into lines, wagons rolling in with the first loads of supplies. Tyrion stood on an overturned crate, shouting instructions to a group of Unsullied about which gates to open for civilians. Nearby, Davos conferred with a cluster of gaunt townspeople, pointing them to a relief station in the Grand Hall. Jon approached Tyrion, who hopped down from the crate. The dwarf looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, but maintained a certain crispness in his manner. Good morning, or so I'm told, Tyrion said drily. We have at least some organization. The city's lower gates are open, so people can leave if they wish. We've posted men to prevent looting or random violence. Some success, but not total. Jon nodded. It's a start. Where's Daenerys? Tyrion pointed toward the higher ramparts. She wanted to see the city from above to understand the scale of the damage. She took Drogon for a short flight, though from what I heard, he's not fond of the fires and smoke. As if on cue, a roar echoed from beyond the walls. Jon looked up. Drogon's silhouette passed overhead, wings beating the sooty air. Even from a distance, Jon sensed the dragon's agitation. They were creatures of might, but even might had its limits in cramped city streets. Jon sighed. We need to ensure no more wildfire caches are triggered. Has Grey Worm found Qyburn yet? He's in a cell, Tyrion replied. We'll see what he can tell us about leftover wildfire. After that, he'll face the same justice as Cersei. Jon allowed a moment of grim satisfaction. Qyburn had engineered so many horrors, the scorpions, the experiments in the Red Keep, possibly the spread of rumors that had undermined alliances. Now he was done. Tyrion continued, We've got Gendry in the courtyard, by the way. Davos told him about legitimizing him as a Baratheon. The lad nearly fainted, but he's excited. A faint smile tugged at Tyrion's mouth. Sometimes, in the midst of horror, it's nice to give someone good news. A flicker of warmth touched Jon's chest. Gendry deserved it. We'll confirm it once Daenerys is back. Speaking of Daenerys, Tyrion said, lowering his voice. How is she holding up? She was shaken yesterday. The city's ruin wasn't how she wanted her crowning to look. Jon pressed his lips together, recalling how Daenerys wept in the throne room. She's trying to keep it together, but it weighs on her heavily. I'll speak with her once she returns. Tyrion nodded, opening his mouth to say more when a ruckus at the far side of the courtyard drew their attention. A small crowd had gathered around a figure in battered Lannister armor, half collapsed on the cobblestones. Jon recognized him after a moment, Ser Jaime Lannister, or so it seemed. Yet, it couldn't be. Jaime was reported missing or dead, rumored to have left King's Landing or returned. The reality was uncertain. Jon motioned Tyrion to follow. They wove through the onlookers, who parted to reveal Jaime indeed, alive but grievously wounded. Blood stained his side and his left arm looked as though it had been crushed. He blinked up at Tyrion, recognition flaring in his exhausted gaze. Jaime, Tyrion breathed, shock giving way to concern. Your gods, what happened? Jaime coughed, spitting out blood. Tried to keep Euron from reaching Cersei. Fought him on the shore. Bastard put a blade in me, but I took him down too. Tyrion dropped to a knee beside him. You're going to a healer. Now. Jaime shook his head weakly. Might be too late for that. He coughed again. Is Cersei? Jon crouched as well, waving the onlookers back. We have her in custody, he said quietly. She's alive. A tremor of relief or despair flickered in Jaime's eyes. Good, he rasped. The city, she wouldn't yield, would she? Tyrion's jaw clenched. No. She waited until it was too late. The bells rang, but the city burned. Jaime closed his eyes in pain. I tried to reason with her. She wouldn't listen. Another hacking cough rattled him. Help me up or, no, wait. He grimaced, blinking at Tyrion. Don't let Cersei do any more harm. If she won't stop, do what must be done. Tyrion's eyes misted. You think I'd relish that? His voice shook. You idiot. We'll get you to a maester. A pair of Unsullied came forward with a stretcher. Jaime resisted at first, but his strength was gone. They eased him onto it, careful not to jar his broken arm. His face contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow. Tyrion stood, tears glistening but not falling. Jon placed a hand on Tyrion's shoulder. We'll do our best. He might live if we get him help quickly. Tyrion nodded, swallowing hard. We'll take him to the Grand Hall. That's where the healers are. Gods, please let them save him. As Jaime was carried away, Tyrion followed, overshadowed by dread for his last surviving sibling aside from Cersei. Jon's throat felt thick. Jaime had tried to redeem himself, evidently. But the city was in ruins regardless. Perhaps no single person could have halted Cersei's madness sooner. The consequences of that madness lay all around them. Jon turned back to the yard. He had little time to reflect as more demands crowded in. A knight sought permission to open cellars in search of Lannister gold. A group of northern men asked where to quarter the new prisoners. An elderly maester found rummaging in a corner wanted to speak about plague risk if bodies remained unburied. Jon directed them as best he could, though he felt out of his depth. This was no simple battlefield. It was an entire city's reconstruction. At midday, Daenerys returned from her flight on Drogon, landing near the keep's main gate. Jon went to meet her, pushing through clusters of soldiers. When she dismounted, her face was ashen. Drogon paced the courtyard, letting out a series of low, agitated growls as though even he felt the city's tension. Daenerys handed the reins of the makeshift saddle to an Unsullied, then crossed to Jon, leaning on him for a moment. She smelled of sweat and smoke. Her voice was hollow. It's worse from above. Entire districts are half-burned. I saw thousands of people in the streets, searching for missing kin. He rested a hand at her back, guiding her away from the curious stares of onlookers. We'll help them. Tyrion's begun organizing relief. Davos is distributing food. It'll take time, but we can do it. She nodded absently, her eyes distant. I saw Regal perched near the bay. He's hurt. A scorpion bolt sliced part of his wing. Jon stiffened. Badly? He can still fly, but not well. She pressed her lips together. We'll need a place for both dragons to rest safely. They keep circling the city as though they sense more danger. Jon exhaled. Let's station them near the Dragon Pit ruins. It's large enough to shelter them even if half collapsed. We can guard them with our best men. Fewer scorpions remain, but still. Daenerys acknowledged that with a tired nod. We'll see it done. We must watch for sudden attacks from the bay, too. Euron might have scattered, but some ships could remain. She paused. Jon. The city's people hate us. He sensed the raw vulnerability in her voice. They're afraid, he said gently. They lost too much. That's not hatred, it's fear. But if we treat them well, feed them, heal them, they may come to accept us. She stared at the scorched stones under her feet. I pray you're right. They moved inside once more, passing a row of gold-cloaked prisoners. Arya emerged from a side corridor, nodding in greeting. I've been scouting the keep, she told them. No sign of hidden soldiers, but plenty of nooks and crannies. Qyburn has done strange experiments in some lower chambers. Foul smells, old cages. A flash of distaste crossed her features. He's locked up now, I hear? Daenerys confirmed it, clenching her jaw. Yes. He'll face justice. Arya's gaze flicked to Jon. Any word on our folks? Sansa? She'll want a raven soon. We'll send one this evening, Jon said. She should know the city's ours. She'll also want to know how much blood was spilled, Arya said grimly. But I guess she can't truly imagine unless she sees it herself. Daenerys inhaled, lifting her gaze to meet Arya's. We did what was necessary, she said, though a tremor laced her voice. The next step is making it right. Arya nodded, acceptance or at least recognition. Then she stepped away, melding into the busy corridor, presumably continuing her watch for trouble. Jon saw that Daenerys was trembling slightly, so he guided her to a nearby bench. She sat, hands clasped, looking worn to the bone. He knelt before her, ignoring the protest in his leg. We can do this, he said softly. One step at a time. We free the city from tyranny, feed its people, show them we're not here to repeat old cruelties. She looked at him, tears brimming again. I hope that's enough. He squeezed her hands. We'll make it enough. Or die trying. A faint, sad smile ghosted across her lips. She pressed her forehead to his, momentarily shutting out the world. The hush of that small alcove felt like a pocket of calm in the storm. But reality waited just outside, the wails of wounded, the stench of charred buildings, the 1,000 tasks that comprised the new monarchy. And so the hours slipped into days. The battered city began a slow, painful return to something approaching functionality. Gendry was indeed legitimized as Gendry Baratheon, named Lord of the Stormlands by Daenerys and Jon in a brief ceremony amid the ruins of the Great Hall. Stunned but determined, he pledged to provide what resources he could. Tyrion worked tirelessly to coordinate relief, establishing a rudimentary command structure that included local city elders who dared to come forward. Davos oversaw the distribution of grain from seized storehouses, ensuring neither the conquering army nor the city's inhabitants went hungry. Grey Worm maintained strict discipline among the Unsullied, punishing any soldier who took out personal vengeance on captives. The Northmen and Vale Knights struggled more with resentment and bitterness, but Sansa's warnings reached them in time and Jon's presence helped. A handful of fights broke out, but no mass reprisals. The free folk occasionally clashed with city dwellers, mutual misunderstanding leading to brawls. Tormund, with surprising patience, broke them apart, reminding his people that their alliance with Jon meant no random violence. Bit by bit, King's Landing breathed again. Bonfires burned each night as teams cleared rubble and dragged corpses to the outskirts for mass burial. Maester's novices, or what few existed, tried to keep disease from spreading. Word spread that the new queen and king were not executing surrendered Lannisters in droves. Instead, they offered parole. Soldiers who swore never again to fight House Targaryen or House Stark were permitted to return to their families in the city or else remain in a guarded camp if they were suspected of war crimes. Rumors of Daenerys's mercy circulated alongside darker whispers of the dragon's flame that had ravaged parts of the city. Amid this cautious new order, one question loomed: what to do with Cersei Lannister? She languished in the dungeons, guarded by Unsullied who refused to speak with her. Qyburn likewise sat in a cell, sullen and silent except for half-mad rants about continuing his experiments. The day would come soon for a formal trial, Tyrion insisted, so the realm might see justice done. Jaime lingered on the edge of death for nearly a week in the makeshift infirmary. Wounds festered and he wavered in feverish delirium, calling for Cersei or Brienne or even Tyrion by turn. Brienne stayed at his side when she could, doing what she could to help the healers, sponge his brow, feed him broth. It was unclear if he would live. 3 days after the city fell, Daenerys and Jon convened a small council in the Great Hall which still stood roofless at one end where a portion had collapsed. They sat around a long table set amid the rubble, the open sky above letting in pale daylight. Tyrion, Davos, Grey Worm, Missandei, Arya, Brienne, and Gendry Baratheon joined them. A few city representatives hovered nearby, men in threadbare robes who once served the Lannister regime in lesser capacities. Tyrion laid out their plan for the trial of Cersei Lannister. We shall invite representatives from the major houses Stark, Arryn, Tully, Baratheon, Greyjoy, and so on. Dorne if we can coax them. The trial will be public. Evidence of her crimes will be presented, including her betrayal during the Great War, the use of wildfire on her own populace, the false negotiation that led to countless deaths. Daenerys nodded, resting her elbows on the table. We must ensure it isn't seen as a sham. Let her speak in her defense. Let the lords see the truth. Arya's expression remained unreadable. She'll lie. She's cunning. Tyrion's mouth tightened. I know. But she has no army left, no money to bribe half the realm. If the verdict is reached openly, fewer can contest our justice. Davos steepled his fingers. Will you have the High Septon preside? The faith is in disarray after the September's destruction some time ago, but some structure remains. Daenerys considered. It might lend legitimacy. People still follow the Seven mostly. We want them to believe in due process. Yes, let the High Septon be involved if he can be found and if he agrees. Jon grunted, rubbing his temple. If the verdict is death, how will it be carried out? Silence. Daenerys's lips pressed thin. Tyrion cleared his throat. It could be beheading or a more standard execution. Probably better than letting a dragon roast her. We don't want more rumors of Targaryen cruelty. Daenerys let out a long breath. Yes, you're right. The talk shifted to other matters. Gendry asked about the Stormlands, worried that scattered bands of outlaws might seize castles in the absence of a strong Baratheon presence. Davos offered to accompany him south after the city was stabilized to help secure Storm's End. Brienne weighed in, mentioning that some knights she trusted could help guard those roads. Grey Worm reported that a few Ironborn ships had been spotted near the Blackwater, presumably Yara's, scouting for any last vestiges of Euron's fleet. Yara was said to be anchoring soon, perhaps to affirm her alliance. Arya frowned at that, cautioning that the Ironborn had their own agenda. But if Yara had truly parted ways with Euron, it might be beneficial. As midday sun blazed overhead, the council disbanded, each member scattering to oversee their respective tasks. Daenerys lingered at the table, massaging her temples. Jon touched her shoulder gently. You're doing well, he said. The city looks a bit calmer every day. She let out a low laugh, devoid of humor. Calmer, or simply exhausted. Or does that? He couldn't deny it. Instead, he offered a small nod. Come on. Let's get some air beyond these walls. The Red Keep stifles us. I'll show you the outer district. Davos said they managed to start clearing the harbor. Daenerys hesitated, then stood. All right. They walked together, descending the winding roads. The sun's heat radiated off scorched stones, mixing with the ever-present smell of ash and old blood. Yet as they moved toward the lower city, Jon observed signs of tentative recovery. People swept debris from doorways. Soldiers with Targaryen or Stark insignias handed out bread from wagons seized in old Lannister storehouses. A ragged group of children chased each other in a half-burned square, their laughter subdued but real. They reached the harbor area. The wharves had taken damage, but half a dozen ships were moored, some bearing the Vale's falcon banner, others the new black and red Targaryen sigil. Davos's small fleet had anchored here after Euron's retreat. In the distance, a battered warship flew the Kraken banner of the Iron Islands. Possibly Yara's. Jon led Daenerys along the docks, stepping carefully around splintered planks. The water stank of rotting fish and the hull of a wrecked vessel protruded from the bay's shallows. City dwellers formed queues for fish distribution near a hastily erected stall. A knight in Vale colors supervised, ensuring fair rations. One old fisherman recognized Jon, calling out, "Your Grace?" "My thanks. They said you'd feed us." Jon paused. "We'll do what we can," he replied softly. The fisherman bowed, eyes brimming with relief. Perhaps for that man it didn't matter who wore the crown so long as there was bread to eat. Daenerys watched, the corners of her mouth twitching in a sad sort of smile. Then she turned away, staring across the harbor. In the bright afternoon sun, the water gleamed with greenish tints, reflecting the scorched skyline of King's Landing. "At least the people here can see we're not starving them," she murmured. "But it'll be a long road." Jon moved closer, letting their shoulders brush. "Aye. We'll walk it together." She reached for his hand and they stood that way for a quiet moment, allowing themselves a breath of hope in a city battered by war. Then a cry sounded behind them, someone calling Daenerys' name. She turned to see Missandei approaching at a half-run, face urgent. "Your Grace," Missandei said, catching her breath. "Come quickly. Something's happened at the Red Keep. Grey Worm needs you." Alarm clutched Jon's gut. "What is it?" Missandei's expression was grim. "There's been a disturbance, an attempt on the Queen's life, apparently. The culprit is in custody, but the confrontation did not end well." Daenerys' face went pale. "Take me there now?" They hurried back up the winding roads. The city seemed to sense the tension, parting before Daenerys' small group. At the Red Keep Gate, Unsullied stood in a tense formation, halberds crossed to block civilians. Within the courtyard, a cluster of soldiers ringed a patch of ground where a body lay, blood pooling in the dust. Grey Worm stood over it, face like stone. At Daenerys's approach, the circle parted. Jon glimpsed a woman's form clad in a ragged cloak, a dagger still clenched in her stiff hand. Her eyes were wide and sightless, a trickle of blood from her mouth. Grey Worm saluted Daenerys. "She attacked, Your Grace," he said in Valyrian. Waited in the corridor, lunged with a blade. "I had no choice." Daenerys knelt, ignoring the blood soaking into her boots. She peered at the dead woman's face, no recognition there. "Did she say anything?" Grey Worm shrugged. "Shouted that you burned her family, that she wanted revenge. Then she struck. I struck back." Jon's heart clenched. This was exactly what he feared, a city seething with grief and anger, individuals driven to desperate acts. Daenerys closed her eyes, bowing her head. "Have her taken to the infirmary," Daenerys said softly. "Let them see if she has any kin. Bury her properly." Grey Worm gestured for two Unsullied to lift the body. A hush hung over the courtyard. Daenerys rose, trembling with emotion. Jon placed a hand on her elbow, steadying her. "We've only just begun," she whispered. "Already they strike back. And more might come. How do we stop them from seeing me as a monster if they've lost everything?" Jon had no ready answer. He squeezed her arm gently, feeling the unspoken question in her voice. How many more would try to kill her out of vengeance? "We continue showing mercy," he managed. "We show them we're not what they think. In time, maybe we earn their trust." She nodded, tears in her eyes. Her gaze flicked to the blood-stained stones where the woman had lain. "Then we must show them with actions. Double the rations in that district if we can. Rebuild their homes first. Let the city see we're trying to atone even if the war was forced on us." Jon admired her resolve even amid heartbreak. "I'll inform Tyrion and Davos. We'll do it." That evening, Daenerys summoned a gathering of city representatives in the battered throne room, announcing that she lamented every civilian death, that she pledged to rebuild King's Landing better than before, that she would spare any who had fought for Cersei but now laid down arms. She promised to feed the hungry, to pardon minor crimes, to hold fair trials for major offenses, including her own ex-hand, Tyrion's sister. A murmur of uneasy acceptance greeted her speech. Some looked skeptical, others simply relieved that no further dragonfire seemed imminent. The half-collapsed walls let in the evening breeze, carrying away the queen's words into the dark sky. Jon stood at her side, silent support. In the following days, the city's temperament softened somewhat. People still glared or hid, but more came forward to gather rations, to ask for help finding lost relatives. A handful of ex-Gold Cloaks volunteered to help maintain order. Some deserters from the Golden Company turned themselves in, explaining that they never wished to fight a war that pitted them against the innocent. Tyrion and Davos hammered out policies to let these men rejoin society if they swore loyalty. Daenerys insisted on hearing personal stories, aiming to discern genuine contrition from opportunism. All the while, the realm stirred with the news of the Great Change. Ravens flew in all directions, proclaiming the downfall of Cersei. House Stark, House Arryn, House Tully, House Baratheon, newly minted under Gendry, and even some from Dorne sent messages of cautious acknowledgement. Yara Greyjoy arrived at the docks, forging an uneasy alliance with Daenerys and Jon, offering to patrol the seas for any last pockets of Euron's men. She demanded a measure of autonomy for the Iron Islands, which Daenerys agreed to consider so long as the Ironborn recognized the monarchy in broader matters of trade and defense. Slowly, the battered monarchy of Targaryen and Stark took shape. The Red Keep remained half-ruined, so Daenerys and Jon alternated their lodgings between a repaired wing of Maegor's Holdfast and the old Tower of the Hand, which had survived the wildfire blasts relatively intact. The roads into King's Landing began to see some traffic again, lords arriving to witness the new era or to quibble about their holdings. Daenerys spent hours in audiences, granting or denying claims, delegating to Tyrion when detail bogged her down. The day of Cersei's trial approached. Lords trickled in from the Vale, the Reach, those loyal to the memory of Highgarden, even if the Tyrell line was gone, the Westerlands, the Stormlands. Some arrived in simple retinues as supplies were scarce. Gendry set out for Storm's End, promising to return in time for the trial. Sansa, receiving the Ravens, decided to remain in Winterfell to hold the North together, sending instead a representative, Lord Royce, ironically, to observe in her stead. Edmure Tully also declined to come personally, stating he was too busy restoring order in the Riverlands. But he sent a small envoy. Dorne, still fractured, sent no official presence. On the eve of the trial, Jaime Lannister stirred from his fever, blinking in confusion at the infirmary's stone ceiling. He was weak, half-starved from days of delirium, but the healers had kept him alive. Brienne stood at his bedside, relief flooding her eyes when she realized he was conscious. Jaime croaked a question about Cersei, but Brienne shook her head, quietly explaining the city had fallen. Cersei was imprisoned, and a trial loomed. He closed his eyes, tears escaping. He murmured that he wanted to speak with Daenerys or Jon, that he might have testimony. Brienne promised to see what could be done. Early morning light found the throne room cleared of rubble as best as possible. Wooden benches were set in rows, forming a crude amphitheater. Soldiers of the Unsullied stood guard along the walls. Tyrion and Davos had arranged a makeshift dais at the front, where Daenerys and Jon would preside with the High Septon, an older man with trembling hands and a quavering voice. Cersei would be brought forth to face her charges, with witnesses stepping forward. The open sky above still replaced much of the roof, letting pale sunlight spill in. The day dawned cold for King's Landing, a reminder of the realm's extended winter. Lords and ladies filed in, some wearing furs, others braving the chill. Common folk huddled at the back, curious to see the downfall of the woman who had called herself their queen. The hush was palpable, broken only by low murmurs and the scrape of boots on stone. Jon and Daenerys arrived together, wearing plain but dignified attire. Daenerys's hair was plaited into a simple style, her cloak clasped with the Targaryen sigil. Jon wore dark leather with a small direwolf pin on his collar. They climbed the dais, taking seats flanking the High Septon, who fidgeted with his prayer beads. Grey Worm stood near them, Missandei at Daenerys's shoulder, Davos on Jon's side, Tyrion just behind the dais with a stack of parchments. The crowd observed in tense silence. With a nod from Daenerys, the trial commenced. A herald announced the charges. Murder of the king's subjects via wildfire, betrayal of the crown's truce during the Great War, conspiracy that led to the deaths of many innocents, usurpation of the throne after blowing up the Great September, and more. Cersei Lannister was led in, wrists shackled, her once regal hair cropped short and unkempt. She walked with stiff pride, scanning the gathered crowd as though searching for a last vestige of support. She found none. She looked at Daenerys, then at Jon, her face twisting. She said nothing yet as the herald continued reading off a litany of accusations. When asked if she had anything to say, she bared her teeth in a sardonic smile. This is a farce. You want to dress up murder as justice. Daenerys's expression was calm but cold. We offer a trial, not murder. You have the right to speak in your defense. Tyrion, stepping forward as a sort of makeshift prosecutor, began outlining the evidence. Witnesses approached, including city dwellers who had seen Lannister men forcibly press them into Scorpion crews or defend hidden wildfire caches. Goldcloak deserters recounted Cersei's orders to fortify the city's gates and starve out the populace if it meant preventing a siege. Grey Worm testified to capturing Qyburn's notes on Scorpion production. The day dragged on with testimony upon testimony. Cersei sneered at each, occasionally interrupting with scornful remarks. Finally, at Tyrion's request, Jaime Lannister was carried in on a stretcher, assisted by Brienne. The audience murmured with shock, seeing the Kingslayer so weak and pale. Jaime, wincing, managed to speak haltingly. He recounted how he'd confronted Cersei, urging her to surrender when the undead threatened all life. She'd refused, plotting to betray Daenerys and Jon instead. He spoke of her obsession with holding the throne at all costs. Cersei stared at him with furious betrayal, tears in her eyes, but she said nothing to refute it. At last, the High Septon turned to Cersei. "Have you any final words?" he asked tremulously. She let out a bitter laugh. "Yes. You stand here, presiding over this mockery after you let Forii. Nurs and wolves burn our city. My only crime was defending my son's legacy, my house. If that is punishable by death, so be it." Her glare slid to Tyrion. "You'll find your new realm as ungovernable as it ever was. And the people will hate you for the ashes you've left behind." Daenerys's jaw tightened. "I regret every life lost. But you forced this war. We had no choice." Cersei's lips curled. "There's always a choice." A hush fell. The High Septon conferred with Daenerys and Jon, who exchanged grim looks. Then the old man lifted a trembling hand. "Cersei of House Lannister, found guilty of high treason, of mass murder, of endangering the realm." The penalty is death. Many in the crowd nodded or murmured in agreement. Some displayed no emotion, others a grim satisfaction. Cersei paled but did not cry out. She drew herself up, dignity in the face of defeat. She glanced at Jaime, who lay on his stretcher, face turned away. Then she closed her eyes. Daenerys rose from her seat. Her voice carried through the throne room, echoing in the broken arches. In the name of House Targaryen and House Stark, we sentence you to die. However, we will not do this in secret or with cruelty. You'll face a swift execution in public view so the realm may see an end to tyranny and fear. She drew a breath, fighting the quake in her tone. Tomorrow, at dawn, in the courtyard. Cersei swallowed, lifting her chin. Two Unsullied seized her arms. Tyrion lowered his head, expression unreadable. Jaime made a hoarse sound, but Brienne gently laid a hand on his shoulder, urging him not to speak further. The crowd parted as Cersei was led away, the clang of her chains echoing. Thus ended the trial. People dispersed in tense silence. Daenerys stood near Jon, her body trembling. He slid an arm around her waist, offering silent support. She had just condemned a living queen to die. Even if it was necessary, it weighed on her soul. Tyrion approached, placing a hand to his chest in a gesture of respect. We did the right thing, Tyrion said quietly, though he looked far from certain. She couldn't remain alive to rally enemies. Daenerys gave a single nod, then walked from the throne room, head bowed. Jon followed, guiding her gently to a quiet corridor. Grey Worm and Missandei stepped aside, granting them a moment of privacy. Dawn, Daenerys said hollowly, leaning against the cracked wall. I'll have to watch her die. Jon's eyes were heavy with empathy. We both will. The realm demands it. And she left us no other path. She turned her face into his shoulder, letting out a ragged breath. I hate this. He wrapped his arms around her, pressing his cheek to her silver gold hair. So do I. But we must see it through. Then maybe the realm can breathe. A new beginning free of her shadow. She closed her eyes, clinging to him. In the corridor's shadows, they stood a long while, letting the weight of the city's expectations and the memory of so much death wash over them. They had won the throne, yet it felt like a hollow triumph. Only the determination to build something better fueled them now. That night, the Red Keep seemed to hold its breath. Soldiers patrolled the corridors, ensuring no rescue attempt for Cersei. Word spread that the final queen of House Lannister would die at dawn. Some cheered, others cowered in fear, unsure whether a new bloodbath would follow. Daenerys and Jon retired to a small chamber, speaking little, each lost in their own thoughts. Sleep came fitfully. Before the sky brightened, they rose and dressed in solemn attire. A hush pervaded the keep as they moved through the corridors. Outside, the courtyard's walls were lined with soldiers and a scattering of onlookers. Lords, city elders, the curious or the vengeful. Torches cast flickering light, and the faint calls of seagulls sounded from the distant bay. Cersei stood on a wooden platform in the courtyard center, wrists manacled behind her. Two Unsullied flanked her. The morning air carried a biting chill. Jaime, still too weak to stand, had insisted on coming, so he lay on a litter near the front, attended by Brienne. Tyrion stood near him, face grim. Davos and others watched from the fringes, expressions set. Daenerys and Jon approached, arm in arm, ascended a few steps so the crowd could see them. Grey Worm stood to the side, spear in hand. The hush deepened. Cersei gazed at them, eyes reflecting a resigned loathing. She wore no crown, no jewels, only a torn gray shift. The city bells did not toll. The quiet was unbroken except for the shuffle of feet and the rasp of someone's breath. Daenerys cleared her throat, voice strained but steady. Cersei of House Lannister, you have been found guilty of high treason and murder. The realm has spoken through a trial witnessed by lords and common folk alike. In the name of the new monarchy and for the good of the realm, your life is forfeit. Cersei said nothing. She cast a glance toward Jaime, a flicker of anguish crossing her face. Then she lifted her chin, staring at Daenerys. For a moment no one moved. Then Daenerys nodded toward Grey Worm. He stepped forward, stoic as ever, raising his spear. A faint rustle swept through the crowd. Tyrion closed his eyes. Davos looked away. Jaime made a choked sound, but Brienne's hand on his arm prevented him from any last protest that would change nothing. Jon placed a hand on Daenerys' shoulder, bracing her. She forced herself to remain rigidly upright. Grey Worm thrust the spear swiftly, a single precise blow to the heart. Cersei's eyes flew wide, a gasp escaping her lips. Blood stained her shift. She dropped to her knees, then toppled, eyes glazing over. A final breath left her, carrying no words. The deed was done. A few gasps rippled among the onlookers. Some wore expressions of grim satisfaction, others a quiet horror. Jaime let out a ragged sob, collapsing back on his litter. Brienne pressed her lips thin, tears welling. Tyrion stared at his sister's body, trembling. Daenerys kept her composure, though she looked pale as milk. Jon squeezed her shoulder. She swallowed, then lifted her chin to address the crowd. The war is over. House Lannister's rule has ended. From this day forth, let no one fear the tyranny of wildfire or secret plots. We will rebuild for all of you. Her voice wavered near the end. The crowd's reaction was subdued, uncertain, weary. But no one called out. Quiet acceptance settled in the dawn light. Grey Worm signaled to Unsullied to remove Cersei's body. They wrapped it in a plain cloth, carrying it away. Jaime turned his face into the blanket Brienne held, shoulders shaking. Tyrion looked like a man who had lost the last piece of family, even if that piece was poisonous. The courtyard emptied slowly, people dispersing to their tasks. A new day had come without Cersei Lannister in it. Daenerys stepped down from the platform, leaning on Jon's arm. Her eyes glistened with tears she refused to let fall. "It's done," she whispered. Jon nodded, guiding her away from the somber gathering. "We have a realm to mend." And so they would. Piece by piece, day by day, they would try to replace fear with hope to coax the city back to life. Cersei's shadow no longer hung over the throne, and for the first time in what felt like centuries, King's Landing could look to the horizon without an imminent threat from within its own walls. The living had defeated the dead, and now they had defeated the last Lannister monarch who might have appended their fragile peace. Yet the work of ruling stretched before them like a vast, uncharted land. Daenerys and Jon walked back into the Red Keep's corridors, still half-ruined, and the hush followed them. They would hold councils, pass judgments, feed the hungry. They would face new enemies and new crises. But for that quiet, tender moment, they simply clung to each other, hearts pounding with the gravity of all they had endured. In a city battered by war and betrayal, they were forging a new future. The smell of ash still hung in the air, the scars of dragonfire evident in every blackened street, and ghosts of the old regime prowled every alley. But dawn had come. The realm had a chance, however slim, to choose unity over endless strife. And as Daenerys and Jon traversed the rubble of the Red Keep, hand in hand, they vowed, if only silently, that they would not squander that chance. They would build something better upon the ruins. They were no longer lone wolves or solitary dragons. They were king and queen, bound by shared purpose and tempered by the tragedies behind them. Whether the realm would accept them fully remained uncertain, but they stepped forward with determined hearts, hopeful that someday these shattered stones would give way to a renewed kingdom shaped by the enduring will of fire and ice.